Ben Henderson for the Sporting Witness podcast from the BBC World Service.
Australia have been the dominant force in women's cricket for nearly 50 years.
Australia has done it again. Australia clinches the T20 World Cup.
But without a current World Cup title, they face no shortage of challenges in their bid to return to the top. New Zealand, the current T20 champions. England, the constant threat. South Africa, a young team on the rise. India, a new force in the game.
Could be a catch. Yes, taken by the captain. Harmanpreet Kaur. India win the World Cup. Listen to the noise.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown? ABC Sport brings you every game of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Michael goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Big on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
The mid-season buys are all but done. The Cats, D's, Saints and Dogs can sit on this weekend and have their refresher before the run to the back end of the season. But for two of the premiership fancies, they've had their little respite and now they run towards the flag in 2026. Welcome to the Gabba for Thursday night football on ABC Sport. It's the round 16 opener between the two-time reigning premiers, the Brisbane Lions, and they're up against the team currently ranked second on the ladder, the Sydney Swans. Quentin Hull is my name. The conditions for Thursday night football are absolutely perfect. It's been a lovely mid-20s day in the Queensland capital, expecting around 32,000 fans in the house. And these two teams, of course, played in the grand final a couple of seasons ago when Sydney went in as favourites, but Brisbane claimed the first of their 2 consecutive flags by 10 goals. And they've already met this season once. That was in week 2/round 1, going on the Logic Around opening round versus round 1. It was at the SCG. The Swans won by 44 points. But outside of the result, it was a game where Errol Goulden went down with a shoulder injury. Is there a bigger, more important inclusion for Sydney at the back end of 2026? It's one of the questions that's being pondered by footy fans, and the first answers will come tonight. Fantastic to see Errol Goulden return for Sydney, and in a moment we'll get inside the Swans camp to get the latest on his comeback to footy as well as other matters. Sydney injured Lion Kadeen Coleman will be with us as well, but before we get down to the boundaries, your call team for tonight. Welcome Michael Price, who'll be calling alongside me. Thursday night footy at the Gabba. Price here.
Gotta love it. Just honoured to be in the best seat in the house again, Q. Thursday night footy and the crowd just slowly getting off work and through the traffic, and here at the Gabba, I reckon we've got a hot one here tonight. Both teams off the bye. They're going to be fresh. They're going to be going hard at it. Even without a couple of players still out, they've got some very valuable ins as well.
Yes, indeed. Jeff White, former number 1 draft pick, All-Australian D's Club champion. Welcome, Whitey. How are you?
I'm good, Q. Good to be here. And like Pricey said, the ground looks immaculate. So good. I think there might be a bit due later on, but we'll see how it played out. But what a great matchup. And both, interestingly, coming off the bye, so no excuses. They'll be both fresh, ready to go.
And an AFLW original who still plies her trade for the Gold Coast Sun, Jamie Stanton. Welcome to you. Thursday night footy for you. I've always loved Brisbane v Sydney. I've spent a lot of my time calling these two footy clubs, and haven't they become really relevant forces in the last 7 or 8 years?
Thanks for having us, Q. Yeah, they have been fantastic to watch for many, many years. Both teams have been able to stay up the top of the pointy end of the ladder for a very long time, and it'll be interesting to see how both of them track tonight. Both haven't been playing probably their best footy of recent dates. Sydney have obviously scraped through a couple of wins, and Brisbane have a little been up and down, but should be a good game.
We'd love to hear from you throughout the evening. You can get in touch on the SMS. The number to text us is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. We'll look at the rest of the teams for the round as well. They've just dropped. But let's get down to Zane Bojack, who is at ground level. He has our first guest ready at the top of the Swans race.
Oh, thank you, Q. Beautiful conditions, as you mentioned. 17 degrees, perfect winter night. There's no real dew here on the surface, which I'm always happy about, because these two sides love to use the footy. We've got a man here who's been instrumental in this rise of the Swans in season 2026. He's Ben Matthews. He knows all about commentating for the ABC. He's the assistant coach of the Swans, but he's been in our box plenty of times before. Benny, lovely to chat to you, mate. And how nice is it to be back in Queensland?
Yeah, it's beautiful back in Queensland. It's nice to be on the ABC team again pre-game. So great memories from being up here back in the day, and we've got a big job to do tonight.
And I understand you come up a little bit early because of the bye and spent a little bit of time on the sunny coast?
Yeah, look, we had a sort of 3 or 4 day break, and I spent some time on the Sunshine Coast, family up there, so that was beautiful. Winter time in Queensland's just magic, so got in the water and enjoyed the lifestyle.
Well, Jamie mentioned that you just snuck home against the Saints and also Port in your last 2 matches before the bye. What's been said about that, and how handy is it to be able to just slide a bloke named Errol Goulden back into your lineup?
Yeah, look, I think it can't be underestimated some of the players we've been missing. Obviously, Errol's been out for a long time, but McInerney's been out, Papley's been out, and a few others. Tommy McCartan is back in tonight after being out for 1 or 2. So can't underestimate that. And you're right, we haven't quite been as good. The other part is, I think, when you're up the pointy end of the ladder, and Brisbane have been up there consistently for 5 years now, teams come at you. They bring their best, and that's what certainly Saints and Port did, and we were really pleased to overcome them. But we have got things that we want to keep working on in our game.
I know it's 2 years ago now, but do they ever talk about that grand final loss? Is it still what motivates you? You won the last two against the Lions.
Yeah. No, we don't talk about it. We're just, really locked in on maximising this season, qualifying for finals firstly, hopefully top 4 and top 2. So we treat every game on its merits. And, yeah, look, that's in the past. We can do nothing about that. We look forward and we're excited for the challenge tonight.
All right, well, I'll hand the microphone over to you and it's over to the panel.
Nice to hear your voice, Ben.
Good on you, Q.
How was things up in the old digs on the sunny coast?
It hasn't changed a lot. I mean, it's not in... it's growing area, the sunny coast, but... there's certainly, along the water up there at Badina Beach is pretty special. I just sit up there. I don't go too far other than the beach and, the deck at the front of the house and, just watch the days slide away. So pretty special. Good to reset, actually. Really good to reset. You're fairly busy throughout the season, so to reset for a couple of days is nice.
Did most of the boys get away?
Beg your pardon?
Did most of the boys get away?
Yeah, look, a lot of them go away. Some will go for a drive a couple of hours north or south of Sydney. There's some beautiful spots and some go back to visit family, depending on stage of life they're all in. But, it was lovely to get up to Queensland.
I want to ask a question about internal expectations of the way that your team gels when you bring in such a huge key pillar in the off-season. We just thought Charlie Curnow goes to Sydney, he gets at that smaller SCG, you pump it down his throat and he kicks 80 goals for the year. Of course, it's never that simple. So how would you rate the way he's fitting into the system, and how can you judge said system when you haven't got a guy like Goulden delivering it? I think we're excited to see if these two guys can play in the same team for the next period for the Swans.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, how do you judge how it's gone? I think he's playing his role really, really strongly for us, albeit he would want to kick a few more goals, but as a team we're able to score pretty well. He obviously attracts the number one key defender most times, and they certainly want to support whoever's playing on Charlie really strongly with intercept defenders as well. So, we think he's played his role really, really well. Joel Amarty's been a bit beneficiary of that. Goulden just tried. Goulden's shoulders, no worries, guys. He just rammed me from behind. So
that was that bump as they ran through. Just have a run
and a cheeky laugh. So his shoulders okay. Look, so we think obviously Hayden's growing, albeit he's not not in the team tonight, but he's been able to get good matchups and score goals. Obviously Joel and Logan McDonald's been really strong as well. So look, we think his output has been great. He was really, diligent in terms of learning our system. He came in when all the first to 4 year guys came back. He came in early and we didn't have the season we wanted, but that does allow you to train a little bit longer through your pre-season. And, certainly from a system point of view and a cohesion point of view, he did a lot of work with the rest of the forwards. Jeremy Laidler, our forward line coach, facilitated that really well. So still a work in progress, but we're happy with his performance thus far.
Swans assistant Ben Matthews is with us.
Benny, Jeff White here. We have to talk about the rucks. But Grundy's obviously having a great season, but Ladham's coming in. He's at the Fort Draper setup, but he's earned his spot. He's been terrific in the VFL. So as a coaching staff, he's earned his spot to come in.
Absolutely, Whitey. He has been terrific. He's quite dominant at VFL level, and it's one of those things. If Brodie hadn't been so dominant, there's no doubt he would have played more games. And the fact that our forward line's been functioning, because that second ruck has to play a little bit of forward time, we just wanted to make sure that that forward line can still function really well with Pete there. But the support he'll give Brodie will be massive tonight. With Fort and Draper, they're two high-quality rucks. They're big boys and they give their side momentum, and certainly for the Lions, stoppage and CB especially is their friend. They're still very dominant in that area of the game. So the support for Brodie and the rest of the mids with Pete coming in, he's earned his spot, but it'll be really beneficial tonight. And we don't want to forecast too far in terms of what the team looks like in 2 or 3 or 4 weeks' time, but a little bit extra support for Brodie over the back end of the season when the whips are cracking and you get a little bit tighter won't hurt him either.
Thanks, Benny. So my name's Jamie Stanton. I'm a part of the AFLW team at the Gold Coast Suns. And firstly, I wouldn't mind if you've got a cheeky Reece Shaw story that you could send me on the slide that I can drop at training tomorrow. That'd be nice. But in terms of the question I have for you, Q's already touched on the Charlie Curnow recruit. But I would like you to touch on the two recruits that probably many Queenslanders don't really know that Sydney picked up over the off-season in Sarong and Roses. Both of them have played, it looks like from the outside, fantastic role-playing roles and have just slotted into teams seamlessly. What is it like internally for you guys? Have they exceeded expectations? Is this what you expected of them? Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Jamie, and absolutely they've exceeded our expectations. Mally, we knew he had AFL qualities around. Obviously you'd seen him firsthand up at the Suns, and how quick he is. He's chased down tackles, his ability to hit the scoreboard, and he's very. His skill level is exquisite at times when he gets the ball in hand, and brings others into the game with that is outstanding. But and Jai, we knew he had quality. I mean, he's been Box Hill's best and fairest 2 years running. He just couldn't quite crack a pretty handy team and a pretty handy back 7 or 8 of Hawthorn, who have got those intercepting types and a lot of similar size type interceptors with Sicily and the like at the Hawks. He just couldn't break in, so we knew he was really driven to get an opportunity, a consistent opportunity. Once he got here, he hasn't put a foot wrong. He started the season down back, certainly in the pre-season and his training, and then went to a wing basically before round 1 because we had good availability, and he's been a really nice find on the wing. His size, his ability to mark the ball on the wing is an advantage for him and us. And he's tough and hard around the contest, which you are around a few more stoppages as a wingman. So that's been really beneficial. He had a couple of weeks down back with Ramps out of the team, so that flexibility suits him, suits us. They've both been terrific for our culture. Terrific people, so we're really happy with their outputs.
And just to finish off on a couple of the new guys, you look at the recruit at one end, and Will Edwards is basically a recruit for you because he's finally got his legs sorted. Another academy guy, and we sort of look at what Sydney got different about it, and it's pretty hard to go away from the cream because of how big a name Charlie Curnow is. But here's a guy that looks like he's going to be a pretty keen pillar for you for quite a time if you can get him right.
Yeah, we're really optimistic about what he can do for our footy club over a long period of time. And you don't want to project too far, but he was a Category B rookie. He played maybe 10 or 15 AFL games prior to us putting him on the rookie list. It must have been about 2022, I'm going to say. And you're dead right, he's had injuries and significant injuries as well that have kept him out. So he is a new recruit for us now. He's got his body in really sound shape. We're managing him hopefully well enough to keep him out there week in, week out. And he's a big boy with great power. So they're hard to find, those lads that have got size, power. And he can sort of play on the mediums and the talls. So, with Tommy McCartan missing a couple of weeks, with Lewis Melican missing a couple of weeks, he's been so beneficial for us to perform a role, to play on the key forwards, whether it be Georgiades, whether it be Whitlock or Marshall from Port. He did it with aplomb, and hopefully he's got a really long career ahead of him. And I think you can't dismiss even an old wise head like Joel Hamling. Having him beside him with premiership experience and experience at multiple clubs has been great for Will. So, it's been great.
Thorough as ever, Ben. It's great to hear your voice again. Glad to catch up with you on air. Glad you got a bit of R&R and a bit of sunny coast sunshine. Good luck for the Swannies tonight. Yeah, we're going to need all the energy we can have because these guys will be red hot. So looking forward to the challenge. Thanks, Hugh. Ben Matthews, the assistant of Dean Cox, among them for the Sydney Swans, and I think it was a couple of seasons he spent making that trip from the sunny coast all the way down to the Gold Coast as well as here at the Gabba to be a part of the ABC Sport team. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton up in the box. Zane Bojak's down on the boundary night to bring you this game between Brisbane and Sydney. There are no late changes the official teams coming through just a short time ago. No news is good news in that regard. So just to refer to the changes that were made at selection. For the Lions, just the one. Ryan Lester returning to the back line, having missed 4 games with a calf injury. So he comes in at the expense of Shadow Brain. While for Sydney, outside of Errol Goulden playing his first game since that round 2 win at the SCG of the Swans over the Lions, Tom McCartan missed only the 1 game in the end from the concussion that he picked up against St Kilda at the SCG. And Peter Laddam's just his 2nd game of the season. He did play the round 12 game against Richmond. So McCartan, Goulden and Laddam's in, with Roberts, Kyle and McLean all omitted at selection. Zane's going to wander around the boundary. We're going to get inside the Lions camp in just a moment. But Jeff and Jamie, if we could just spend a moment on Errol Goulden, and I think it's worth it, because 2023 All-Australian, 2024 All-Australian, only 10 games last year with an ankle injury, and so far this season only 2 games due to a shoulder injury. He was on the brink of becoming that consistent marquee midfield superstar until injuries have got in the way. Is he the difference between Sydney being close to, if not triumphing, when it matters at the back end of the season? Is he the missing link?
It definitely doesn't hurt, especially as you asked Benny Matthews before around the whole, Curnow fitting into the system. Having someone of an elite ball user like Errol giving him the ball 24/7 is not going to be a bad thing for them. It definitely makes them a harder prospect to play against. But Sydney have been very good for a very long time, with Errol playing in finals particularly, and haven't been able to get the job done against Brisbane. So, yes, his quality, he'll make the team better. He could be the difference on a big occasion, but you also don't know when you're playing a team of this quality.
I reckon they might do a bit of a Will Day. They might just ease him in a little bit. And hasn't that been a success for Hawthorn?
Yeah.
Been able to manage, with now the 5 on the bench, you have the luxury of sort of doing that. I reckon that's probably how they play. But with the style of play that Sydney does, is such a great decision maker. I think a lot of players up the field are going to be moving into positions that he will find them in those areas. So it's going to be really important for Brisbane tonight, just to really close down the gap in between the arcs, because if they can force some turnovers, they would certainly be able to get a bit of rebound footy and a bit of scoreboard pressure against Sydney. But great inclusion and what a time to come in too. On the eve, rolling into finals.
I'm wondering where you sit on the narrative of the Swans being, in inverted commas, lucky to keep their ladder position off the back of a couple of tight squeezes, or do good teams just win close games?
Yeah, well, it's one of those games was away, wasn't it? Was it?
Yeah, they beat Port, having to come from behind.
From behind, yeah, that's
and we
right.
know that Port have been, the victim of a lot of tight squeezes this year, so they had form at getting close yet not winning. But I didn't have much right to win that game against the Saints at the SCG. And they found a way.
I think we've spoken about it before, Q. Those interstate wins are, it doesn't matter who you play. It's just, you go away as a team, have a good win on the road. So it just gives you a bit of confidence throughout the side. And it doesn't matter who you're playing, where they are on the ladder. I think those interstate wins are really vital to the team connection and building a bit of confidence. So, but you don't know sometimes when they're playing those particular sides, if they're doing a bit of a build with the fitness and stuff like that. Sides that are probably going to play finals this time of year is where they start building up their loads at training. So could have been a bit flat, but they got the win and get the confidence as well.
I would say you could argue luck, but I would actually say it's skillful. If you look at some of the outs that Sydney had throughout that period, in terms of you take your best key defender take them out of the team, potentially, like we just spoke about there. Or take your best ball user out of the team. You know, you take your best small forward and your Energizer Bunny out of your team in Tom Papley. You know, 3 absolute frontliners, and you have teams in the comp playing their best footy against someone up the top of the ladder. I think it's actually skillful and shows their depth within their players coming through, whether that be, you know, someone like a Harry Kyle who they blooded for those games, or, you know, like we're talking about tonight with Peter Labbins coming back in from the VFL. Like, I think it just showcases that Sydney have a bit more depth than some of the other teams, and they were able to display that. So I think it's more skillful than luck.
Oh, and Jai Sarong, a case in point, he was the guy that claimed the glory with that late snap against St Kilda at the SCG a couple of weeks ago. So they find solutions, don't they? What about this Brisbane Lions team? And hopefully we'll get a chat with Kadeen Coleman in just a moment. So that the bulk of the cavalry is about to hit the ground. We heard from Chris Fagan yesterday in his pre-game press conference say, yep, Zork's close, Huey McCluggage close, Kitty himself close, even Oscar Allen not too far away. But Ryan Lesser is the first of them to return. Brisbane get to 8 and 6, and I think the competition looks on and says, yep, we've been here before, but we get to see them in the flesh a lot. Jamie, Jeff, tell our listeners where the Lions are placed in 26.
Yeah, well, I think they're just building really well. The momentum's sort of starting to build, and they've been renowned for doing that over the last couple of seasons. I think the big in, and not much has been spoken about it, but Eric Hipwood playing his first game back a couple of weeks ago in Tassie, I think he just adds that extra. That's the one they were missing down the line when they weren't able to get that short 45 or the connection off the half back line. He was a bit of a pillar, and you recall I think it was a Geelong game. They had to put Ty Gallup down the line. They had to put him at forward, and they sort of a bit of momentum went back in their way in that last quarter. So having Eric as an option down the line when it's a bit of a bailout, I think is a really important integral part to going back to where they get a bit of form and get that sort of stuff happening.
Just on Hipwood, can the Lions sustain Hipwood with Fort and Draper in the same team? Yeah, I think so, because it's more Draper's, I guess, more the athletic type that can go forward and create blocks and go for the marks and bring it to ground. Ford's done that in the past as well. So I think you'll see a bit more of a rotation through the rucks with them, particularly with Sydney having the 2 rucks. So 1 for 1. So it's going to be an interesting matchup tonight with those, how the rotations will go through that way.
I'll play devil's advocate the other way. I don't think you can have those 3 and Draper, which is, Allen, Oscar Allen.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can have all 4 of those tools play. So, I actually think Hipwood is potentially a bit on show. I agree with Whitey. I think he did well in that first game coming back and gave them something that maybe Allen hadn't showed in the Brisbane system, but he's also new to the system as well. So I think this gives Hipwood a bit of a dress rehearsal to cement his spot back into the team and say, this is my team, and Alan, you'll have to work your way into it, or, challenge a Fort to come out of it. But, yeah, I don't think you can play 4 when it gets to the pointy end of the year, when ground balls and contested footy becomes king.
Yeah, and that becomes another conversation. If you were to choose 3 of the quartet of Draper, Fort, Hipwood and Allen at the MCG, who misses? And I say that in the context of generally the fall guy has been Darcy Fort, but he has only missed 1 game this season. He didn't play the round 6 game where the D's got the Lions at the MCG. So before then, he has ostensibly been backup guy to Oscar McInerney, and just when the big O retires, Shane Draper comes to the club. Yet he's been able to keep his place in the team, albeit Draper had that slow start to the year as well, missed a game with injury before, actually made his club debut against the Swans at the SCG. So, do you reckon Fags knows?
Yeah, look, it's all to do with,
Or is that the beauty of the way that Brisbane has performed in the last couple of seasons? One of the reasons why they get to the back end of the year, and if it's not Logan Morris from 2024, it's Ty Gallup from 2025, or, these types of things that land at the end of the year, which just is that extra 10% when the competition has the most valuable games being played.
Well, I think if all those guys are fit, it would be a great problem to have, in my opinion. For Brisbane's point of view, having, fit list. You look at, Freo has one on the injury list, and he's a test, and he could possibly play. So that's a coach's dream, and that's what they want. That's what they're striving for, and they're starting to peak that way.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are your experts throughout this evening. My name is Quentin Hull. Michael Price will call the action with me. And you're about to hear Brisbane against Sydney on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There are no changes to the selected teams, and your texts are welcome. 0437 774 774 is the number. That's 0437 774 774. Perfect conditions in Brisbane for the start of round 16.
Tammy Shipley believed someone was out to hurt her. She's put under 24-hour surveillance, and then something strange happened.
Ambulance emergency.
Tammy's story. Search background briefing on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
The Thursday night round 16 opener comes to you from the Gabba in Brisbane. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Quentin Hull and the team in place to bring you the Lions versus the Swans, two teams who are fresh off the bye. And, well, unofficially they start their run to September here tonight. The mid-season break is now behind them, and they can all eyes towards, hopefully, big campaigns. I'll be calling with Michael Price. Your experts are Jeff White and Jamie Stanton. And our man on the boundary this evening is Zane Bojack, and he's at the top of the Lions race as we speak with a special guest. Zano.
Oh, how the Lions fans would love to have this guy coming off half-back, providing beautifully for the midfield and those forward. Kadeen Coleman, you did your hamstring against Fremantle Dockers. I think that was about 5 weeks ago. How are you feeling?
Yeah, things are progressing well, mate. Been in rehab for the past 4 weeks, so I've missed the Richmond, Gold Coast, and lucky enough we've had a bye in there, so I should be looking to return in the next couple of weeks. And it's been good in rehab with Frog, Zork, Huey, and Oscar as well to my left here. So all things are progressing well with all of us, and yeah, hopefully back in the next coming weeks.
Talking about Froggy, he's back tonight. How important is he going to be, particularly you're taking on a Sydney side that has so much attacking threat, and to have one of your star defenders back?
Yeah, mate, he's a star, and he's so vital to our defence and our whole team. So, he provides great. He's great. He's pretty tall as well, so he can play that hybrid role, playing on a small, playing tall. So we much needed him tonight, and hopefully he plays really well, and hopefully we get the win tonight.
You got dusted by the Swans in round one. They really did a job on you down the SCG. Has there been much said about what went wrong that night? I know you didn't have Harris Andrews, and I think Zach Bailey is a number of stars out, but is there going to be a change of tactics tonight, do you think?
Yeah, I think their ball movement sort of surprised us that night with the handball chains and all that. So we've done our homework this week, and hopefully we can put a better performance on against this team tonight, and hopefully we'll continue our win streak. We've been playing really well the past couple of weeks, so hopefully get one in tonight and keep progressing well towards the end of the season. All
right, Kitty, I'll pass the microphone over. It's up to the panel.
It's Quentin Hull here, Kadeen. Thanks for joining us. Just wondering, off the back of your knee issues and then you cop a soft tissue here or there, is this a lingering effect of your other injuries or something new altogether?
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, mate. I think I've done it against Freo, so wasn't planning on it, but I don't think it has anything to do with my knee. I think it's just the loading of the year, what the year's been. I think I played, I can't remember how many games consecutive it was, but I've played pretty much every game since I've returned. So potentially just load management it's sort of caught up to me. I think it was a lot of short turnarounds in those few weeks there. So I think that sort of caught up to me, yeah, which is unfortunate. But hopefully back in a few weeks.
What have you learned about yourself and your love for footy in this frustrating couple of years where you've had to watch a lot rather than play?
Yeah, I think if you speak to anyone that's been in the rehab for long term, you take I certainly took the game for granted when I was coming up through the ranks and playing footy for this great team, and to sit out for most part of the 2 years and miss out on the premierships, it hurts you a bit. And you're very happy for the boys and for the club, the whole club's success. It's great to see, and so I think the main thing for me this pre-season was to come back fit, and which I did, and hopefully I can sort of put myself in a good spot at the back end of this year and be part of another great year, and hopefully get it again.
Can I ask you if there have been any others around the club that have helped you, and in particular Link McCarthy's in the back of my mind, considering what he's been through with his knees, and he's like you, he sort of coughed a bit of a soft tissue off the back of it as well. So has there been someone like him? Any other names that you can throw up that's helped you out?
Yeah, I think early on there was 4 of us. So it was Darcy Gardner, Link, and then also Tom Duday. So they all provide a bit something different, and Link, he's very wise and he's been around the game for a long time, so he's someone that I can go to and talk to, and he'll comfort you and give you great advice. So he was definitely one of them, and also Tommy Duday, he's in there with me as well. Me and him, we have a great relationship. He brings the fun out of us, and you can be in rehab a long time, and it can be very sad and stuff, but you've got to make it as fun as possible, and he's a great guy to have fun with.
Kenny Coleman, Jeff White here, mate. It's good to see you around the club. The Lions fans want to know how's he going? How's his rehab tracking?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, so we had training today, and I think he should be back in 2 weeks. It is against Essendon, I believe. So he's going well. We've definitely missed his boldness, I guess, in that back line with his kicking and stuff like that. So he's progressing well. He ran really well today, and hopefully back against Essendon.
Hey, Kitty, it's Jamie Stanton. I wanted to ask, you guys obviously have been through this sort of process before in terms of the team of sitting roughly 8 and 6 around this time of the bye. What is the team going after in this back half of the season to really attack finals? Like, what part of the game plan is Fags really honing in on over the next couple of weeks to make sure you're primed and ready for a finals tilt?
Yeah, I think it's weird because I think in the past few years we've sort of been in a similar position, like you just said before. But I think it's just we sort of know our identity and what our football brand is. It's just more so, building that team chemistry and building that energy and that brotherhood that we always talk about. So bringing that into fruition, and hopefully these next coming weeks it starts to gel and blend together. Yeah.
Talking about Zorks around the place, he must be even more annoying than usual, and I say that with the great respect to the great man. With him not playing, it must be torturous.
Yeah, I mean, he brings a certain vibe to the rehab group, which is great to see him and Oscar Allen. But yeah, he's definitely itching. I think he was scheduled to return a few weeks ago, but I think given a bit more time, and hopefully come back in this next few weeks and just stamp his authority in that back line and show us what he's capable of.
We haven't really seen a team too much where you and he worked together since he really got that rejuvenated role across half back. Now it looks like you haven't lost any ping in your leg from your injuries. No disrespect to the guys who are there at the moment, but it's a bit of an ace, I think, that Fags has got if he can get you and Zorks running things off half back.
Yeah, I think when I got injured, he was playing forward back that 2 years ago, and then we've just sort of chucked him back in there, and it just goes to show like how smart he is as a footballer. You can sort of put him anywhere, and he'll play a great role. And we've certainly missed him. I think when I was playing, he's a great mentor for myself, Darcy, and Motti and Fletch down there, and I think let's just hope he gets back and he can just chop up the back line, pretty much.
And what did you pick up from the game earlier in the year at the SCG against the Swans, Kitty?
Yeah, I think they're just really good with their handball chains from stoppages and exiting through front of the stoppages. So our ability to sort of keep it inside and not let it get to the outside of the contest, and then our ability just to chase if they do, and our ability from our high half defenders just to come up and to sort of pressure the ball and make them sort of do loopy handballs or some uncharacteristic handballs from them. So hopefully we can stop their fast ball movement, and I think that'll be key for us tonight.
Did you get back to Esplanade Oval much? I see Morningside going all right. What are they, top 4 at the moment?
Yeah, I think they're sitting third. My younger brother Blake's playing for them, and I've sort of been there a bit more watching online.
How old's he?
Blake, what am I, 26? So he'll be 23, 24 now. He had a stint down at Williamstown in Victoria, and now he's back at Morningside. I was there a few weeks ago and watched them play against Redland Victoria Point Sharks, and it was a good game. Redlands won after the siren, which is a great game.
Yeah. Well, we wish you the best. So next week for Geelong, maybe or definite?
Maybe. He's got to tick a few boxes. We train on Sunday, I believe. So if I get through that, hopefully fingers crossed, and get going. I think young Dan Annabelle's really going well as well. So he'll be itching to get back in. Yeah,
he's not far away, that shoulder injury, and we haven't really seen much of him yet. He comes with pretty big raps. Where's he going to play?
Well, I think he can play a bit of midfield, bit of forward. I think if you ask him himself, he just wants to play footy at the moment, and no doubt he'll come back and do his role for the team. And he's going well. He ran the track pretty well this morning. He ran about 12.5 Ks, 13 Ks. So he's definitely ready to go next week.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Kadeen. Enjoy the game.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your night.
Kadeen Coleman, who we know at his best is one of the most aesthetically pleasing footballers going around. The way that he moves, the way that he uses that left boot, he makes footy look easy when he's going, doesn't he, Jeff and Jamie?
When you talk about Errol Goulden, he's one that...
There's the opposite.
There's the opposite. When he come in, he just uses the ball so well and sets up. And as we said earlier, with players up the head, when Goulden's got the ball in his hands, they move and they know that they're going to, it's going to be lace out. It's the same with Kadeen Coleman.
Well, here's a tricky one for you, because we've just spoken to Kadeen, and there's some pretty senior players who are ready to come back in for the Lions. So let's put the asset on them. Where do they fit? Who are the players playing tonight for Brisbane that you potentially need to see something from for them to keep getting a game with these more established players coming in? That's a question without notice. It's a tough one, but you guys are up for it. Who you reckon's under the pump for Faves?
Probably staying on the fence.
I can take this on, Whitey.
You're in the building a bit, Whitey. I know it's...
Yeah, I'm in there, yeah.
A little bit harder for you to take this on. I'd probably say, you can have a quick squeeze at their team and think of a Tunstall as an example. McKenna, you'd potentially consider an Ainsworth off the half-back. So I think Ainsworth swaps for Zorko straight away. Tunstall's playing that forward wing role, so, Kitty could swap in there as well. McKenna's playing that forward pocket role at the moment. So, whether that's an Allen coming back in and they play a bit taller through that process. I think they're three easy ones. So I've picked the three low-hanging fruit. I definitely haven't gone for anyone with a cutthroat.
Yeah, McKenna's played every game since round 7 onwards, so he missed the start of the season.
And he's been good.
Yeah, and Jimmy Tunstall, it's his 8th game for this season. And you look at, last year he played 3, the year before 4, year before that 2, and the year before that 3. So he's played more senior footy this year, Jimmy Tunstall, than any other year. But the young West Australian, it's 20th game tonight, 8th of the year. So he's one of the guys who knows what it's like to try and fight his way into this team.
There's another All-Australian sitting on the wings as well. Number 6.
Oh, Hugh McCluggage.
Yes. Yeah, well, okay. Outside of the low-hanging fruit, I'm going to put one of the kid wonders on the market.
I know which one you're going to pick.
Levi Ashcroft.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is it fair conversation? He hasn't missed since starting.
I think so. Yeah, I would.
So we need to see something from Levi Ashcroft tonight?
Yeah, and I would also argue you need to see something, if I'm picking someone that's not low-hanging, a Cam Rayner.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's their absolute barometer. I compare him to Tom Papley at Sydney, using the game tonight. I think when Rayner's up and about and going, he is their absolute...
And the reason why this is such an interesting and tough conversation is that Chris Fagan, he doesn't drop anyone for form. Charlie Cameron stank it up for 2/3 of last year, and I say that with tongue-in-cheek by his own standards. But then look what he does on Grand Final Day and the back end of the season. So I think this is becoming a period of what's going to be really challenging for Chris Fagan and his match committee, because his dogma has been, forget form, I only drop you if you're going really bad and the team's struggling. So I think this becomes a real part of the Lions' story for the back end of the season, just who they actually pick.
But I think it's, going back to what we said before, it's a good problem to have, because of the list is going to be, they're going to be in position knocking the door for finals with a really healthy list to pick from. So you don't want to be the other way. You don't want to be the other way. You want to have availability there and try and pick your best side.
G'day to Anise from Geelong. She's on the text asking where is Ackermanis tonight. He usually does special comments when the Lions play at the Gap, but we have a rotating group of fine experts. Jason Ackermanis is not on tonight. He might be on the mid-season bye. He's off somewhere, Acker. But, thank you, Anise, for your text, 0437 774 774. We either say text, where's Acker, get him on, or can someone tell Acker to shut up and get him off? So, straight up, we've got something, 0437 774 774. Just to, I don't, you seriously think that that Cam Rayner's in the gun?
I don't think so based on Chris Fagan and his process, but I would say based on his form this season that he would be under a different coach.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a testament to the way Chris Fagan has done his process and why Brisbane have been so good for so long. But you look at, like you use Tunsil as an example, there's only so long players like that will sit under your system without getting their real opportunity and without the coach coming in and saying, I'm prepared to give you a spot over someone like that.
It's not like for like, but go with me on this one. Jared Berry versus Bruce Reville. Are we getting to that kind of, can you take both of those guys? And Bruce has been outstanding since he won his way into the team at the back end of last year. And Berry's had, obviously, a few injuries, but has been one of the mainstays of Chris Fagan's teams. Oh, Joe.
I'm sitting on the fence here. Totally sitting on the fence here.
I was going to give Whitey a crack at it, but no, look, it's a good question. I totally agree. I think Bruce has played his role very well, and I think he's exceeded expectations in that role, and he's also a crowd favourite. Like, I think everyone hears through the effects mic the Bruce as he gets the ball. So, and Berry is a workhorse. Bruce is too. Berry's probably not as good as a ball user as Bruce is, but probably can play more roles than Bruce can. So it potentially could come down to something like that in terms of Berry's flexibility versus Bruce's. But it is a tough question.
What do you reckon, Pricey? We've got Whitey just leaving these.
He's got splinters.
Go through. If you're not aware, he does work in the building as an assistant for Craig Starcevich at the AFLW. So,
but that's why we love Whitey.
That's why we need the secrets.
You're supposed to bring that clandestine gear into here.
Or just just put the whiteboard in a different spot so everyone else can see it again.
Just holding on to the Lions Foundation scarf here at the moment. That's what I'm holding on to.
Did we miss one there, Pricey?
Oh, geez. I reckon there's some tough calls to be made, but if you want to make the comparison to Queensland versus New South Wales state of origin, Queenslanders have this perceived strength in that series because they stick fat. Whereas when New South Wales, I'm not trying to stir you up, I know you've got blue blood, but New South Wales, when they lose, they tend to react and pick and change the team. That philosophy seems to have worked for Chris Fagan so far. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm with Jamie on Cam Rayner. I reckon he's been très ordinaire, as the French would say, in 2026.
And there has been a bit of accident, not design, about Dane Zorko winning his second All-Australian jumper. That only happened because Kadeem Coleman got injured.
Yep.
Logan Morris. Why are we seeing Logan Morris so good? Was he elevated? No. He was pulled through the Macca's drive-through because they needed a game and Link McCarthy had left a hole in the forward line.
And he wore someone else's boots that was too small for him.
So there are great strengths, and it sounds like I'm questioning a two-time premiership coach here. No, I'm just giving you the characteristics of what's made him good. But selection visionary hasn't been at the upper echelon of what, loyalty has been more so what's made him good. But the thing is, he's going to need to be loyal to 30 blokes, and there's only 23 that can play.
Yeah, he's in for a tough run into September, I think. But it, like what he said, it's a very good problem to have, but it also can be a problem that shakes the fabric of the club, and only some strong clubs really get through this. Like Geelong comes to mind as an example in this situation right now, how Chris Scott has handled his list for a very long time with them staying up so much in terms of like the Max Holmes missing that grand final. That, to me, is what Chris Fagan's going to face in this next period.
Thank you to Kay on the text line, 0437 774 774. Kay texts, I feel like the Lions have looked weary this year. Does year after year of elite level playing just take a natural toll on players, or is it something more? Good question, Kay.
It is a good question because I think it's turned out that the last 2 years they've actually played 10 plus more games than any side in the AFL because of the way it's sort of panned out that way. But interesting comment. But you go back a couple of years ago where they had those injuries halfway through the year. They were coming up against, I think it happened in the Suns game, I believe, halfway through the year. The Q clash year, they had a few knees.
Couple of knees.
The pressure was on. They were, 3 and 5 they got, and they were able to get over the top of the Suns, and away they went on to win their first flag of back-to-back. So, yeah, they've just shown time and time again how resilient this club is in that format. But I still go back to the fact that it's going to be a good problem for them to have when they have a list to pick from. The coaching staff could sit there and go, right, we can pick our best side.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are your experts tonight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Michael Price will call the action with Brisbane taking on Sydney. The Swans are out there. The Lions are about to run through their banner. And, Pricey, Sydney look like Sydney and Brisbane look like Brisbane.
Oh, the traditional colours.
They've got traditional.
I'm just going to say that. How good is it to see those traditional colours?
Yeah, it is good. It is good. And the crowd's still building. Thursday night, getting away from work. Some schools are on holidays, but the majority of the schools in this part of the world don't go on holidays until tomorrow. That's unless, of course, you've got a big hall and a big screen at your school and everyone gets to 12 o'clock tomorrow and says, righto, cultural day, let's watch the Socceroos.
I like that.
Probably will, actually.
You're still around schools, Jamie?
Oh, not at the moment. I'm on some leave with AFLW training, but...
So if I was a student said, Miss Stanton, can we watch soccer tomorrow?
100%.
What would you say?
Well, I'm a PE teacher, so I could say it falls under the curriculum. So yes, from my classes would be. Every teacher though has their own choice, but I would assume most will be.
Okay. Just reminding you, if you are just joining us, no late changes. So Leicester in for Brain for the Lions. Leicester back from a 4-game absence due to a calf injury. And once again, Shadow Brain is the full guy there. Tom McCartan, Errol Gould and Peter Laddams come into the Sydney team that got away with things at the Adelaide Oval. Just a 3-point win over Port their last start. Both teams are coming off the bye. So no Matt Roberts, Harry Kyle or Hayden McLean for Sydney tonight. McCartan missing just the 1 game with a concussion that he picked up against the Saints. Goulden hasn't played since these two teams last met, which was round 1 at the SCG, where Sydney won by 44 points. And Peter Laddams comes in as the support ruck to Brodie Grundy tonight. Just the second time that he has played this season. Okay, Jamie. Okay, Jeff. We haven't got immediate form to go to. As I've sort of said, it feels like for two teams of this quality, the run to the flag starts now. They've had their break, and everything from here matters maybe just a little bit more than it did in the platform building part of the season.
Yeah, it'll be such a good night tonight. I'm really excited to see two high-quality teams. The Gabba plays so well under lights too, so it'll be really nice to see how both of them use the deck. And both play very opposite game styles, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, looking forward to this contest. Just how both sides, one's going to be super attacking. The other one's going to try and pick their way through, try and own the corridor. So, very interesting matchup. But I'm with you here, Q. I think this is going to be one of the matches of the year. And I think this is the time where, you're building yourself. You're building towards the pointy end of the season, and these are the games that you want to try and win, So both sides will be out to try and put on a show and try and get that ascendancy, particularly trying to own the corridor.
Well, I think we're probably, as footy fans, trying to work out whether the logic of one team coming off a back-to-back premiership and the other not having a great season last year, that made the result at the SCG the outlier. Around Brisbane versus Sydney games have been among, be it night or day, they've been among in fact, really the only dud games that we've had are the early game this year and the grand final in 2024 between Brisbane and Sydney. They've been really good otherwise.
That's why I love the fact that both of these sides have had a bye and they're coming together tonight. So both fresh physically and mentally. So that's why I think this is going to be a cracking game.
Let's get back to Zane Bojak on the boundary. Great work, Zano, getting our guests in the pre-game. You're settling in now, as we always expect for Thursday night footy. Takes a while for all of the patrons to get their seats. About 32,000 fans are expected tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say, Q, because it's a Sydney game and there's not as many fans, I guess you could say, here in Brisbane, they're not expecting a full house, which is disappointing, but it is a Thursday night. It's a cold evening. As you mentioned, some people might be already on their way off for holidays.
Cold?
Well, it's 16 degrees, Q, so...
Cold?
Look, okay, it's a beautiful winter night, and I really love the fact that the surface looks dry and ready for really attacking football. I noticed that when the Lions ran down the race, as they ran on to run through their banner, they all touched a pair of boxing gloves, and that comes back with what Chris Fagan's been saying this week. He wants more fight from the Lions than what they showed at the SCG in round one. Meanwhile, for the Swans, well, they just want to tune things up, and the idea is that they're going to play with their best side in the next few weeks against the best teams, and then maybe they might be able to lessen it off a little bit as they head towards the back end and some of the teams in the back 10 of the competition. But I can't wait for tonight. Gulden coming back in just makes it superb. Swans have won the last two, but Lions have won 5 of the last 7. Always a good game between these two. Hopefully a few more people get along.
Yeah, and I know you take it in good spirit, stirring up our resident, Southeast Queenslander who knows that by North Queensland standards, 16 degrees is cold.
It's puffer jacket weather.
But if you were to get 16 degrees in the evening in southern parts at this time of year,
you'd love it.
You'd be absolutely delighted with it. Just before we get into the game, teams have dropped for the weekend. Tomorrow night, Hawthorn taking on Greater Western Sydney at the MCG, and there were always going to be 2 changes for the Hawks. Impey out hamstrung, Weddle suspended. Cam Nan has been dropped, though, with Perez, Deer and Dalton coming into the team for the Hawks to take on Greater Western Sydney. Just what kind of giants are we going to get tomorrow night? No Laverty, no Hogan. We heard that during the week. So Hogan's finger needs a bit more work on it. He's had real issues, Jesse Hogan, and Jaden Laverty, who seemed to be settling in really well at Greater Western Sydney. He's out with a hamstring injury. So Grozewski and Oliver come into the team for Greater Western Sydney. A quick look at Saturday's games. No changes for the Blues as Fraserbourne looks to go 6-0. West Coast got a host of changes there. Young Dersma coming back into the team, but Kelly's out with a hamstring there. The headliners there. Pendlebury will play for Collingwood against Richmond, so he's the big in there. A couple of minor changes for the Tigers. And then for the big showdown in Adelaide, quite the number of changes for Port. Radigalea, McKinlay, both out with knee injuries. Marshall dropped, Ram dropped, Cochrane dropped. So Zirk, Thatcher, Zado, Ware, Wines and Vicentini come into the team for Port. So quite a number of changes for Port Adelaide. For the Crows, Murray and Miller are out of the team. Murray's dropped, Miller are out with a hamstring injury, but Cumming and Worrell come back in. So they're looking pretty settled, the Crows, but there's never really a favourite, is there, in a showdown?
No, it doesn't matter where they are on the ladder. Look at the last one that we had.
Yeah.
Sensational.
Absolutely outstanding. So all that and more to come for you across this weekend on ABC Sport. Okay, who wins and why? Jeff and Jamie, it's only a week off, but the nature of AFL footy these days, there is a sense of the reset button having been hit for 2 clubs that are pretty professional at getting themselves into the right position to make their move, and the moves start now.
Yeah, well, I'm Brisbane in a close one. I reckon Charlie Cameron's going to kick forward tonight. say that because if Brisbane, to win this game, they have to get the turnovers between the arc, and that means that the slingshot footy from the back line of the Swans will make them exposed, and he will be on the receiving end going the other way.
I'm going Sydney. I think it'll be close to. I was thinking somewhere between 6 to 8. And I actually think Roses. I think he might challenge some of the Brisbane defenders. I don't know if any of them have the speed and skill to chop it up with him. He hasn't been in goal-kicking form, but he might pull out another 4-goal performance tonight as well.
So we've got one expert saying Charlie Cameron's going to have a night out, and the other saying Malcolm Roses is going to have a night out. That'll be interesting.
Both small forwards.
Yeah. If you've got a thought, 0437 774 774 is the number. That's 0437 774 774. Round 16 is about to get underway with Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. If you're just joining us through the West, welcome to the Gabba. Quentin Hull and the team in place for Brisbane versus Sydney. No late changes here. It's a terrific night for footy. Both teams off the bye. Both teams ready to really accelerate towards September for their campaigns in 2026. And we get to see, well, perhaps one of the really key players for the Bloods' chances of pressing on in this season where they've set up so well. Errol Goulden making his return tonight, the first time that he is playing since the Swans beat the Lions in their second game of the season.
So the toss has just happened, Q, and the Swans captain Mills has won the toss, and they're going to kick to the left as we're looking at it, which is the school end.
Interesting too, on a night like tonight, to do the sort of academy count. Quite a few. Ballpark for Sydney.
Jeez.
There's...
How many players have come to the academy?
Yeah.
Oh. I reckon at least 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no.
I'm going to say 3. 3 from each side.
No, 7 from Sydney.
Oh, wow.
Asterisk 8, because Harry Cunningham was actually a Giants Academy prospect. But then you've got Heaney, Mills, Wicks, Goulden, Blakey, Edwards, Cleary for the Swans.
Correct way.
And then for the Lions, how many?
6.
5.
4.
4 plus 3 father-sons. So as much as Fletcher and the Ashcrofts fall in the father-son, obviously played a bit of footy around these parts as well as
Harris Andrews, Hipwood.
Yeah, so Gallup, Hipwood, Andrews and Reville, the group. But, you may have those in the traditional footy states scoff and say, no wonder they're going so well. You look at the draft history of a lot of those guys, a lot of them were overlooked a long way before they got their chance. Let's play. Here's Michael Price.
Draper over the top of Grundy, immediately to Lockie Neal. Handball backwards to Bailey. Tumbling it inside 50. Riley Bice goes back there. Ball slapped out of his hands. Big Edwards comes through for the Swans. Handballs it to Callum Mills. He tumbles a kick towards the outer wing. It's just fisted 10 metres forward by Gallup into the hands of Berry. His kick semi-smothered. It goes loose at left half forward. McKenna inside 50 into the path of Charlie Cameron. He's got Cunningham for company, and they both conspire to take it over the boundary line in the left forward pocket for Brisbane.
Grundy going behind the ball immediately, so Draper's got to get down there and make him dangerous.
Boundary throw in, the top of the Lions race. Grundy gets to the front of Draper. Clean possession. Hand pass turned over, though. Pinched by Will Ashcroft. Has one of those flying shots on goals. Got it to his boot in the flash, but he's missed everything. Kicked it near side, and it'll be another throw in. Lions attacking the right of your radio dial in this first quarter in perfect Thursday night conditions at the Gabba. Grundy beats Draper for the tap. Rode by Heaney. Hand passes to Mills. Sydney get the clearance from the back pocket. High kick from Mills to half back, and Curno's a long way up the ground. Charlie takes the mark for the Swans at right half back.
We've got a Charlie at each end and a Logan at each end as Curnow, well, he went to transfer it. He missed the target by a few metres. Luckily, McCartan can gather. He tries to measure a pass to Bice. Does so. Takes a nice mark in front of Eric Hipwood. He's at left half back on the Vulture Street side of the Gabba. Little 45 kick Chips it to Sam Wicks. There's an academy product. Kicks it down the wing looking for Grundy. Spoiled by Charlie Cameron. Roved by Fletcher. His handball was basically knocked back down to ground. It's loose at half forward. Picked up there by Grundy. Gave it backwards to Rowbottom. Kicks it to the wing. That's a nice mark. He had the height advantage, but Harris Andrews beat Caden Cleary and took the mark.
Kicks infield to Answorth, who marks just forward of half back on the edge of the centre square. Noah Answorth for Brisbane, runs a couple of paces, kicks wide to the right half forward flank. Target is Dunkley, spoiled away by Mills, and we'll see a boundary throw in. When we've got Brisbane and Geelong, we play collective Camerons. Can we play collective Charlies tonight?
Why not?
How many goals between Charlie Cameron and Charlie Curnow tonight?
Well, I've said 4 for Charlie Cameron.
Okay, well, we need a sort of a cumulative. And, of course, the ruck's back over the boundary line, so it gives us time to think. So how many do you reckon?
I'll go 6 total.
6 for the Charlies, Cameron and Curnow. What about you, Jeff? 4 for Charlie Cameron.
4 and probably 2 for Curnow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both go with half a dozen.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go with the Logans as well. McDonald and Morris, I reckon a couple there each. Throw in across half forward for Brisbane. Tapped inside the forward 50. McKenna knocked off the ball. Picked up by Callum Mills. Handball over to Riley Bice. Then to Blakey. Blakey measures a beautiful left foot kick. Gets to Chad Warner. Immediately the handball sweeps out to right half back. Finds Edwards. He kicks it to the outer wing. They're going to move it very nicely. It's with Sheldrick. He goes for the little 45 kick to find James Jordan standing on the logo on the Stanley Street wing. Once again, a kick that just barely goes the required distance. Goes back to Callum Mills. He's just forward of centre wing.
Cal Mills, third-year skipper for the Swans. Conservative kick wide to Bice. And he marks between wing and half forward, but it's absolutely stagnant, this movement from the Swans. A lot of players in front of him, so Bice uses his left boot to kick deep to the pocket. The target's Heaney. Draper fisted and then grabbed it. Is that a mark? Yep. His spoil went right up on top of his head, so he grabs it second time, and it's a mark for Sam Draper in the left back pocket. 4 minutes played, no score at the Gabba. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Draper long to a contest at left half back. Dunkley, the target, couldn't mark in a pack with a couple of others. Over the boundary line for a throw-in. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts this evening, with Zane Bojak on the boundary.
But Sydney going slow, Brisbane are really manning up behind the ball.
Yeah, flooding back
well
in numbers, aren't they, Whitey? As Draper knocks it down from the boundary throw-in. Immediately, Will Ashcroft got there first, but taken by Chad Warner, and there'll be a ball up between the wing and right half forward for Sydney on the outer side of the ground. Draper versus Grundy. I'll give that one to Grundy. He got it down to Mills. Mills handball back into the corridor. Blakey was taken to ground. No free kicks of the umpire. Ball bounced free. Ashcroft through Berry. Then it goes to left half back to Dunkley. Dunkley immediately gets it onto the right boot. The outer wing. Wicks versus... It was Jasper Fletcher, but Riley Bice got back in, gave the handball back to Wicks. He kicks it to right half forward onto the arc, and Darcy Gardner gets up and spoils Charlie Curnow. Where the arc meets the boundary at right half forward, will get a throw in.
And Zane, keep a close eye on...
Oh, hang on, no. It's going to be a free kick. There's a very late call. It was a chop of the arms against Darcy Gardner, and it's going to go to Charlie Curnow.
Nick Blakey hurt his left shoulder in that previous passage of play, and I think it exposed a little bit of a strapping underneath it as well, so I think he's carrying something.
Curnow doesn't have a shot. He just laces it into the right forward pocket. Harris Andrews with the 20-metre spoil. Lloyd, he grabbed it for Sydney, tackled off it, and Berry's kick just extracted the ball.
Got it to defensive 50, stolen by the Swans though. As Sheldrick hands it to Goulden. Welcome back. His kick though was turned over across the half forward line. Charlie Cameron there as defender marks. Plays quickly. He's got runners out the front. Looking for Neil. Wicks makes a great spoil. McKenna kicks it off the ground. Gets tripped. Ball races towards the goal mouth. Play on. First back there is Edwards for the Swans. And Sydney's got it. Hand pass to McCartan. Kicks to half back. Cunningham marks. Hands it on to Blakey. So nothing wrong with his legs. He can still run. That shoulder's a bit sore. Chips it to the wing for Grundy. Marks and has a support runner in Sarong. Uses his left boot to kick from the wing to half forward. Hits the presenting chest of Heaney, 60 from goal. Heaney plays on, kicks it into the man on the mark, and then Ainsworth just hacks it off the ground, gives away a last disposal free kick. But I think he was very surprised that Heaney kicked it into his midriff. Swans ball, Grundy to take it, just forward of the wing.
What a frenetic pace it is so far as Grundy chips it forward to find Callum Mills, prolific so far. This is disposal number 6. He just puts a 10-metre kick in as finds Errol Goulden, that right shoulder, heavily strapped. Flares off to the left of the mark, measures the pass. Right. Beautifully spoiled. Draper on Heaney, but the Swans will have it. Cleary from 50 launches a bomb. It's to the line. Hasn't made it through, no touched on the line. The first score of the game is a behind to the Sydney Swans. 7 minutes gone to the first term here at the Gabba.
This is great footy. What about that spoil from Wicks on Lockie Neal going in side forward 50? Put up so much ground.
And then Draper's on Heaney. Oh. God, it's a great game.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you. Direct inbound short. Neal inside 50 marks. Hands it to Will Ashcroft. Hands it to Reville. Hands it to Neal running through half-back. Hands it on to Rayner. Has to break the tackle of Cleary before finding a passage at centre half-back. Wobbly kick to half-forward. Blakey back in the hole. Takes the mark with Charlie Cameron leading at him. Swans ball. Blakey plays on. Looks right now. Kicks left. He's got Sarong on the wing. Gathers. Then fumbles and loses the ball on the bounce. Stolen by Hipwood of Brisbane. Kicks to half forward where McKenna has space. Gathers just before the boundary. 60 from goal. Bounces to 50. Doesn't shoot. He's passed though. Doesn't find a teammate. McCartan marks at true full back for the Swans.
Oh, they're not mucking around the Swans. It gets to Mills. Mills forward to Sam Wicks. He looks to measure a pass. Oh, well done to Goulden, who got in front of Berry. Shorter centre wing. He chips it just onto the logo out of side to find Rowbottom. As Berry goes past, tumbles to ground. Rowbottom with all the Lions in front of him have flooded, so he elects to go long inside 50. Curnow in the rear position against Ty Gallop. He spoiled it, went for the double grab, and Gallop smashed it over the boundary line. 30 metres out in the right forward pocket for the Swannies. They lead by a point. We'll get a throw in.
What a luxury move by Chris Fagan to have Gallop and Gardner playing on the two keys. And then Harris Andrews is playing on a James Rowbottom. He could have an absolute field day tonight.
Boundary throw in with the Swans in attack. They've got the only score of the game. A rush behind. From the stoppage, Heaney plays tackle on Will Ashcroft to lock it up. And we'll have another ball up. Isaac Heaney and Will Ashcroft. There is so much blonde hair and talent in that battle. Oh, it's a collective feast. Here is Will Ashcroft roving that crumb. Kicking the lines clear from the stoppage in the left back pocket. To the wing, but another blondie. Edwards is in the way. He takes the mark for Sydney.
That's where Eric's got to bring it to ground. A lot of numbers getting the fall of the ball and momentum killer sometimes.
Short pass to Sheldrick out on the outer side. He's just forward of the wing, uses his right boot to kick the Swans once again into attack, into the pocket. Gardner flies the flag. He punches the ball clear. Lloyd rode it and then got smashed in the tackle of Zach Bailey. Knocked over Jake Lloyd. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Zane Bojack.
Yeah, Lloyd's struggling to get up here at the moment, but it looks like he's going to be okay. Blakey, he's getting his shoulder tested by Logan Morris. They're onto him, Q.
Throw in. Grundy in front there of Darcy Fort. Got it down. He's dominating the hit-outs at the moment. He got down and dirty on the ground and handballed it forward. Speculator. Fletcher. He's towed it. Well, I'm not sure whether they paid it out on the full or...
boundary ump did say out on the full.
Okay, so it's dribbled off his toe. He got there first. It's going to be a free kick to Sydney. It's going to go to Errol Gould, and he's...
and now they're double-checking that it actually was out on the full.
Well, the Ark's getting involved. Yeah. No, I didn't think it was out on the full.
I was just looking at the boundary umpire, and that's what he paid.
Yep, but the Ark is overruled, and it's going to be a throw-in.
Yes.
The crowd are enjoying it, 40 metres out, so no shot on goal. Still Swans by a point. And, boy, it's a crowded forward 50 for Sydney. Basically all players forward are halfway. Here's the throw-in. Laddams now. Got the hit out. Once again, it's just a welter of Lions applying the tackle in there, and it was with Sheldrick, who was held up, and they're going to be balled up 40 metres out.
Laddams and Fort tangle. Jared Berry does the roving. His hand pass, though, doesn't clear the chop, and we'll have another stoppage as Lloyd plays tackler on Ainsworth. Perfect conditions for footy. 11 minutes and one behind. Nothing wrong with the weather. Just a hard footy to get clear at the moment. Sheldrick's up and under kick from the stoppage. Stolen by Will Ashcroft. His hand pass pinched by Goulden. No room to work, though, near the boundary. Here's a hot footy to win. Fletcher picks it up for Brisbane. Hacked clearance from the pocket towards half back. And Lohmann gets a push in the back, does he? Yes, but Ump doesn't pay push in the back. Hamling with the close attention. Over the line for another throw-in.
It's hot in the kitchen there, Q. Particularly all the stoppages. That's where their setups for both sides is really spot on at the moment. No gaps, no space.
So the throw-in. Just short of right half forward for the Swans. Laddam's got in front, slapped it forward, and it's going to go back over the boundary line in front of Will Ashcroft.
That's why Laddams is trying to hit it forward there, Q's just, Price. He's just trying to get out of that inner circle where it's just tough in the clinches.
So the hit-out's 9-2 in favour of the Swannies at the moment. Laddams versus Fort. Again, Laddams adopts the front position. Fort got it down, but Heaney got there first. Kick only went about 2 metres. Off hands. Mills back inside 50. Over the head there of Amati. It skids across the Gabba turf. Goes across the boundary line next to the behind post, and it's going to be a throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Swans, leading by a point.
No late changes for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Swans a point, Lions yet to score. Throw in with the Swans in attack. Snuckled back over the line without great creativity. Errol Goulden.
Continue to find a way to create space in this stoppage at the moment. Brisbane are doing a fantastic job of making it congested. They have to open it up.
What have they got here, Jamie? Ford to the front. Taps down. Uzi's rover. Picked up by Dunkley of Brisbane. A rushed high kick to half back. Lohmann flies from behind over Sarong. Tries to tap it clear. Sarong pinches it. Gave the hand pass to Sheldrick. Lohmann applies a tackle. Hand pass got free to Cleary. He hands it on to Jordan from 60. Kicks long towards goal, but a Brisbane mark next to the point post. Taken by Gardner in the left back pocket. Quick kick to the bearded lookalike in Fort, who's still just forward of the goal mouth.
Darcy Fort flares it across top of the goal square to Jasper Fletcher. He goes even further to find Answorth. Noah Answorth goes long towards centre wing. Great little piece of tap down from Ryan Lester. Got it to Harris Andrews. Handball to Connor McKenna. Chips it into the pocket looking for Charlie. That's the Cameron variety. Takes it 40 metres out, a very tight angle to the right.
That's one thing they've tried to address, Brisbane. When they deep inside their back 50 and they're coming out, they're trying. That's why Harris Andrews ended up being on the wing. So really good to have that big tall down the line.
So Charlie Cameron's facing back inboard. Takes a few deep breaths. Curls it around with the left foot, and he strikes it beautifully. First goal of the game goes to the Brisbane Lions. They lead it by 5 points. One straight to the Swans, one behind. 14 minutes gone. First term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's the clear difference at the moment in the game is the ability to go inside 50. Brisbane has done a great job to clog that defence and made Sydney go very slow in that forward of half, chip mark, as you both have called, where as soon as Brisbane get an opportunity to go forward, they've had speed on the ball and they get to a legitimate one-on-one playing their role.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Blakey's just come to the bench queue and they're going to have a look at that shoulder. I just want to ask the question, as a lizard, does it regenerate if it's no good?
Do you remember the TV show V in the 1980s?
Oh, dear, oh,
weren't they the lizards under the humanoid form? Mm.
Oh, dear.
Jeff, you're old enough for V, aren't you?
No, I just, when you go to history, I just listen to Pricey because he's very, very sound on that stuff.
Thursday night karaoke doesn't have the same verve as Friday or Saturday night, does it? Not yet, anyway. First goal to Brisbane, they lead by 5 points. Centre stoppage, and Sydney get the clearance. Warner with a high kick, defensive side of the stoppage. Kicks to half forward, off the pack. Rowbottom kicks off the ground for the Swans to the goal mouth, but Gardner meets it for Brisbane. Hands to Leicester, wrapped up immediately by Rowbottom. No prior. Ball up. Yeah, YouTube V TV series in the 80s.
Yep.
Had weird leather jackets as well. Neil roves the pack for Brisbane. Gets them out of trouble. Hack kick to the middle of the ground. Fort takes a tumbling grab. Near the bullseye. Has runners coming from behind. Hands it to Will Ashcroft. Kick to the pocket. Looking for Morris. It pitches in front of him near the boundary line. Morris gathers. Has Edwards for company. Morris with a squaring ball. Bailey leads. Leaps over Mills. Couldn't mark, but Rayner roves. Snaps on his left and kicks Brisbane's second goal. Rayner from the pocket. Brisbane 2 straight. Sydney 1 behind. 16 minutes first term.
They're just showing that that's where the half forwards are coming in between the arcs for Brisbane. They're trying to slow. When Sydney get the ball on the half back line, they get all their numbers, a slingshot footy. That's why last inside forward 50s for Brisbane has been so open, because those half forwards, even Logan Morris as a centre half forward, technically, was inside the square and then ran forward. So they're trying to squash up that play inside, in between the arcs for Sydney at the moment. Brisbane are, and they're doing a good job of it.
They're playing opposite footy. You would have thought Brisbane would try the chip mark game and Sydney would be having the slingshot. They're playing each other's styles at the moment. It's quite interesting to watch.
Zane?
Lakey's all good. He's back on cue.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. Lions with the first 2 goals of the game. It's going to be a free kick for a hold. It's going to go to Brisbane. Will Ashcroft will get the free kick. James Rowbottom is standing the mark. Ashcroft goes quickly. Just overcooked the kick. Rayner couldn't quite reel it in. McCartan did for the Swans. Handball forward. Missed his target in McDonald. He ends up getting it. Battles hard. Handball forward to Lloyd. Then to Sheldrick. Sheldrick sweeps it forward. Malcolm Roses spent it before acceptances. Dribbled it off his hands over the boundary line. And it's going to be a throw-in front of the ABC Sport commentary box. It is 10 inside 50s to 9 in favour of Sydney. The Lions have got 2 goals. The Sydney have only got a point.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. A round 16 opener. These two teams both coming off the bye. Laddams and Fort will both knuckle it back over the boundary line. Lockie Neal's there with Cal Mills, averaging 30 possessions a game. Lockie Neal. Gee, hasn't he been valuable? It's weird to say it, in a contract year.
Blakey free off the stoppage here, facing Sydney's goal.
Thrown on the wing. Give that tap down to Fort to Berry. Tackled off it. No free kick. Warner can't pick up. Sheldrick does for Sydney. Hands it to half forward. Hoping for McDonald. He's nudged off it. Brisbane's ball. Neal wins it. Hand pass. Doesn't create. Tap to Sheldrick of Sydney. Hands it on to Lloyd from 50. Rushed entry. Hit the chest of Cleary. That was a left foot kick in hope, which I think was shinned, and went straight to the Opera House logo at the front of the jersey of Caden Cleary.
101 playing in front, wasn't it? Just there at the right time.
So one of 7 Sydney Swans Academy players in the match day 23. Caden Cleary, man on the mark, 45 degrees to the left and 45 out. Cleary hits it well with his right boot, but left. It's a behind. Brisbane 2 goals, Sydney 2 points. 19 minutes first turn.
So it's brought back in very quickly by Darcy Wilmot and finds Darcy Fort. He's back 30 metres to his own defensive goal. He flares it out to the right to find Will Ashcroft. Poor old Caden Cleary, that's 4 goals, 17 for the year. Ashcroft kicks it to centre wing. Harris Andrews, too tall for Sheldrick, took the mark. Handball to the run of Levi Ashcroft. He skies it to right half forward. Logan Morris gets there first. 70 from goal. Right half forward. He plays on immediately. Kicks it to a dangerous area, but it's full of Swans.
Need to get a bit of height there. He just sort of on the instep.
Hambling took the mark. In the left back pocket, it is the Lions by 10 points.
Hamlin kicks the left half back on the head of McDonald, but spoiled away by Andrews. Punches away over the line, throw in left half back for Sydney, right half forward for Brisbane.
That's the second mark now that Andrews has taken on the wing. So strategy for Lions that when they're kicking in from full back, Harris Andrews to go out and be that anchor point. So whether it goes that side or goes the other side, they're still going to have tools.
Throw in. Well, neither ruck with a telling tap. Neal kicks it off the ground by Brisbane to full forward. It evades Rayner, picked up by Hambling in the right back pocket for Sydney. Clearing kick towards the flank, will pitch in front of Roses, who gathers for the Swans, does an in and away on Fletcher, handballs it to himself, keeps chasing Mally Roses like he's playing wet weather footy in the NT, but he's turned it over. But then comes in to tackle Wilmot. Great play, holding the ball. Sydney take the advantage. Poor handball put Rowbottom under pressure. He couldn't pick it up. Now Jordan has to play tackler to lock it up. And we'll see a ball up right half forward for Sydney.
Ty Gallup did well then, didn't he? They played the advantage then, Sydney, but then Ty Gallup just was alert to it.
From the stoppage, free kick to Sydney. Grundy will get that. You're seeing Mal Roses play on a bit of a dewy night. Of course, His family part of NT Footy royalty. I love the dewy conditions. Grundy hands it to Heaney. Heaney kicks across half forward, hoping for Wicks. Beautifully flighted kick. Wicks gets there to take the mark. 50 metres out, directly in front.
It was very unconventional, that mark across the 50 there. Brodie Grundy tried to draw the player on the mark to give the ball to Heaney, but was closed down really well, and Sydney got lucky that Heaney actually has a left foot for a superstar. Not many do these days.
You can see their method, though, between the arcs. They want to give the hand pass no matter what. It looked like...
Wicks from 52. Nice strike on the right boot. He's got the journey, but just left. It's another point for the Swans. Brisbane 2 goals. Sydney 3 points. Lions by 9.
So the Lions bring it back in yet again, relatively quickly. It's into the right back pocket to find Ty Gallup. The youngster puts his big slipper into it, looking for Berry, but getting there in front. That's nicely taken by Sam Wicks. His central kick missed the target, and Chad Warner, Draper, had time to fumble it, towed it off the deck, then Bailey, handball Dunkley, forward to Kyle Oman, has a bounce, gets inside 50, and he had a player in the right forward pocket. I reckon he was in two minds. He poked at it. It went wide, one behind. 13 plays 3, Lions by 10 points, 22 gone, first term.
Yeah, Tunstall inside forward 53. Oh.
Short kick in. Oh, hold on. It's a free kick going to Morris. Chop of the arms against the Swans. It's against Sheldrick. It was a poor kick in from Riley Bice, and Morris was about to mark it, and Sheldrick, and this is very lucky for Kai Lohman, who absolutely made a meal of that previous play. Went for goal when he could have laid it off to two other options. They had a 3-on-1 basically, the Lions. So the 7-point play perhaps if Logan Morris kicks this. Setting up for the snap punt, even though he's basically straight in front and 35 metres out. But it works. Logan Morris kicks the goal. Now 36 goals on the season for the young Lions forward. And Brisbane, I've got the jump at the Gabba. The Lions 3 goals won, 19 leads Sydney 3 behinds. 23 minutes first term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Jeff White and Jamie Stanton.
Been hot on the 45, haven't they already, Jamie? The Brisbane, that is. They've been standing just on the 45, not allowing Sydney to try and get that little short one, and that's what happened then. Pressed up, Logan Morris pressed up, was able to get the free kick, but even in general play, they've been trying to shut down their ability for Sydney to either give the hands or give that short 45 as a kick. Definitely,
and I wonder if that's a bit like a pen licence. Do you reckon Riley Bice has lost his kick-out licence?
I reckon at least it'll be reviewed. Back into the middle of the Gabba, the Lions chant up. They're up by 16 points early against Sydney. Off hands, Isaac Heaney goes in, and he has his opposite number 5 there, Dunkley. But they turn it over. Chad Warner to Goulden. Goulden from 55 launches one, gets to the forward pocket. Off hands, good defensive work there yet again by Ty Gallup, who belted away from Curnow. And it's going to be a throw in, just adjacent to the point post at the school end.
They stretch them now. They've got Laddams up forward, trying to stretch the height for Brisbane backs.
Grundy and Draper do battle. Well, Grundy went beyond the drop, and Draper off a knee tapped it to the advantage of Neal. Hands it off to Gallup. Short pass from the Lions' back pocket to half back, and Dunkley takes the grab, chips it around the boundary. Fletcher there to mark for Brisbane. Jasper Fletcher just beyond defensive 50 at left half back. Looks conservatively, kicks it all the way back from whence it came. Switches on. Gallup takes the mark at full back. No, but the Swans do well to stop the switch. Gallup has to kick it back from whence it came, and back to the boots of Dunkley, who's that Andrew, of course, played 217 times in the red and white of the Bloods. And see if he can get it moving. Pricey short to Fletcher, short to Berry, who dropped it.
It came off hands, though. Jasper Fletcher got involved and tried to palm it off. Should have been pinged for holding the ball, but it's turned over anyway. Chad Warner has it. 55 out, launches one and sneaks it in. The Swans get their first goal, and Chad Warner celebrates accordingly. 3-1-19 the Lions, 1-3-9 the Sydney Swans. Back to a 10-point ball game in favour of Brisbane with 25.5 gone.
Brisbane turnover, but didn't they swarm on that quickly, the Swans? They set up really, really well. They were quite balanced, and then great finish there from Warner. This is a quality player.
If you're Fags, though, you don't mind that from Jasper Fletcher, trying to get a bit of speed on the ball off their halfback. Ideally, maybe not the right timing in terms of taking on the Sydney player that tackled him, but that concept of going past, wanting the handball receive, wanting to take the game on, it's a bit like Zorko does for them when he's in the team. So I think that's a good step forward for Jasper, trying something like that.
Now to Richard, who texts from a very chilly Geelong. He says, I'm loving the call. With Wilmot, Gardner and Fort, Brisbane have more Darcys than a Jane Austen novel. Not bad, Richard.
That's not bad.
Centre stoppage, Swans clearance. The goal kicker, Warner, gets it to his boot. Rush kick to half forward on the head of McDonald, spoiled by Leicester. Ball at ground level, Rowbottom coming by but couldn't win it. Leicester does for Brisbane. Handball not all that creative. Goulden picks up near the boundary. Was he out? Ump says yes, he was. Goulden got it to his left boot, hooking it back. Just seeing Logan McDonald and Errol Goulden, I think you could put Braden Campbell in the group, that they all made their debut here a few years ago on what was an upset win for Sydney. Just a couple of their future stars started their careers for the Swans here at the Gabba. Boundary throw in, Swans on attacking 50. Grundy beautifully down to Heaney, but Heaney tackled immediately. And no clearance there. Josh Dunkley. You get him in your rear vision mirror, Pricey, you're in for a hell of a night.
Umpire throws it up. I think you're right. Draper skied it. It came off the hands of Lockneil into the arms of Jasper Fletcher. He kicked one speculating forward. Charlie Cameron a long way down. Good contested effort. Got it. Handball across here to Dunkley. Dunkley to the centre wing. Connor McKenna spoiled. Blakey gathered, tackled, got the handball forward, cut off by Fletcher to the right. He gives it to Dunkley. Dunkley at the outside of the right boot, looking for Levi Ashcroft. Did well against Bice. Gathered. Handball to brother Will. He gets it to right half forward to Logan Morris. He is 70 from goal. He's got them streaming into the corridor. That is a beautiful kick from Logan Morris. Hits Jared Berry 45 metres out, more or less directly in front.
And they had Charlie Cameron inside forward 50 by himself as well. So this is what the strategy is. Try and get the ball inside in the arcs, try and force the turnover and then be able to slingshot forward, because all their Brisbane numbers are inside in between the arcs.
We saw that in the game just prior to the bye against St Kilda for Sydney. They were absolutely murdered with turnover. That's where the Saints got the majority of their score. But Jared Berry lining up for Brisbane. Traverses the arc of 50 and middles it. They've got their boots on tonight, the Lions. Fourth goal, 4-1-25 for the Swans, 1-3-9. It's back to that 16-point margin very late in the first term.
I like this coaching move from Fags. It's a different game style from what I've seen from the Lions in terms of getting it's all of their forwards. It's not just their high half forwards. Look, Logan Morris is playing deepest most often. Not, and he's over halfway, and then it's like horses at the race course. We let the gates up and off we go. So it's quite interesting to watch, and Sydney are really struggling with it at the moment.
Something new from the back-to-back premiers picked up by Jamie Stanton for you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 4-1 to 1-3. Brisbane by 16 points. 29 minutes into this first term in perfect football conditions at the Gabba. Centre stoppage. Grundy put the knee into Draper, went over the top of him to tap down to Heaney. Heaney clears it for Sydney towards the forward line. Amadi comes out, taps it, but straight to Leicester of Brisbane. Handed to Wilmot, tackled by Rowbottom, holding the ball. And James Rowbottom has earned a free kick from 30 metres out, directly in front.
One too many steps there from Wilmot, but he's trying to take the game on and trying to not give it up. Great tackle from Rowbottom, one of the best in the competition in that front.
And for a man of his standards, it's a should kick goal, not quite the must kick, but certainly Sydney with their inside 50s, they've had 17 to 13 inside 50s for the quarter, but have only kicked 4 scores and trail the game by 16 points until this kick from James Rowbottom, which is right over the goal umpire's cap. Second goal for the Swans. Brisbane's lead 10 points at 4-1-25 to 2-3-15.
There's 2 goals there from turnovers from Brisbane, so yeah, but you have to have good balance and be able to put the pressure on, and he didn't overcommit then. Rowbottom just waiting for, and then just took his opportunity to make the tackle.
And at the moment, the way Sydney are going inside 50, is high, long, slow, and that's all because of the way Brisbane are defending. Whitey spoke about it before around Brisbane cutting off those 45s and being really good at watching those handball receives. So Sydney at the moment are going into Curnow and Amati, who aren't the greatest contested marks.
So a shout out on the text line, Q, 0437 774 774. I've got Bangers, who's on a train from Tours to Paris, 42-degree heat, listening on the ABC Listen. Well done.
In the European heatwave.
Correct. We're back into the middle of the Gabba, though. Here's a heatwave from the Swans. Mills gives it back to Warner. Warner back to Mills. They run forward, nicely tackled there by Charlie Cameron, getting involved defensively. He received the ball from Connor McKenna. Got the kick towards Kai Lohmann, spoiled by Bice, who did well. And there is the siren. What a brilliant first term of footy on this Thursday night at the Gabba. It's the Lions by 10 points, 4-1-25 to the Sydney Swans 2-3-15. All of your goal scorers are singles. For the Lions, you've got Berry, Morris, Rayner and Charlie Cameron, and James Rowbottom, Chad Warner for the Sydney Swans.
Thank you, Michael. As you mentioned, that text message number 0437 774 774. If you want to get in touch, please send us your name and where you're texting from. One game in the National Rugby League tonight, round 17 getting underway at Western Sydney Stadium. Parramatta hosting South Sydney. You can hear it on ABC Listen. Look for the green button for the NRL. South's 6 leading Para 0. First half 13 minutes old, and the third test of that England-New Zealand series. Have you been keeping across that? Bit of drama happening over there. England going from bad to worse, so it seems. Anyway.
A little bit off-field, a little bit on-field.
A little bit off-field, a little bit on-field, yep. And that third test is underway. New Zealand's won the toss and elected to bat there, and that's just got underway. And, of course, if you want to be keeping across everything that's happening with the Festival of Football in Central and North America, the ABC Sport World Cup Daily. Just look for that on ABC Listen. Mark Schwarzer, a part of our team, bringing you all of the analysis. And, boy, aren't there going to be some keen and nervous fans going to bed tonight. Looks likely that Australia will progress no matter what, but a draw or a win guarantees the Socceroos progression to the next phase and out of the group when they take on Paraguay at noon, Australian Eastern time tomorrow. That's quarter time at the Gabba. Brisbane lead by 10 points. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous faces.
And some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Great little piece of tap down from Ryan Lester. Got it to Harris Andrews. Handball to Connor McKenna. Chips it into the pocket looking for Charlie. That's the Cameron variety. Takes it 40 metres out, a very tight angle to the right. Takes a few deep breaths. Curls it around with the left foot and he strikes it beautifully.
Whaley leads, leaps over Mills, couldn't mark, but Rayner Rhodes snaps on his left and kicks Brisbane's second goal. Rayner from the pocket.
Should have been pinged for holding the ball, but it's turned over anyway. Chad Warner has it. 55 out, launches one and sneaks it in. The Swans get their first goal and Chad Warner celebrates accordingly.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Both teams fresh off the bye, so you think it would even get better from here. And the first half hour was pretty tasty. Thursday night footy coming to you live from the Gabba. My name is Quentin Hull. The two-time reigning champs, the Brisbane Lions, lead the Sydney Swans by 10 points. 4-1-25 to 2-3-15. Your experts this evening, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, can embellish the story of the first quarter of footy. It seemed pretty hard to get a kick.
Yeah, it was a great first quarter. Even though those stoppages, clearances are in favour of Brisbane at the moment, but it seemed like as soon as you got the ball, you were under the heat and you had to get your hands clear, and there was no ascendancy there whatsoever. It was more the spread, and what we've spoken about throughout that first quarter is how Brisbane's been able to, particularly their forwards, come up in between the arcs, almost Logan Morris being the deep forward, and he's pretty much inside the square. So they're really squashing up the ability for Sydney to actually get that free-flowing handball receive game happening. They've got 2 goals, Sydney, and that's based off turnovers from Brisbane in the back half. So really playing quite well at the moment, the Lions. They're squashing up. They're forcing Sydney to go wide. They've gone wide on a number of occasions, and then when they've won the ball back, they've just gone straight through the corridor and very quick, mind you. Hasn't been too many slow plays from both sides. I like that they've got Harris Andrews a couple of times. He's taken a couple of contested marks out in the wing. That's been a bit of an outlet. So if they haven't been able to get the connection, particularly in the back half of the Lions, they've kicked down long to Harris Andrews. But geez, Sydney have looked dangerous when Brisbane's had the ball and they've quickly turned it over. It's resulted in goals. So it's got to tidy that up a little bit.
I've been really impressed by the Brisbane coaching staff. Like Whitey's just touched on it there, but your best defence is also your best offence and vice versa. So with Brisbane flooding back with their high half forwards and their forwards, it's actually stopping Sydney's space to be able to use in and around the mark, because that's what Sydney are really good at. They generate handball receives in and around and behind the mark, and that's how they create their space. But with Brisbane, we're talking about the Socceroos at the moment, parking the bus a bit. They're bringing all of their numbers back to park the bus. They can't do that. They're having to go into this kick mark, and then they get to about this 50 to 70 and kicking in long, deep inside 50 to Curnow and Amadi. And I said in the call, they're not great contested marks. It's not what they're known for. They want to run and jump at the footy in a one-on-one, not a 2-on-2, 3-on-2 type thing. But then what that's doing, because they've done such a good defensive setup, it's allowing that explosion on offense that we've spoken about in this call. And Charlie Cameron's had, I reckon, the best quarter of footy I've seen him play for both sides of the ball, offence and defence. The amount of times I've seen him on the D50 arc making a tackle and then exploding forward and making something happen in the forward half has been really impressive to watch.
Oh, Tomac from Welshman's Reef is crawling home through a pea soup. Says, love the commentary. Jamie Stanton has such good insight. We just heard it there. Will we see her in a coach's box someday? Well, ... We'll get back to the footy. Second turn.
Yeah, watch this space as Chad Warner gets the ball out for Sydney Swans. Gave it to Heaney. Heaney was dealt with by Bruce Reville, so it's going to be a free kick. The ball will come back to Isaac Heaney. He's immediately given it off to Sam Wicks. Nice handball receive with pace. Gets it inside 50. Front of the pack was Ryan Lester, welcome addition. He got his hands to it first. Bailey, he couldn't quite pick it up, but he propelled it outside defensive 50. Now Connor McKenna gets involved at right half back. His left foot kick was smothered. Mills gave it back to Blakey. Blakey on the left foot, 55 out, puts it to the top of the square. It was nicely spoiled there by Bruce Reville on Sarong. At ground level, Harris Andrews goes against Logan Morris, but Logan McDonald picked up there by Ty Gallup, though. He kicks it immediately into the corridor. Hipwood spoiled by Edwards for the Swans. Edwards goes back, sweeps a handball forward to Sarong. He goes left and then changes his mind, goes right towards Curnow. Takes a good mark on the lead. Wasn't contested, Jamie Stanton. You're dead right. Darcy Gardner was left in his wake. But Charlie Curnow takes it 40 out. Very tight angle to the right.
When he can run and jump, his marking ability is so much better. It's very similar to Buddy.
Well, I reckon he will take that, Charlie Curnow, being compared to Buddy. He starts his run up from outside the arc of 50. Crowd give him a little bit of what for as he enters. Goes beyond the arc and curls it nicely. Nice drop punt from Charlie Curnow. He stands and presents and tries to get his team revved up. The Swans get their third goal and reduce the margin. 4-1-25 to Brisbane, 3-3-21 to Sydney. 4 points is the margin with nearly 2 gone.
Just his leading pattern to come at the ball. You can see that Edwards is under the pump. The only place he could possibly kick it was into the pocket. It was a great lead from Charlie Curnow. So that forward connection is so vital, particularly in these sorts of games where the pressure's on.
That was Charlie Curnow's 350th AFL goal, by the way.
And his 37th this year. Two-time Coleman medalist.
Been a great return, hasn't it?
Just settling in to his new footy life at the SCG. So the Swans have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. Back to the centre stoppage. Give Fort the ruck tap, but...
Stepped over the line there.
Grundy stepped over the line. Jeff's all on that for Ruckcraft. So Darcy Fort gets the ball back in the bullseye, has runners from behind, hands it to Answorth. Probing deep entry from Answorth to the pocket. Big fly from Hipwood, couldn't take the mark. Heaney comes through, tackled by Dunkley, who is wearing him like an absolute suit. Bailey roves for Brisbane, hands it through the congestion to Fort, gets it to his boot from 30. Purchase not great, but it dropped in the pocket and Hipwood takes the mark. In the right forward pocket, preferred side for the left-footed Eric Hipwood, back at his beloved Gabba.
Who plays that, wearing him like a wetsuit.
Oh, isn't he what? Dunkley on Heaney. That is a winning move for Chris Fagan at the moment. Now, Eric, the Gabba fans haven't felt this for a while. The nerves of a set shot from Hipwood. It's become a big part of this fan favourite's career. How's Hippie go? Hippie shake. Welcome back to the Gabba. Left foot hook from the right forward pocket. And it's a goal for Brisbane. They lead by 10 points at 5-1, 31 to 3-3, 21.
It's always a sign of fitness, Jamie, when you've been away for so long, but you contested. He was the one that went up with that contested mark, brought the ball to ground, and then it sort of spilled over a little bit. Then there was a quick kick towards the goals, and he was the one onto it. So the second and third efforts was really critical, and it shows that he's done his work when he's been in the rehab section.
He's moving well, and what I really liked about this was he still played the game. His job is to make the ground big. Tom McCartan, his direct opponent, got sucked into the contest and was ball watching. Hipwood did exactly what a forward should.
Grundy over the top there of Darcy Fort, got it down for Sydney, immediately into the hands of Goulden. They like it there. Oh, and that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
So Logan McDonald got his foot to it. He was inside attacking 50, but off his foot it rolled outside the arc and over the boundary line. So it's a last disposal free kick to Brisbane. It's immediately chipped in board, and Zach Bailey. And Bailey goes back to left half back to find Answorth. He wants to play on reasonably quickly, wheels around to the right side of the mark, kicks it straight up the corridor. Morris was bumped off it before acceptances, I reckon. Yep, the umpire spotted that one. He's taken that, Logan Morris. He's on the logo on the Stanley Street wing. No,
Hipwood.
He's given it to Hipwood. I reckon they both might have been dealt with. So Hipwood, just that... Oh. That's a tumbling left foot kick, and it's cut off easily by the Swans. It's with Sarong.
Received from Heaney. Sarong's pass dropped by Warner. Should have marked that. Hipwood with the pressure. Warner cleans up his own mess. Hand passes to the wing, but turns it over. Nearly intercepts for Brisbane. Hands to Andrew. That's a sack of a kick as well from Harris to half forward. Rayner roves, rides a tackle, hands it at the feet of Hipwood. He's buffeted off the ball. Rayner goes in to try and at least mop it up, and he does under the tackle there of Edwards, and they just have a little bit of extra tangle.
Jeez, Will Edwards. The ball drop of Hipwood and Harris Andrews didn't look in flash. Ball up. Rayner with the clearing kick to no great advantage on attacking 50 for Brisbane. Bailey makes good of it though. Hands it to Neal. Hands to Lohman. Hands to the pocket. Hipwood now with the right opposite side, but this time he misses near side with a hooking shot from 35 out. Lions by 11 at 5-2-32 to 3-3-21. Zane on the boundary.
Could you imagine if Acker was in commentary what he would have said about those two mungs?
Yes, he wouldn't like the ball drop, is what he said. It's a big, long kick playing on there from fullback with Blakey, but it's turned over in the middle of the ground. Darcy Wilmot takes it to the right to Tunstall's on the ground for Brisbane. Flares it out further, just beyond centre wing to Ryan Lester. He kicks it inside 50. In the rear position, Morris spoiled nicely by Edwards. Rode there. Charlie Cameron kicks it forward. It's actually Connor McKenna underneath all of that. He dribbled it forward, only the one behind. So 33 plays 21, 2 straight goals the margin.
Michael Price and Quentin Hull calling. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Swans and Lions, perfect conditions at the Gabba. Blakey runs to the pocket, long inbound, and Curnow, long way up the ground, takes the mark, immediately plays on. Shins the kick to half forward though, straight to Gallup of Brisbane on the half volley. Gallup kicks it to the middle of the ground. Dunkley marks, plays on, hands it to Gardner. Brisbane trying to get them on the turnover switch here. Gardner hands it to Bailey. Bailey runs infield, gets to 50, slices off a pass just beyond the fingertips of Rayner. McCartan cleans up for the Swans. Hand passes to Tobias in the pocket. Clearing kick is on the head of Lloyd. Punched away by Gardner over the boundary line. Throw in 50 from Brisbane's goal at right half forward. 7.5 minutes second term. Lions by 2 goals. 5-3 to 3-3.
That's a good kick from Gallup there, just to lower his eyes. They just don't want to bomb it, because that's where Sydney get their attacking momentum from.
Throw in, right half forward. Grundy got it down over Ford into the arms of Heaney. Handball backwards to Chad Warner. That's a sky ball, just short of centre wing. Darcy Wilmot tried valiantly, couldn't quite pull it in. At ground level, that's a slam tackle. No, it's not. I thought it might have been against James Rowbottom, against Lockneil. But umpire says no. Well held. Throw up again. Grundy v Fort. Grundy got it down, but it's sharked there by Levi Ashcroft. Kicks it inside 50. Gathered on the bounce by Logan Morris. Handball backwards to Dunkley. 45 out to the top of the square. Lohman tries to fly. Went too early. It was fisted away by Sarong through for a rush behind. So it's another one. 34 plays 21. 13 points the margin in favour of Brisbane.
And here is the 9th gamer, Will Edwards. Long kick in from the Swans fullback. Knuckled back to attacking 50 for Brisbane by Gardner. Off hands. Rowbottom plays tackler to dispose of Dunkley. Spills free. Tunstall wins it. Hands it under pressure to Dunkley. Hacked kick inside the pocket. Hits the chest of Morris. Not the most eloquent of entries inside 50. But Morris in the right spot. Takes the mark. 35 from goal.
Similar to when Cleary got marked in the forward line just in the first quarter. Just plain in front. Good positioning.
So already 1 goal tonight for Logan Morris. Takes him to 36 for the season. He kicked 53 last year to win the Lions' leading goal kicker. This assignment, you'll have to kick from about 45 metres, 10 metres in from the boundary at right half forward. Beautiful set shot. Boy, this young boy knows how to kick a goal. He's got 2. Logan Morris with an excellent set shot finish. Brisbane now to a game-high 19-point lead at 6-4-40 to Sydney's 3-3-21.
As you called, Q, he's a great set shot at goal. You nearly put him in the book straight away that he's going to kick it, but I wanted to drop him before the game started, but I love Tunstall's ground ball there, that in and under, and he used his hip and bum so well just to move the Sydney players out of the way and got the ball on the outside so Dunkley could actually get that kick away. So, you know, if he does a bit more of that, he'll probably hold his spot, but we'll see.
Seeing Dunkley's had 12 possession and Heaney's had 10. Will Ashcroft's got Heaney now, but boy, that's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. But all the matchups have been fun to watch. And there's another free kick.
Well, I'd like to... So he went across the line there.
Yeah, he's not jumping from his half of the circle.
So Draper got the free kick for Brisbane, launched it long inside 50. Hipwood got a hand to it, brought it to ground, which is his job, I suppose. It's a cut off there by Kyle Lohman. The handball extracted from Sydney, but he just flares it left, 1 behind. So another chance gone begging for Brisbane. 41 plays 21, game high 20-point margin.
And Blakey runs to the pocket. Oh, mishits his kick. Marked by Will Ashcroft, 60 from Brisbane's goal. He tried a real heat-seeking low pass for Heaney, but Will Ashcroft marks it. Kicks Brisbane back into attack. 2-on-2 in the pocket. Jared Berry had 95% of that. Not enough for the mark. Scooped up by Neal, though. Lockie Neal off the outside of the right boot. Screws it too near on the narrow side for a point. The Swans are under a bit of pressure here. Lions by 21. 6-6-42 to 3-3-21.
They're a lot cleaner at the moment, below their knees.
2 goals, 5, though. Yeah. They're not making the Swans pay as they could so far this quarter, the Brisbane Lions. It's inboarded by Sydney. It gets to Heaney. He puts it only the required distance to Sheldrick. Still inside defensive 50 for Sydney. He honours the lead there of Jordan. Jordan takes it to left half back. He's right against the boundary line on the Stanley Street side of the ground. Lions set up again well in front of him, so he goes long down the line beyond centre wing. Harris Andrews gets one extended arm to it. Well done, Charlie Curnow at ground level. Bullied his way through the pack, turned around, and then he was looking for Logan McDonald, but Froggy Lester, the trusty Ryan Lester, takes the mark, puts it to Darcy Wilmot.
Kicks the corridor and has a man. It's Andrews marking in the bullseye. Wants to play on. Shaped a hand pass and now kicks to half forward. Marked by Berry. Lions everywhere. Berry's kick inside 50, marked by Bailey, 40 from goal.
There it is again, Q. They're rolling their numbers up basically into the centre square. Then once they win the ball in the half-back line, they're all rushing back, and that's where they're just working harder.
Zane on the boundary.
Sydney at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, Logan Morris has got a problem with his index finger, Q, on his right hand up towards the thumb. So, it's been bleeding. They're trying to stop that bleeding and strap it up for him.
Okay, he's already kicked 2, Logan Morris. Zane, keep a close eye on that. Sorry about that, Whitey. Now, Zach Bailey. Called to play on, so Cleary pressures him from behind and gave away a high contact free kick. Bailey was about to be tackled by Cleary because he'd taken too long.
Well, he did. He mustn't have looked up on the scoreboard because they got the countdown happening at the moment.
But he gets another go, Zach Bailey, because Cleary got him over the shoulder. Okay, 10 seconds and counting, Zach. You'll probably be very aware of it this time. Starts his approach. Man on the marks, 50 out. Bailey with the right boot. Crowd tells you. Crowd at the Gabba tells you. And with every applause from those in the maroon scarves, they're saying, come on, Zach. Won't you be my Brisbane girl beyond this contract? Stick around, Bales. 7-6-48 to 3-3-21. The in-demand Zach Bailey kicks his first goal of the night.
That was good from you, Q. I like that one. But he's just adding a few extra dollars to the contract, no matter where he signs or where he chooses to play his footy next year. But it's really interesting. Whitey touched on it. They're working hard, but they're also working smarter. They understand where the turnover is going to happen, and they explode back the other way and really challenging. And they're getting reward for effort. They're noticing the Sydney players aren't following, and so they're putting their head down and running even harder.
Zane?
Logan Morrison's okay. He's back out. They're into the forward 50 Q.
Back into the middle. Draper over the top of Grundy. Got it down. Levi Ashcroft immediately to boot. Inside 50. Morris spoiled. Picked up, no, fumbled by Draper. He slapped it forward, though. Levi Ashcroft, the speculating handball, went to Bruce Reville. Oh, well done by Sarong. Got there first. Oh, Connor McKenna got to him first. Bumped him off the ball. Gathered. Kicked it to Logan Morris in the goal square. Spoiled by a couple of Swans, and they'll get out of here through Edwards, through hands, and Sam Wicks has a bounce.
Hands it beyond Blakey, though. Blakey has to chase. Tap to his own advantage, but Dunkley arrives to make it a 50-50 ball. Cleary's there, scrapping with him. Ball comes free, but Brisbane's way. Berry hands it out the back to Wilmot. Left half forward, 2 kicks from goal. High kick from Wilmot to the pocket. Spoil made by Edwards, rode by Rowbottom, kicks Sydney out of immediate danger, just a hack ball to half-back. Warner does well to beat Levi Ashcroft for the ball, hands it to Lloyd. Lloyd under pressure off a step, just puts it up the pipe to the wing. Wilmot punches it away from Cleary, and we'll see a boundary throw in.
They're suffocating the Swans at the moment, aren't they? Lions, they're dump kicks, they can't get their running game going because there's so many numbers up in between the arcs.
Jeff White with you on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Throw in between centre wing and left half forward for Brisbane on the Vulture Street side. It was a short throw in. Both ruckmen had to lean forward to get it, but Laddams infringed. Advantage paid. Dunkley into the pocket there. Edwards against Logan Morris. Edwards double grabbed it and tried to claim the mark. He was tackled.
He's given it deliberate.
And he's given it that the ball was taken over the boundary line deliberately by Edwards. I thought he's a bit stiff there. Zach Bailey is going to get the free kick. And he is on the boundary line. The man standing the mark is Sam Wicks, and he's 47 from goal with his right leg on the boundary line. Zach Bailey starting his run-up. Photographer won't get out of the way. So he starts it from beside the fence. Deliberate approach. Comes off the side of the boot towards the pocket. Big fly. It was spoiled. At ground level, picked up by Blakey. Just hacked it out of there. Jasper Fletcher got there first. Well spoiled by Charlie Curnow. Curnow picked it up, tackled as Eagle let loose the ball. Now it was Sheldrick. His handball back into the corridor. Charlie Cameron again. The defensive effort sublime. Handball backwards to Gallup. Gallup flares it out to the right, finds Will Ashcroft.
True centre wing, outer side. Short pass to guess who? The Corn Road Reville. Number 38 on his back. Bruce, kick and a half from goal. Kicks it around the pocket for the Lions into attack. Edwards knuckles it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Brisbane led by 10 points at quarter time. Swans did kick the first goal of this second quarter through Charlie Curnow, but Brisbane has had the last 8 scores in the game. 3 goals, 5. Brisbane scored the last 8 scores.
His Logan Morris has been important down. He hasn't been outmarked. He's not marking, but he's not getting outmarked.
Oh, Draper beats Laddams at tap time. Ashcroft roves, that's Will, breaks a tackle, hand passes to his brother. Levi's got it, tries to buff it through Blakey. Got a hand pass free. Blakey does well. He got some help. And Sheldrick arrives in the nick of time for the Swans to lock it up. But Sydney is under pressure. The 12-2 Swans trailing by 27 points. As Laddams got a boot to it from the stoppage. Gets it to half-back for Sydney, but intercepted by Fletcher of Brisbane. Kicks back to the pocket. Boy, Connor McKenna took the ride on the back of Sarong. Couldn't take the mark. Will Ashcroft comes through. Rides a tackle, hands it to Dunkley. Dunkley to Bailey. Bailey to Levi in the pocket. Has a shot on goal. Kicks it across the face and out of bounds opposite side. Free kick to Sydney. Swannies need to get out of this at the moment. They are under siege.
15 inside 50s to 5 for this quarter so far for Brisbane. They lead it by a game-high 27 points at the moment.
And Brisbane's going one-on-one behind the ball, so very countable football at the moment.
Callum Mills, long extracting kick. Berry in front. Amadi a long way down the field to spoil. Now at ground level, Sheldrick has it. Bumped by Berry as he got the kick away. Curnow in front of Gardner. Gardner spoiled at ground level. It's a stalemate. A couple of players, including Charlie Curnow and Darcy Wilmot, peel themselves off the Gabba turf, and the umpire comes in, throws it up quickly. Draper beat Laddams to it, fisted it forward. Exploding onto it was Will Ashcroft, kicked it off the deck, and it goes towards the boundary line just over the arc, so no last disposal free kick. Will be a throw-in, 48 out.
I would suggest for a man of his skill that is not an accident.
He just put it right in the corner. It just centimetre perfect, that one, wasn't it?
Got it beyond the paint to realise throw-in, not last disposal free kick. And the Gabba faithful getting behind their team. Draper nudges Laddams under the drop, but mishandled the ruck contest. Cleaned up, though, by Levi Ashcroft. Kick to the pocket off hands. Lloyd sees it over the boundary line with Morris threatening the mark again.
Yeah, once again. But they've got a spare behind the ball, so for him to bring it to ground is... She's a mountain of work this quarter, Logan Morris.
I think it was Cal Mills, in fact, out there. But nonetheless, Sydney defence, anyone, all numbers needed at the moment. Ball tossed in. Laddams wins that clean possession. Then tackled off it by Lohman. Ball spills free, top of the goal square. Rowbottom there for Sydney. Tackled again by Lohman. Locks him up. That hairdo is a bit meaner and leaner, and he's tackling pretty mean and lean, Kyle Lohman.
Yeah, he's got the slim shade. He's going off hands now. It spills in front of the goal square. Sydney desperate there. They hacked it out with Sheldrick. He bounces it beyond half-back. Getting there first was Answorth, who did well. Tapped it back into the path there. Jasper Fletcher to Reville. Through Dunkley. Now back to Ryan Lester. Gets onto the left foot. He kicks it into the pocket. Flying was Mills. Front and square Rowbottom. Immediately tackled by McKenna. Got the handball away to Mills. Off one step. He kicks it just short of centre wing. Charlie Curnow again. And Charlie Cameron. The two Charlies. But Charlie Cameron wins out. Slaps it forward towards right half forward. Got knocked over. Appealed for the free kick. Umpire says no, and the umpire will throw it in at right half forward for the Lions.
If you see a heat map on the app, it'll be a massive red splodge in attacking 50 for Brisbane. The ball has been in very much the Brisbane attacking portion of the field. Lions lead by 27 points. Throw in right half forward for the Lions. It bounces around a bit, taken by Sheldrick of the Swans. Hands it to Sarong. Sarong, he gives it on to Warner, who ran out of play. Warner then runs infield trying to bounce away, but the boundary ump says, no, you went out. Not far from you, Zane Bojack.
Yeah, Jasper Fletcher came off with what looked like either a rib injury or a winded cue, but he's looking okay at the moment with the medicos.
Keep an eye on it. Thank you. So boundary throw in, left half back for Sydney, right half forward for Brisbane. 22 minutes, second quarter. Lions by 27. Sheldrick rows the tap for Sydney. Ineffective kick. Goes again. Tries to wrestle a hand pass free. Rowbottom's there, but he's got the likes of Neal and Ashcroft hassling him. Rowbottom hacks it towards the wing. Last disposal against him. It'll be Gallop's free kick for Brisbane as the ball goes out of play off that hacked kick from James Robottom. Dangerous kick backwards. Oh, Charlie Curnow's got in the way of Harris Andrews. Gallop's kick, looking for his skipper. And Curnow knew the script. Takes the mark. And, boy, it's like landing on free parking when you've just had to mortgage your properties because you landed on Mayfair. Sydney needs something cheap here. A bit of luck. And Charlie Curnow has been gifted a chance to stem the tide. Last 8 scores in the game to Brisbane. Lions lead by 27 points. Off the Gallop error, Curnow from 45, slide angle left, right boot. Here's a thing of beauty for the Swans. Curnow's got 2, and that is a gift. That is an absolute gift for Sydney, who have been under the pump. Brisbane 7-6-48 to Sydney's 4-3-27. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton.
Well, those 3 of the 4 goals they've kicked from Brisbane errors. So, but the pressure's been on. And Brisbane have controlled the game this quarter. Unfortunate with the turnover, but, you know, they've got to come your way. You've got to make the most of it, and that's what Charlie Curnow just did then.
Zane?
Yeah, Fletcher's back on cue. He keeps feeling for that right side of his ribs, but he's going to be okay.
Curnow's been great for the Swans this quarter and this game, but Amati really needs to get going. He's gone, nearly a whole half without having a stat.
He's got near it. But that's about it, Jamie. You're dead right. Has not touched the ball so far in this game. Back into the middle. Grundy got it down. Taken by Callum Mills. Smothered there by Will Ashcroft. Gathered by Berry. Berry to the runner, Charlie Cameron. Just got in front of Chad Warner. Chipped it in front of Logan Morris, who couldn't quite pick it up on the half volley. He left it behind. Callum Mills trying hard. Gathered. Put a sky ball in, short of centre wing, off hands. Well done, Jasper Fletcher. His kick semi-smothered. Sheldrick got back there for the Swans, tackled by Will Ashcroft. He let the ball loose, and it's a couple of players from each side jump on it at the point of the centre square. Right half forward for Brisbane, and there will be a ball up. Umpire goes really quickly. The 2 ruckmen go at it. It's towed out of there by Mills again. Gets to the logo on the outer side. Ryan Lester gathered. Handball forward to Darcy Gardner. The kick barely the distance. Fort slapped it forward. Will Ashcroft tapped it with the hand, then off the deck. In front of Logan Morris. Couldn't pick it up. Bailey got there first, got one high. It was a loose arm there from McCartan. And it's going to be a free kick to Zach Bailey. He's 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Will Ashcroft at the moment up to 16 possessions, 6 clearances. He is tracking extremely well at the moment. He's been dynamic, very clean in those stoppages.
And that's the Lions 22-16 in the clearances.
Has Jordan been deployed for anyone?
No, that's what I reckon could be alarm bells at half time. So look out for that cue. Good pick up.
So Zach Bailey starts off the long run up. The countdown clock ticking down. It's expired now. He gets over the arc of 50 and launches the drop punt to the right of the goalpost, one behind. 49 plays 27. So it's a 22-point margin. The Lions lead. 26 gone, second term.
Michael Price calling with yours truly, Quentin Hull. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane led by 10 points at quarter time. They've dominated this term. 22 the lead. Oh, Bice has given a gift to Levi Ashcroft. He's kicked it straight to him. Cal Mills was in the vicinity. Blinded by the Blondes, perhaps gave it to the wrong one.
That's the second time this game they've got a turnover in that area.
It's Riley Bice has done it twice.
Yeah,
twice
and the other
Bice.
One was
not very nice though.
Yeah, Logan Morris in the first quarter.
Yeah.
They're onto it though. They've been moving really well. Brisbane trying to intercept.
Levi Ashcroft should make the most of this gift. 35 out, right foot true. Here's first. And Brisbane back to a 28-point lead. In fact, that's game-high territory. 28 points the lead for Brisbane at 8-7-55 to 4-3-27. Levi Ashcroft now has 6 goals this year.
I know in 2026 coaches are more like, it's okay, give you a bit of confidence boost, go and give it another go. But there is zero chance Bice gets another kick out in this game. Absolutely zero. But getting to the point, I'm really curious. I'd actually like Whitey maybe to touch on this at half-time, but with Laddams coming into the team, Grundy has spent more time off the ball or forward this quarter, and Brisbane have taken advantage at clearance and stoppages. So I'm curious if that's a lack of continuity with the Sydney mids or if that's just the Brisbane rucks doing a better job.
We'll find out off Jeff White shortly. That's Jamie Stanton, Michael Price will Quentin Hull as the clearance goes to Sydney. Now Grundy gathers. He was chased down by Tunstall. Still got a nice kick away into the path of the returning Errol Goulden, who takes it. And that was the first explosion out of the middle. Nice clearance one. And Errol Goulden takes the mark. He's 35 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Harris Andrews just giving him a little bit of talk, bit of banner.
Bit of advice on how to slot this one through. So Errol Goulden, very much welcome back into this Sydney Swans team. Launches it, and I've mozzed him. He's pulled it right. On the right side for a left footer there. One behind, 55, plays 28. 27 points the margin again.
Still a bit of rust from the two-time All-Australian on return from a shoulder injury. Lions short once and twice. Will Ashcroft gives it to Neil. Neil to Andrews. Chip mark for Brisbane. Still inside defensive 50. So here comes the Sydney press. And Andrews has to kick long. Towards the middle of the ground. Morris presents McCartan with the spoil, rode by Wicks, but his hand pass turned over. Dunkley picks up and toes it forward for Sydney. First to meet it, though, Lloyd for the Swans. Centre half back, the mode veteran, kicks it wide to the wing, marked by Hamling, plays on with the hand pass to Jordan. Jordan on halfway for Sydney, high kick to attacking 50. Gardner gets to the drop. Curnow was there, McDonald was there, but Gardner did well to take the grab for Brisbane. Chips backwards to Andrews. Marks kicks across the face of goal. Gallops there. Completes the switch from left side to right. Short pass to Fletcher. Fletcher kicks around the boundary line. This looks like the Brisbane we've come to know. They're sharing the ball in the defensive 50, Jeff.
Yeah, they're just playing what comes at them. They're not. Whether they go corridor, that'll come. If they go wide, they'll go wide.
No one's on the mark, so Berry strides 10 metres before banging a long ball to the wing. Edwards falls away from Hipwood. Sydney Rowe. Blakey with a hand pass to Wicks at left half back. Hands it back to Sheldrick on the wing. Hands it over the top to Lloyd. Just forward of the wing. Oh, it's an inside-out torp, which got to Roses. Marks at 60 from goal. That did come up, Roses. Kicks it towards full forward. Gardner makes the spoil on Curnow. Crowd thought it was a mark. No, Gardner had first touch. Gallop Roves and boots it to immediate safety for Brisbane. To the middle of the ground. It's on the deck and Neil picks up for Brisbane.
Here's handball. Darcy Fort back to Neil. Back to Will Ashcroft. They've retreated a little here. Answorth at right half back. He toes it forward 20 metres to find Charlie Cameron again in the defensive half of the ground. He's been doing some brilliant work in that area tonight. As the halftime siren goes, you'll hear the Gabba crowd in better voice than they have been of recent times because their Lions are 27 points in front at half-time. They led by 10 at quarter-time. The Lions 8-7-55 play the Sydney Swans 4-4-28. Your goal scorers for Brisbane, you've got the only multiple goal kicker is Logan Morris with a couple, then Jared Berry with one, Levi Ashcroft, Charlie Cameron, Eric Hipwood and Zach Bailey.
And Cam Rayner.
And Cam Rayner was the other one. Sydney Swans, you've got, well, it's four. Charlie Curnow with two, James Rowbottom with one, Chad Warner with one.
Correct weight. Thank you, Michael. Brisbane 8-7-55. Sydney 4-4-28. 4 goals, 6 to 2 goals, 1 in that quarter in favour of the hosts and two-time reigning champs. How did they do it, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton?
They're just simply getting the numbers in between the arcs. That's where they're able to force. When we're looking as from a radio listener's point of view, there's no one inside the forward 50 for Brisbane when it's played in between the arcs. They're just running the numbers up and then the slingshot footy. But it's a great game. It's hot in the clinches. Brisbane's that quarter just forced Sydney a lot of dump kicks. There wasn't a lot of connection, particularly in the back half, which is what they do. They're slingshot footy. They were pressing from behind. They were pressing from the front. They played a lot of one-on-one, so accountability football, which is really good. Great mindset to have. And they're just forcing Sydney to make some errors, and that's why they dominated that quarter, particularly going inside forward 50.
And then I think the shape and balance at stoppages at the moment, and what I mean by shape and balance is you sort of want a perfect circle or a couple of perfect circles around you, ruckman. And at the moment, Brisbane have a better setup. Of their circle looks more complete than Sydney. Sydney want to all be on that inside layer, really close under the ruckman. And that's sort of why I was asking in the call about Whitey in terms of, is that Laddams coming in and throwing that balance off, or is that just Brisbane and their mids just having that dominance in that moment in time? Because really that's, in that quarter, Brisbane were able to have the forward half dominance because of their stoppage work. They kept it in there based around the fact they'd win a stoppage, repeat entry, big long kick, booted out, as Whitey's saying, just dump kicks, and then it'd go straight back in. But it was all based off the fact that at stoppages, if it fumbled into that second layer or that second circle, Brisbane had a better opportunity of winning it than Sydney.
No, they've been much cleaner below their knees, that's for sure. I mean, Will Ashcroft's been dominant in the middle there. He's had 6 clearances across the ground. He's had 18 possessions, but just his energy. And then Dunkley's been able to, even though Heaney's had a lot of the ball, he's been able to restrict him and be right there and force him not to make as clean possessions as what he normally has throughout this year. He's superstar of the game. And then Lachie Neale's he's bobbed up. He's had 16 possessions. Fletcher's had 15. So their mids are getting a hold of the ball, which is sort of, they've had drips and drabs, haven't they? They've had, Lachie Neale will have 30 and Will Ashcroft will have 15. But now you look at that leaderboard of the possessions at the moment, it's all the midfielders, so they're in and under, and they're a lot of their leaders as well, so they're standing up and, you know, when it matters in this first half.
And Josh Dunkley with 16 possessions to go with, keeping Isaac Heaney to 12. He still has had 4 clearances, Heaney, but Dunkley's only had the 1. Just seems though that a little bit neutralised, the blonde-headed superstar from the Swans. That's something to keep a look on in the second half. Brisbane by 27 points at half-time. Around the grounds, it's also half-time in the one and only NRL game of the evening, the start of round 17 for the National Rugby League. At Western Sydney Stadium, Parramatta hosting the South Sydney Rabbitohs, and it's the Bunnies 12 leading the Eels 6, half-time. South Sydney 12 leading Parramatta 6. Text from Grant in Hobart, one of our loyal listeners, saying, you were saying it's warm in Brisbane. It's 4 degrees down here in Hobart. Go Blues. Thanks, Grant. Yeah, I just checked the temperature. It's about 15 degrees here, which may not seem too cold for a lot of our listeners, but I'm going to shout out my son's in a cohort of Year 12 students doing a sleep out to raise money for St Vincent de Paul tonight. So they might even be listening in because they can't sort of sit on and do the regular stuff. So
bit of a campfire, the beach.
Yeah, so look, you know, it's never nice, anyone sleeping rough, but Year 12 students and Brisbane kids, when it comes to cold, they're not that tough. So they'll feel cold at 15. So Grant, it's not 4 degrees like it is in Hobart, but tough enough for a group of Year 12 kids in Western Brisbane to be sleeping out tonight. If you've got a text, 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774. Half-time at the Gabba. Brisbane leads Sydney by 27 points. More from round 16 of the AFL after a trip to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard Evans. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, says at least 32 people have been killed and 700 injured after 2 powerful earthquakes hit the country. A state of emergency has been declared after the 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude quakes struck west of the capital, Caracas. Some apartment blocks have been reduced to rubble, as the BBC's Will Grant reports.
Emergency services have been working through the night to reach those trapped inside collapsed buildings. A number of neighbourhoods in Caracas have been affected. Some apartment blocks have been reduced to rubble. The sides have been torn off others. Olivio Gonzalez, who lives in Caracas, said he was lucky he was outside his apartment with his family when the earthquake struck. When he returned, he found the building completely destroyed. How many families are going to end up like this, he asked. Schools will be suspended and the main airport in Caracas has also been closed.
Venezuelan community member Scarlett Hernandez has told the ABC it's been a nervous wait to hear from her friends and family.
Right now, we don't have most of communications because the energy, Venezuela right now, they don't have energy to communicate. And so we are waiting and hoping that they can be fine.
The federal government's budget legislation has passed Parliament, paving the way for changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing. Under Labor's reforms, which come into effect in July next year, the 50% CGT discount will be replaced by an inflation-based model. Negative gearing will be limited to new property builds, but this won't affect people who have used the concession before budget night. Government frontbencher Mark Butler has welcomed the result.
This is finally giving young Australians a fair crack at owning a home. We're also getting much fairer treatment of income between wages and investment income, which allows us to deliver our fifth tax cut to wage earners as well. So it's a very, very good package.
Federal Independent MP Sophie Scomps has welcomed the creation of a new party called Community Strong Australia. Zali Steggall and Allegra Spender have formed the party to focus on community representation and bringing Australians together. Other Teal independents, including Monique Ryan and Kate Cheney, have ruled out joining for now. Ms Scomps says the party could appeal to voters who no longer feel represented by the major parties.
The Liberal Party has left the playing field and they're wondering who on earth is going to represent us if we want things like sensible and strong economic management, but we also want action on the big issues of our time, like climate change, like AI.
Fortescue CEO Dino Otranto has conceded Australia's mining giants have more work to do to address sexual harassment in the workplace. A landmark class action has been filed against the company in the federal court. The case joins two other lawsuits against BHP and Rio Tinto in alleging widespread sexual discrimination and harassment of claimants. Mr. Otranto says he takes the allegations very seriously.
This isn't the first class action we've seen in the industry over the last couple of years. In saying that, this is an extremely serious allegation that Fortescue takes very seriously. I've been briefed on the class action which was presented today.
The husband of Victorian Liberal MP Moira Deeming, who has accused a colleague of assault, has posted a message in support of his wife on social media. Meg Whitfield has more.
Former Victorian Liberal Party leader Matthew Guy is considering launching defamation action after being accused of assault by fellow MP Moira Deeming, which he strenuously denies. Ms Deeming alleges Mr Guy put her in a headlock at a community event in Melbourne's West in May. Victoria Police is investigating. Security vision from the event appears to show Mr Guy placing his hand on Ms Deeming's back during a conversation. In a post on social media, Andrew Deeming said he would never grab a woman by the back of the neck and that as a manager, if a male staff member did do that, they'd be gone by the end of the day. Both MPs declined to comment.
And in sport, the Brisbane Broncos have announced veteran centre Dane Gagai will join the NRL club on a one-season deal next year. The 35-year-old centre will leave his current side Newcastle at the end of the season. Gagai debuted for the Broncos in 2011 and played 6 times before long-term stints at the Knights and the Rabbitohs. He's now played more than 320 club games. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Gets it to his boot from 30. Purchase not great, but it dropped in the pocket and Hipwood takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Preferred side for the left-footed Eric Hipwood. The Gabba fans haven't felt this for a while. The nerves of a set shot from Hipwood. It's become a big part of this fan favourite's career. How's Hippie go? Hippie shake. Welcome back to the Gabba. Left foot hook from the right forward pocket.
And it's a goal for Brisbane. Spills free. Tunstall wins it. Hands it under pressure to Dunkley. Hack's kick inside the pocket. Morris in the right spot. Takes the mark. You'll have to kick from about 45 metres. 10 metres in from the boundary at right half forward. Beautiful set shot. Boy, this young boy knows how to kick a goal. He's got two. Dangerous kick backwards. Oh, Charlie Curnow's got in the way of Harris Andrews. Gallop's kick, looking for his skipper. And Curnow knew the script. Takes the mark. And Charlie Curnow has been gifted a chance to stem the tide. Curnow from 45, slight angle left, right boot. Here's a thing of beauty for the Swans. Curnow's got two. And that is a gift.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sydney kicked only 2 goals for that second quarter, and it was their star recruit full forward who kicked both of them, but the Lions kicked 4 goals to turn a 10-point quarter-time advantage into a 27-point lead on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Welcome back to the Gabba. Quentin Hull and the team just musing on matters here, and the scoreboard reads Brisbane 8-7-55 to Sydney's 4-4-28. So the only multiple goal kicker in the game for Brisbane is Logan Morris, who has a couple. As mentioned, Charlie Curnow with 2 goals for the Swans. Both teams coming off the bye. One of the big stories in the lead-in was the return of Errol Goulden for Sydney. His first game since round 1 at the SCG, where Sydney won against Brisbane by 44 points. So round 1/game 2 for both of those teams who played in opening round. Goulden with 8 disposals in the first half. So just finding his way, mind you, playing in a team which has not had the better of the footy in the first half. Through the stats in a moment, but your texts keep coming in. Thank you. 0437 774 774. Brett in Canberra, one of our loyal listeners. G'day, Brett. He says, hi, team. Lions look too physical for the Swans. They're hunting the ball better. Yeah, well, they certainly have in the first half. Thanks, Brett. David Hobart's responded with that about my son having a sleep out tonight. He says, kids would do that sleep out in shorts and thongs. Because it's 15 degrees here. Brisbane kids will feel it. Yeah, thank you. Rick from the Margaret River. Hello, A-Team. Many thanks for the excellent coverage. 1, can the Lions actually repeat again? 2, can they at least beat the Swans so Fremantle has an ever better chance of finishing top 2? We ponder while gardening before a big weather front arrives.
I wonder if he can pick me up a couple of things from Margaret River.
Not bad down there. Can the Lions actually repeat again? Can they at least beat the Swans? We're getting a few texts from Dockers supporters now. I got neutral last week when they were basically poo-pooing the Hawks, because everything now at the moment it's around, the purple, locking themselves in for that Western Front.
Flag
there to take a pun of the weather, but yeah.
It's Wolfie time.
Fran, thank you. Just Jeff White's always spot on. Enjoying the call on this cool night. Go Pies. We hope we don't fall down. By the way, Scott Pendlebury's back for the Pies. It's one of the pieces of news at selection tonight.
I got what you meant. It's Thursday night.
Do you think the Dockers fans are just, because they want to get the home final, they want to get further ahead on top of the ladder?
No, you reckon?
So the Sydney lose, then, it's just...
No, I reckon. I reckon there's been a bit of futures trading that's taken place on the West Coast, i.e. flights to Melbourne last week in September already, hoping that they become needed, and when everyone jumps on late in the season, it's like $4,000 to get across the middle. They'll be like, no, I've got the $800 flights back in June or July.
Not a bad call.
Come on, if you're one of them out west, you don't have to text your name, but just let us know. 0437 774 774. Freo Future Traders. The call is out to you. Are you backing it in already? No, I'm looking at Jeff. You know what it's like. A couple of seasons there, Whitey. was a different time, though.
Well, way different.
They were more
time.
green than purple back then.
You're saying they've probably already semi-booked their hotel? Just put it on?
Oh, dead set. There will be all of those booking companies. You know how you can get the cancel? The cancel.
Yeah.
There'll be stacks of hotels booked in Melbourne from Purple fans waiting with the cancellation available, there to go.
A hotel.
Or friends somewhere in Victoria that might travel if the Dockers don't make it.
And one for the Freo fans, if they're listening, is that apparently if you pull the COVID card on planes still, they refund you and give you a travel voucher. I have a friend that's done that quite a few times. Definitely not me. I can confirm that. I don't travel too much. But, yeah, apparently the COVID card still works. So they can book now, get their cheaper flights, and then pull it later.
Oh, wow, that's the dark arts, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Jamie Stanton with more than football when it comes to the expert comments.
I will back you in as a coach. That's fantastic.
Individual numbers on Brisbane's 27-point lead. Will Ashcroft, 18 disposals with 6 clearances. Only one from the centre stoppage, but still 18 for Will, 16 for Dunkley, 16 for Neil, 15 for Fletcher, and 11 for Bailey. That's the top 5 individual for Brisbane. Cal Mills with 15 for Sydney, Sheldrick 14, Blakey 12, Heaney 12, Warner 12, Bice 12. Overall, Brisbane's had plus 9 disposals, and contested-wise, Brisbane plus 4. Marks, Brisbane plus 15, so they're getting a bit of that possession game going, Jeff and Jamie. Clearances, Brisbane's way plus 5. Inside 50s, Brisbane plus 7 at 32-25. Scoreboard reads Brisbane plus 27.
So there you go, James Jordan. He on Ashcroft. Ashcroft meters gained 328.
The doctor from Dunsborough, sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
He says, can't afford flights, sorry, still paying off the 2013 grand final.
That's fair.
Jason Lissing from Dunsborough, thanks for the great call. Is the umpiring throwing the ball up straight in the middle? Grundy has a lot of experience and seems to have had a few free kicks against him. Look, that's right in Jeff White's wheelhouse.
He hasn't been jumping. He's been trying to cross the... So what his tactic is try and not jump to see if the opposition doesn't jump, then he gets a free kick. But both rucks for Brisbane have been jumping. So if you cross the line without jumping in your half, it's a free kick against, and he had 2 against him in that quarter.
How's this? Peter from Perth text. I've paid $3,600 for a return economy flights for grand final week 3 days ago. There were no business class available.
Oh.
So the big end of town's buying futures.
Yeah. Well, they're the ones that can afford it.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Hi to Michelle and Heather, 2 female Lions members listening in from Ireland. Can I get one more? I think so, yes. Hey team, listening in Karrinyup, WA. As my graduation present, we're flying to Melbourne and have snared tickets, which turned out to be even more expensive than I anticipated. I'm an Eagles fan at heart, but my excitement at the possibility of being present for Freo breaking the drought and bringing it home is growing, and I'm well and truly on the wagon, enjoying the call up the Swans. I'm one behind the lead and back them in my tipping comp. Okay. 0437 774 774. I've created a great text topic which has got nothing to do with an excellent half of football which is ahead of us, hopefully. But we'll weave it in. That's what we do. Any of your thoughts? 0437 774 774. Okay, both teams fresh off the bye, but it's the 2-time reigning champs entering the third term, 27 in front.
Draper v Grundy. Draper got it down to Lockneil. Handball under pressure back to Bailey. Immediately inside 50. Logan Morris guided the ball down on the bounce. Did well. Picked it up. Immediately collared by Sarong. The ball spills. Picked up by Will Ashcroft. Tackled by McCartan into the ground ball up. About 40 out directly in front of the Brisbane Lions goal. They're leading by 27 points. Not long after half-time. Slap forward by Draper. Towed off the deck by Will Ashcroft and out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a free kick and it'll go to Sarong in the left-back pocket for the Swannies.
This is great. One more before I finish this. Alice in Perth. Good evening, crew. Do you actually believe that anybody other than Fremantle is going to win the premiership this year? They're surely the closest things to a dead certainty that's ever existed.
It's Wolfie time.
Thank you, Alice. 0437 774 774. What do we got? Ball up at left half back for Sydney after the kick-in got there, and the stoppage. Tap down from Grundy to Chad Warner. Speaking of West Australians, he kicks it to the wing. Andrews can't take the mark. Rowbottom rose, but Andrews tackles him. Rowbottom dropped it. Holding the ball. Free kick to Harris, who kicks infield immediately to Jasper Fletcher. And he's got Mal Roses standing the mark.
That pressure there. Warner had Heaney to give the handball to, but he didn't.
Fletcher kicks infield on the 45. Looking there for Berry. Cleary got on the way to make it a 50-50 on the deck. 60 from goal. Picked up by Jordan of the Swans. Kicks it to the goal mouth. Foot races on. Amani kicks it into the post from a metre out. His first touch is a Benny Hill moment. That's the point. That's his first touch, isn't it?
Yep.
His first touch from a metre out. He has kicked it into the post for a point.
Off the ground, yeah.
Brisbane lead by 26.
The ball with Dunkley. Kicks it just short of centre wing. Heaney used his body beautifully. Got away from Harris. Andrews took the mark. Handball to Riley Bice. Gets it inside 50. Oh, through the hands of Darcy Gardner. Picked up by Chad Warner. Snap and goal. Warner's got two. And the Swans get first blood in the second half of this game. 8-7-55 to 5-5-35. 20 points the margin, the Lions lead with 2.5 gone third term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Peter Adams has had a lot of work done to the right side of his hip, so hopefully he's going to be able to continue on. But, they did a lot of work out of the back of the halftime break.
Joel Amadi is saying 7-point play. That was the plan all along.
Whitey's spoken about this heap, so I'm really taking his point. But 4 out of 5 Sydney goals have come off the back of direct Brisbane errors. At the moment, Sydney cannot find a way to goals through their own play, and they're relying on Brisbane to make errors.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts, Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Swans needed that. 20 the margin. Grundy with a big tap. Defensive side of the pack for Sydney, but it's kicked off the ground by Bailey inside 50 for the Swans, met by McCartan. Hand passes to Jordan, rides a tackle, hand pass clear, missed his target. 50-50 ball on attacking 50 for Brisbane. McCartan wins it on hands and knees, then eventually picks himself up and whacks a kick to the middle of the ground, and it's marked though by Brisbane's Lester. Plays on quickly, kicks inside 50, but McCartan gets in the way to take the intercept grab forward of full back.
He plays on by hand, gets it to Goulden straight down the corridor. That's a free kick against Draper. He got Heaney and held him by the arm, so Heaney just short of the centre circles. Plays on, tackled by Bailey. Turns the ball over, holding the ball in fact. Umpire has called it. He took off and Zach Bailey snuck up behind him.
These have been red hot on those handball seas, haven't they?
Handball received to Charlie Cameron. A little 9-iron into the path there of Cam Rayner. Shielded. Nice body work from Sam Draper, who had enough subtlety about it to allow Rayner to float in front, take the mark, 40 out directly in front.
I think Brisbane's a bit lucky there. I reckon that's probably within the protected area of Heaney's play, and you'd argue that he wasn't trailing a Sydney player close enough to be that close, but you just got to play what the umpire gives you, but it is probably Brisbane's luck at the moment.
At the moment, they're riding the luck. 14 free kicks to 7. Cam Rayner directly in front from 40 metres. He's pulled it and it's come back. He's kicked a couple, Cam Rayner. The Lions answer the Swans' early goal in this third quarter. 9-7-61, plays 5-5-35. It's back to 26 points the margin, 5 gone, 13.
It was actually good awareness from Draper. He was the one that got back, said at the start of the coverage that Grundy was playing behind the ball. Draper was the one that got in front, acted as though he was going to mark it, and then Rayner was able to mark it in front of him. So good protection there from the ruck.
Cam Rayner now up to 16 goals this season. They seem to be a bit quieter with the sing-along on Thursday night here at the Gabba.
It's subdued on a school night.
Stoppage in the middle. Grundy clearly with the first hand, but Will Ashcroft rose. Kicks Brisbane inside 50. Hit with the target. McCartan does the spoiling. It ricochets to the pocket. And Charlie Cameron Again comes past. Puts a left boot to it, but just screws it across the face from the left forward pocket for a point. Brisbane back to that half-time lead of 27 points at 62-35.
Charlie Cameron's moving as good as I've seen him for a long time. The extracting kick from the Swans has been spoiled. Nicely picked up by Hipwood, but he put the big don't argue in and it went a little bit too high. It's going to be a free kick to James Jordan. Still inside defensive 50. Lions fans didn't like it, but it did stray up around head and neck height. So he goes to the left. Finds Sheldrick. Sheldrick across to Cal Mills. He gets it down the line. Riley Bice has it for the Sydney Swans. Just forward of left half back, and once again the Lions have set up nicely. Swans desperate to get out of this situation, so it's long down the line to a 2-on-1. Harris Andrews spoiled at the back of the pack. Gallup, he gathers. It's a long kick and it's a bit of force and backs. Riley Bice takes it and he's going to have a kick from exactly the same position he just let one go a few seconds ago.
Re-signed through until 2028, Riley Bice. So miss hits the target there, looking for Heaney with a short pass. Reveal intercepts. Marks for Brisbane. Hard on the boundary. Kicks infield. Neil grabs it. Took a step. Play on calls the umpire, so Neil does that. His kick is smothered brilliantly by Warner. Leapt with his left hand. Tapped it to his own advantage. 2 bounces to half forward. Weaves around Gallup. Has another bounce on 50. Kicks a goal of the year contender. Chad Warner. Oh, love the chat at the Gabba. That was magnificent. What a goal. And he started it all by pinching the pocket of a 2-time Brownlow medalist.
And the intercept was one hand, mind you, then took off. And they've left him on. He was heading towards the bench, but the runners come out and said, no, stay on.
Wow, that'll lift his team.
What a goal.
21 the margin in favour of the Lions at 9-8, 62 to 6-5, 41. What a great goal from Chad Warner.
That's goal of the year, Q. You've called it?
I called contender.
No, I reckon
because I don't like going off too much.
Well, I'm calling it because
4 bounces.
4 bounces, the sidestep, and the one-handed smother. Not many can do that.
Back in the middle of the Gabba, one of the great goals anyway. Off hands, Blakey, the left foot to inside forward 50. Good defensive mark against Chad Warner by Darcy Wilmot. He puts it to the left to find Levi Ashcroft. Levi Ashcroft to fellow father-son in Jasper Fletcher. He gets to the outer wing, finds Bruce Reville. He goes even further forward. Lohman at left half forward, 60 from goal, plays on, tries to measure a kick and finds his man in Connor McKenna in the left forward pocket. Too easy for mine down the outer side of the ground, the way the Lions move that. McKenna, the Irishman, looks immediately inboard. He'll want to curl this one around. The man on the mark standing only 5 metres away from the left behind post. McKenna's kicked 10 so far this year. The man from County Tyrone hits the post 2/3 of the way up. 63 plays 41. It's back to 22 points the margin. The Lions lead, and we've played 9 minutes of the third quarter.
And Sarong taking a moment before running beyond the goal mouth, and a long kick in right to the middle of the ground over the head of Warner. Gardner there for Brisbane couldn't mark, but tapped at the advantage of Tunstall. Hands it back to Gardner, hands it to the wing for Leicester. Leicester for Brisbane, kicks to Rayner. Takes the mark at half forward. 65 from goal. Rayner kicks to the pocket looking for Cameron. Got dragged off it by Cunningham. He was all over him. Free kick to Charlie Cameron in the right forward pocket. Zane on the boundary.
I tell you what, Isaac Heaney's getting serious. He's just gone to his second set of boots.
Okay, maybe changing to the long stops off the mouldeds. Do they still do that?
They do. Normally not in this weather, but they do. But that's just great vision. The pocket of space. Rayner actually drew Charlie into that. He identified the space, was awesome.
Cameron, left-footed snap from the right forward pocket. That's 2 goals for Charlie, the little guy at that end. Charlie, the big guy at the other end's got 2 as well. Collective Charlies is 4. 2 apiece. Brisbane by 28 at 10-9, 69 to 6-5, 41.
There's that intercept between the arcs there, Q. Just be able, and then able to go wide. They're not afraid, Brisbane that is, to go through the corridor or go wide. Great 45 spread there from Rayner to then be able to deliver it inside forward 50. But the movement, we saw that just before as well when it was kicked to the Connor in the pocket where Kai Lohman was spreading out. So good offensive run. They're just taking what comes to them at the moment, Brisbane.
Yeah, I think you're right, Q. I think the volume's down as the a cappella version of Country Road gets enacted here. Oh, Will Ashcroft belted one, tried to extract the ball, got the handball away. Rayner tackled and held up. Umpire comes in and throws it up again quickly. Laddam's got it down against Darcy Fort, but Fort kicked it off the deck. Just a little bit forward of the centre circles. Wicks picked it up for Sydney, immediately claimed by Bailey, and will do it all again. Just beside the bullseye, Fort, as Heaney went down early. He got gathered, and he gathered the ball, and then he got gathered by Will Ashcroft. So we'll do it all again. The ball's only moved 5 metres.
Isaac Heaney's picking himself up a little ruefully. Hard to get a kick in there tonight. Fought with the tap for Brisbane. There's Heaney going through without it. Rayner wraps up on Goulden, and no clearance. Now they're starting to warm into it, I sense, Michael.
Think so.
Took him a half to get going. Laddams had it knocked out of his hand for the Swans, but Rowbottom gets it, hands it to Heaney. Clearance Sydney. Kick to half forward. Roses marks. 55 from goal. Kicks it over the lead of Amati to the pocket, and Curnow 1-2 bites, but couldn't control the third juggle in the contest with Gardner, and it's off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in.
A kick from Heaney to Roses. Wow. He had no time whatsoever at that stoppage to kick it to the favoured side.
Throw in left forward pocket for the Swans, right beside the point post. Getting it down was Laddams. Row bottom handball backwards there to Cleary. He got tackled off it, picked up by Sheldrick. He tried to clear it by foot, was sort of taken off the ball, picked up by Goulden. He's tackled one side by Levi Ashcroft, the other one from Kai Lohman a long way down inside the defensive area. Umpire will throw it up 45 out from the Swans goal. Off hands of Neal. Back to Reville. Reville skies a ball short of centre wing. It just plugs in front of Hipwood. They tap it. Now Riley Bice gathered. He handballed it back to Callum Mills. Immediately claimed by Lohman again. And the small forwards of the Lions getting heavily involved in the defensive area. Between wing and left half forward for the Swans. Umpire throws it up again. Fort got it down off the hands of Neal. And it goes over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw-in that same area, right in front of the ABC commentary box. It is 28 points the margin. The Lions lead.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. You're with Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane by 10 points at quarter time, 27 at half time. We're mid-third term. 28 is the margin in favour of the two-time premier. Boundary throw-in. Sheldrick Rose for the Swans. Hands to Goulden, hands to Heaney. Left foot kick from the wing. From Heaney to a 2-on-2. But Andrews reads it better than everyone. And once again, the three-time All-Australian and co-captain takes the mark for Brisbane. Chips in field to Will Ashcroft. Chips it to his brother Levi. Levi thought of getting it back to his older sibling, but instead kicks it wide to the wing. Neal marks. Chip mark. Bailey's got it. That's just the required 15. But Brisbane playing a little section of its keepings off here, up to halfway. Bailey to Will Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft to Tunstall. Very precise movement. They've got the ball now between wing and right half forward. Jimmy Tunstall for Brisbane. Here comes the long kick to a contest. Big pack. Laddams there, fists it away from Fort, out of play. Throw in Brisbane inside attacking 50. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, I'll take Jamie and Jeff White back into the pain hub. We're just watching Chad Warner here. He's getting treatment on his quad. Looks like he's got a cork on the left side. They hurt.
So in front of the small scoreboard, well, the one at the city end, the right, as we're looking at it, off hands. Bailey went through the traffic. Handball over the top. Connor McKenna snaps from 20 out and typically curls it around. It's his first goal, but the Lions blow out to a game-high lead of 34 points, 11-9-75 to 6-5-41. We've played 15 minutes of the third term.
That was a great tap there by Darcy Fort to hit it behind and be able to have movement. When it's in your forward line, you've got to have movement. You've got to create the space. If you don't get it, it doesn't matter. You're creating space behind you in that situation. Bailey got the was able to get the ball, then handball it on to McKenna, who's a great finish in the end. But great set play. That's what Sydney does in their forward line. They weren't able to do it when they had to stop play just before. Great finish from the Lions.
And it hasn't been Kyle Lohmann's night, but he's the one that created that set play and space for Bailey to come through the stoppage. He took Mills and pushed him straight into Bailey's opponent in Bice, and that created the space for Bailey just to run on through. So can't be your day, but it can be your moment at times.
Is there a way back for the Swans here? Mid-third term, Brisbane by 34. Draper punches it forward. Dunkley kicks it off the ground. Brisbane, any manners possible, they get it inside 50. Fort does the roving and snaps from 40, but the big fella hits the point post on the full. That's out of bounds and no score.
Tell you what, that throw up in the middle wasn't... Didn't go very high whatsoever, but at least Draper was onto it.
Cunningham with a short pass to Goulden. Marks it in the right back pocket. Errol Goulden for Sydney on return from a shoulder injury. He's kicked, a half-back has turned over. Fort marks 60 from goal for Brisbane, and there's a foot on a landmine. Nah, someone's in the 38th parallel area.
No, nobody stood, Q. Nobody stood. They all vacated.
No REM. They did not stand.
In the place where they should have.
50-metre penalty and a gift for Darcy Ford, who bangs it through from the goal mouth. And the lead for Brisbane is 40 points. And this is fast, but getting beyond the Swans. 3 in a row in quick time for Brisbane. 12-9-81 to 6-5-41.
Yeah, you asked before, Q, does Sydney have the ability to come back? They definitely have the ability, but at the moment they're not playing well enough. You got, Goulden's obviously just come back and he's an elite ball user, but that's probably not the kick in your first game back when you haven't had a whole lot of it. You've got Riley Bice, who's normally been a really good user of the footy, turning it over out of the goal square. And at the moment, Blakey can't get his run and gun off that half-back flank going. So at the moment, Sydney aren't using the ball at a high enough standard to be able to get themselves back into this.
Zane?
Yeah, Warner's back out there, guys, but don't know whether it might just decrease his pace just a little bit. He's still trying to stretch it out.
Game high 40 points, back into the middle. Draper got it down. Sheldrick sharked it. Hooked it around the body. Got it to half forward. Rowbottom did beautifully to bring it to ground. Picked up by Logan McDonald. Handball to Blakey. Can't quite pick it up. He's tracked out there. Gave the handball to Rowbottom. Knocked as he kicked it to the top of the goal square. Off hands. It's going to go through for a behind. 81 plays 42. 39 points the margin in favour of Brisbane.
And Darcy Wilmot quickly kicks in, short pass, juggled. Levi Ashcroft, probably not the required, so he had to hand it back to Wilmot. Now a rush kick beyond defensive 50. Sheldrick intercepts. That didn't work for the Lions. Sheldrick from 60. Left foot kick, back to full forward for the Swans. McDonald with the flight, couldn't really get a hand on it. Cleary tackled off it by Answorth. Tackle lingered, upset play on. Gardner kicks Brisbane clear towards defensive 50, but Hamling intercepts. Takes a chest mark, 45 from goal. And Joel Hamling, who would have thought that this would end up being his footy journey to being a part of that Dogs premiership team. 33 years of age now, just his third game of the year. And looking for a rare goal. Right boot from 50. Sprayed it. Just a score to the right side. A point. Brisbane by 38 at 81 to 43.
There's a pair of doggies out there from the 2016 Premiership, one on each side with Dunkley and Hamling. As they bring it back in Brisbane, nice kick from Jasper Fletcher and finds the other one in Josh Dunkley. Dunkley now to the right to Ty Gallup.
Switch the play to go to Harris Andrews here.
Well, he went shorter option because Tunstall just did the very fast lead. Just beyond right half-back. He's 70 from his own defensive goal. Now Andrews is hoping for it down the line. It's a very aggressive kick, but it was a 2-on-1. Heaney read it best. Takes it on the logo. He's asking for a free kick, then puts it on a platter to Amati, but getting there, Cleary got in his way, batted it away from Amati, who would have taken it. Now it's at ground level. Lions with a chance. Fletcher, he's got it tucked underneath him. Sheldrick over the top. Umpire says, I'll ball it up. 45 from the Swans goal, 45-degree angle to the left.
Tossed in the air. Draper beats Grundy for the tap. Heaney closest at the row, but he's just nudged off it by Dunkley.
That's Lasso.
And who had the last touch?
It looked like, I think it came off a Brisbane Lions player, yep.
Yeah, and that's the sort of the area where, anyway, Warner quickly with the inbound of the corridor. Curnow, the target, fisted away. It wasn't a disposal, it was last touch. That's the sort of the last part of that where everyone's saying maybe an amendment's needed. Anyway, Bailey from defence kicks to the middle of the ground for Brisbane, and Hamling there outmarks Morris. Sydney ball. Hamling kicks wide. Grundy takes the grab on halfway. And not really sure what to do. He's got a runner presenting on the left half forward flank. It's Sheldrick. Takes the mark in front of Will Ashcroft. Still 65 from goal. Sheldrick with his left boot. Sets the ball towards full forward. Draper flies. Fists it over the boundary. Toss it in next to the point post.
Did he just give the double cobra Draper up that spoil?
It was just such a nonchalant, big man, I'm going to bang this. Boom.
Oh, I just love a little bit of celebration for your own work.
That's golden fist double cobra.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, okay.
Throw in, left forward pocket. Draper v Grundy. It's been an enthralling battle. Draper got it down. Bailey slapped it away. It was picked up where the Lions player was taken high. It was Berry. Taken high by Cleary. So Jared Berry, right back pocket. And the Swans look a little stunned here as Berry goes to a 2-on-1. Oh, well done, Edwards, for Sydney. He was the one against two Lions players in Darcy Fort and Tunstall. Got there, slapped it over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in.
Brisbane 12-9-81. Sydney 6-7-43. So the Lions extending through every quarter. From 10 to 27 at the quarter and second quarter breaks, and now 38 points, getting close to three-quarter time. Heaney with the clearance, but his hand pass stolen by Levi Ashcroft. 1-2 hand pass exchange with Dunkley, then Levi's kick around the body. Tunstall gathers. Don't think it was a mark, but he gets up and plays on quickly to a 2-on-2. He kicks to the wing. No mark. Sydney off hand. Sheldrick hands it to Grundy. Lohman tackles him. And you're right, Jeff, that is holding the ball. And the free kick will go to now the shaven, bleached number 1 for Brisbane. The long locks are gone. The dead shave's just gone. Now he's peroxided it. Short back and sides. Kicks to Tunstall right half forward. Tunstall's kicked to the pocket looking for Reville. Couldn't mark, diving close to the boundary line, and the ricochet is out of play. Expecting around 32,000 fans tonight. Thursday night footy. Next stop here is what? Friday night in a couple of weeks for the Hawks. That'll be a big game. Oh no, Essendon is the next one on a Sunday. That Hawks game's still a bit away. Trip to Cardinia Park next week for the Premiers. Rayner. Oh, he bullets his way through the stoppage. Gets a left boot onto it from 30 and kicks his third goal. Another game high lead. Brisbane now by 44 points. That was the winning margin for Sydney at the SCG earlier this year. It's been switched. It's Brisbane at the Gabba by 44 at 13-9-87 to 6-7-43.
That's two forward stoppage goals this quarter, but I think that's 3 for the game. I think they had one earlier in the game, but that's definitely 2 this quarter. Just creating movement, good balance in the stoppage, getting on the move, and then just great strength there from Rayner just to shrug the tackle and then be able to finish on his left. Sensational effort.
Is this concerning for Sydney or flat? Jamie, Jeff. Off the bye, perhaps a few questions around their form the couple of weeks before their rest. I'll give you some time to think.
So Grundy got down and dirty at ground level, got the handball away to Heaney. He's pushed away from it, got the handball away to Blakey, back to Heaney. He's confronted, still got the tap away to Lloyd, who puts it inside 50 for Sydney. Gallop smashes it towards the boundary line. Well done.
That's a great diffuse of the high ball, isn't it? Just smash it over the boundary line. I think this has been great coaching tonight, Q. Well, I think they've been able to suffocate their handball receive, but by getting numbers in between the arcs, they've been outstanding tonight so far, Brisbane.
Every player on the field is forward of centre as the ruckman get it down, and Errol Goulden just claims his man there, and Jasper Fletcher, it's held underneath, will get a ball up in the right forward pocket.
Which makes me think, which team has got 2 wins in a row against Brisbane the last couple of years? The Swans did coming into this game, but that was across seasons. Holding the ball free kick here, going against Noah Answorth in the pocket, so he's hatched it and James Rowbottom was on top of him. So, well, I've answered my own question. Sydney did get them late here last year and then earlier this season. But you get what I'm saying, in the same season, when the Lions have a double up, who gets them back to back? Rowbottom left foot snap, hard on the boundary. Good kick. Really nice execution from hard on the boundary. One back for the Swans. Rowbottom has 2. Brisbane's lead 38 points.
Just can't get past Rowbottom. If he's in the vicinity and you've got the ball, you have to get rid of it or he's going to claim you. That's twice now. He's laid 2 tackles and resulted in goals for him. He's a wonderful tackler.
Must be genetics, because Charlie, my teammate's the exact same. She is a brick wall, just like her brother in defence.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Charlie Cameron's coming back on now to replace Kai Lohman. He's just been with medicos. He was feeling a little bit ill, but he's okay to continue.
I think you'd answer your question before around Brisbane and their double-ups. They're so hard to play at the Gabba. They play this ground so well. That's part of the reason why you don't get teams, winning 2 in one season on them.
Yeah, I was sort of just thinking of, the Geelong scenario from last year, grand finals.
Back in the middle, Grundy got it down, picked up by Callum Mills. He gets it to half forward. It was brought down by Ryan Lester. I think he was dealt with unfairly, and he'll get a free kick. They've taken the advantage. They move forward. Brisbane, all of a sudden, it gets to the arc of 50. Logan Morris spoiled. So Sydney has the defence with Sarong. He gathers and kicks it towards the outer wing. Leicester in front of Roses. Roses spoiled him. Nicely picked up by Berry. His handball was too hot for his teammates. Turned over. Roses through Rowbottom. Now Bice. Sweeping handball back inboard towards the corridor to Isaac Heaney. Gathered on the bounce to right half forward to Warner. Lovely little sidestep. And Joel Amati presents himself, takes a chest mark on the lead. 40 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
It's time that he's got away from Harris Andrews all night. He's done an outstanding job on Amati tonight. Well, that was what a great kick from Warner, though. Step back inside. He was going wide. Step back inside and hit him up. Great kick.
Change of the angle. So Joel Amati has kicked one behind. Let's go from 40 metres. It slews off the side of the boot, one behind. So he's kicked a couple of those as Sydney hit 50 against Brisbane's 87, 37-point margin.
Speaking about Amati, what about Logan McDonald? 4 possessions for McDonald, 2 possessions for Amati. They haven't had much of a role tonight for Sydney. Lions with the long kick into a packet left half back. Sarong crashes through for the Swans, kicks it off the deck inside 50. Well gathered by Lloyd. Hand passes to By 40 from goal, gives it back to Lloyd from the pocket. High kick to the goal mouth. Andrews just outmarks the pack. Curnow was close, but Andrews just let it fall in his lap. And he grabs it, plays on quickly with a kick to right half back. Will Ashcroft gathers, kicks it to the wing for Cameron. He just confused Cunningham with his running patterns. Great work from Charlie. Cunningham was left, right and bedazzled. Kick from Cameron to half forward, marked by Berry. Plays on, weaves around Warner. Warner had it done to others, now has had it done to him. And Berry's kick on goal is not as good. It hits the point post on the bounce. Boundary throwing, left forward pocket for Brisbane.
They really separated Sydney with their 45 runs tonight. Brisbane been able to just clear it out of it and take it on.
Throw in left forward pocket for Brisbane. Draper just threw a boot at it, picked up by Laddams. Handball there to Rowbottom. Off a step, he kicks it short of centre wing. A big pack flies. Gardner, Darcy got it down. And underneath that pack, I think it was Amati who got there all the way with Darcy Wilmot.
Yeah, we just got a text as well. Of course, Geelong beat Brisbane very easily here early in the season, which adds to the intrigue of that question next week.
It was kicked inside 50 quickly. McCartan couldn't handle it. Picked up by Edwards. Boy, I like the way he moves. Handball to right half back to Rowbottom. He kicks it to the outer wing. Gardner flies, fists it towards the boundary line. Picked up by Wilmot. Wilmot feigns to handball, then kicks a long one to half forward. Dunkley at left half forward on the arc of 50. Wheels around onto his right foot. Kicks it to a one-on-one. Charlie Cameron versus Cunningham. Picked up by McCartan. The handball away. Went over the boundary line. They're appealing for deliberate nothing doing. A throw-in the right forward pocket will ensue with the Lions leading by 37 points.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. About 100 seconds left in this third quarter. Brisbane doing it comfortably. 37 points is the lead to the two-time reigning premier. Boundary throw in. Laddams beats Draper with the tap. No rover there, but eventually Heaney got it. Oh, hand pass to Edwards. Ran into a tackle. Absolute vice-like grip from Logan Morris. No pride though, ball up. Brisbane fans don't care about the interpretation of prior opportunity, though. They just liked the tackle and wanted a free kick. Said, no. Chuck it in the air. Laddams. Oh, Draper nudges him under the drop, and the big fella snaps a ruckman special. Oh, and look at the joy of the moustache and the mullet. 25 metres from goal at the Lions race end. Freed from desire, Draper gets his first. Oh, talk of the gala of that, Jeff White. That's a 43-point lead.
Yeah, he took full advantage. He just got him under the ball, just kept on pushing him under, and that's what Laddams loves to do. Laddams loves to do that. Grundy loves to do that, but Draper took the opportunity. There's your third goal from a stoppage inside forward 50 for the Brisbane Lions this quarter. 3. Outstanding in the way they set it up, but all to Draper, just getting him under the ball, pushing him under, and Laddams didn't push back hard enough.
Zeno, can you check? Tommy McCartan looks like he's just smacked his head on the floor, and any time a McCartan hits his head on the floor, it's never ideal in this game.
No, you don't want to see that. He's had 4 concussions. Said he was going to change his approach as the Swans kick it inside 50 from the stoppage. Lloyd can't quite get rid of it. Dunkley stole the ball and just hacked it into the middle. Charlie Cameron picks it up. Oh, good tackle, Cunningham. Dragged him down. No prior opportunity. It's going to be balled up in the centre of the ground.
Mind you, McCartan is still circulating. Looks pretty comfortable, Jamie. He's there on Morris.
Well, he's making Logan Morris's life a little harder down there as Blakey extracted this kick. It was kicked inside 50. Darcy Gardner gathers. Confronted by Warner. Handball to Ty Gallup, tackled by Warner.
Hold the ball.
And holding the ball, so Chad Warner will get it 35 out. He'll be very tight against the boundary line in the right forward pocket for Sydney. He's already kicked 3. He's capable of doing anything, Chad Warner. Good decision from the umpire as well. He's facing inboard, looking to shape it around with the left foot. And he's just pulled it a little skinny. One behind. 93 plays 51. 42 points. The Lions lead.
Three-quarter time. Very close. Darcy Wilmot employed to kick in for Brisbane. Very conservative kick, which misses its target. He was hoping for Berry in the pocket. Roses arrives to pressure. Berry cleans up. His handball, though, under pressure. Warner tackled, got rid of it. Ashcroft's there, and eventually Gallup receives a hand pass, hacks it clear for Brisbane. That was a messy passage, but Edwards has got it for the Swans, kicks it back inside 50. Amani crashes the pack, couldn't take the chest mark, picked up off the ricochet by Answorth of Brisbane. Bangs it 60 metres downfield and beyond the wing. Eric Hipwood takes the mark. Is there still a late goal for Brisbane? Hipwood kicks to Morris. Morris marks 30 from goal just before the three-quarter time siren. So this will be a ceremonial shot for Logan Morris just before the final huddle.
Geez, they've been into Nick Blakey at any opportunity, you know that?
There's that 45 run as well. We've been speaking about how they all push up in between the arc and just go forward, slingshot footy.
Morris has already kicked 2 goals tonight, and he's setting up for the right-footed snap punt in the left forward pocket, only about 35 metres out. Can go on the natural arc, even though it is beyond the three-quarter time siren, unless the umpire wants to do something funky here. Now they're just lining him up. They think, yep, that's fine. Natural arc, right foot snap. Goal Brisbane, right on three-quarter time. And that's the third for Logan Morris. Brisbane go to the final change with a 42-point lead. No, the screen hasn't updated that. It's a 48-point lead.
Correct.
48-point lead at 15-9-93 to 7-9-51. Unless the umpire said that's not allowed because he stepped off the mark.
Well, nobody's updated that goal. The host broadcaster, Champion Data, or the scoreboard. So it looks like it hasn't counted.
Was the goal...
No, it looked like he went...
credited? Or did the goal umpire say the umpire say that was a non-natural arc?
Well, he hasn't... Yeah,
Did they wave the flags?
They're looking at it now.
They're looking at it now.
2 goal umpires have met in the centre circle.
I don't think it was a goal.
The scoreboard, big scoreboard, has 14-9.
Yep.
My scrapbook's got 14-9.
Correct.
And I need to add that kick. And the Champion Data has 14-9. So they have...
They haven't counted that.
They have the umpires have they disallowed? But he hasn't gone. Not like the Nick Watson one where he's gone to the right.
Yeah, and the goal umpires' flags have been waved in the centre of the ground to confirm the scoreboard score. So the snap punt is now deemed forever non-natural arc.
Non-natural arc.
That is a kick used by so many footballers in the game. Jamie, you're a current player. A thought or two before we just wrap things up here?
It's interesting because the umpire was there. There was an umpire behind who spoke to him around him doing that shot. So you would have thought, and umpires speak to us all the time. It's not unnormal for an umpire to be like, Logan, you're off your line, come here, especially at this point in time. I'm surprised. I reckon it's probably he's gone past the mark, not the start of the unnatural line. It's that within his approach, they must have deemed that he improved the angle past the mark.
Yeah.
Not the fact, because they have to allow the snap.
They allow you to go back.
Correct.
As long as you hit it, let's think of a long jump, you don't put your toe over the line, so to speak.
Correct. So they're suggesting that Logan has put his toe over the line in, and I'm curious to know, is it the plant? It's funny, we're talking about this now. I wonder if the umpire's looking at it from the planted foot or from his actual snapping foot, because the foot that connects with the ball will go past.
You're right.
The line.
He's a right footer, and you're saying that left foot plant, if that's behind the long jump plank, that should be legal.
Yes.
But maybe Australian football works on the rules that the transverse line, the ball out of play, even though it may not have bounced out of play, if the whole of the ball is beyond the line, the whole of the ball is deemed behind goal line, beyond boundary line. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that's ridiculously finical and very
pedantic.
Absolutely. And would be very, very silly for them to bring in now, because grand finals and prelims and all of that are close games, one-kick games. This could easily come up.
No goal. Brisbane by 42. Three-quarter time. We'll chew on that. You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
His kick is smothered brilliantly by Warner. Leapt with his left hand. Tapped it to his own advantage. 2 bounces to half forward. Weaves around Gallup. Has another bounce on 50. Kicks a goal of the year contender. Chad Warner. Oh, love the chat at the Gabba. That was magnificent. What a goal. And he started it all by pinching the pocket of a 2-time Brownlow medalist. 65 from goal. Rayner kicks to the pocket looking for Cameron. Got dragged off it by Cunningham. He was all over him. Free kick to Charlie Cameron in the right forward pocket. Cameron, left-footed snap from the right forward pocket. That's 2 goals for Charlie, the little guy at that end. Charlie, the big guy at the other end's got 2 as well. Collective Charlies is 4.
Bailey went through the traffic. Handball over the top. Conor McKenna snaps from 20 out and typically curls it around. It's his first goal.
Rayner. Oh, he bullets his way through the stoppage. Gets a left boot onto it from 30 and kicks his 3rd goal. Another game-high lead.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Three-quarter time at the Gabba, and Brisbane has extended it every change. 10 points the lead at quarter time, 27 at half time, 42 the lead at three-quarter time. We had a weird moment on the three-quarter time siren. Zane Bojak on the boundary. Can you help us out?
Yeah, well, Q, Channel 7 were surprised as well. Mitch Cleary is one of the biggest news hounds in the game. He saw clarification from Danny Daly, who confirmed he went off his line, Logan Morris. That's why the goal was disallowed.
Clearance from the middle. Draper straight back inside 50. It bounces past Logan Morris. Handling for the Swans. Handball forward to Mills, to Sam Wicks. He tumbles one straight down the corridor. Double-handed away there by Darcy Wilmot. Picked up Jasper Fletcher. Tackled by Heaney, and it's beside the centre circles again. 42 points the margin. The Lions lead. Slap forward. Chad Warner, handball to Sam Wicks, who's tried hard all night. Wheels around onto his right foot. Kicks it to half forward. Curnow did beautifully. Big body work. Handball to Errol Goulden. Gets to the arc of 50. The unfamiliar right foot into the path of Amati. Takes the mark. 40 out. But he's going to be kicking from the boundary line. Ty Gallop stands the mark. 40 out. He's just inside the boundary as Amati lines up. He's backing onto the fence. A few of the trainers obliged by moving the plastic chairs away from his path. But Joel Amati, only the two behinds from his two disposals tonight. Kicks it from right on the boundary, across the face of goal, into the pocket. It's slammed through for a rush behind. Draper was the man with the fist as Brody Grundy and Harris Andrews tangle.
I'm surprised he hasn't given the flex with that one too, Big Draper. Wilmot went one way, then the other, walking out of the goal mouth. Kicks it to right half back on the inbound, and Bruce Reville takes the mark at right half back for Brisbane. Near the boundary line, he'll kick it around the boundary paint near the interchange area. McKenna takes the grab.
Been very patient with this tonight, Brisbane.
McKenna just forward of right half back. A high hoping kick to right half forward. Grundy, had to go through his fingers for Sydney. Hamling Rose for the Swans. Hands it to Sarong, hands it to Rowbottom, hands to the middle of the ground for Blakey, hands it to Grundy, hands it back to Mills, hands it to half forward for Goulden. 3 steps, 60 out, doesn't go for goal. He hits Curnow in the pocket. That was nice from Sydney.
Yeah, that handball chain off the half-back line. That's what Brisbane has taken away from them tonight. That's why they're so damaging.
So, Charlie Curnow, left forward pocket, opens up the angle and kicks the goal. Third goal for Charlie Curnow. Sydney get the first of the last quarter. Swans 8-10-58 to Brisbane's 14-9-93, 35 points the lead to the hosts. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, back to that Tom McCartan incident just before three-quarter time. He's still getting treatment down in the dressing room, guys, so maybe there's a bit more to come from that concussion. Of course, he's only just back from concussion himself from an incident a couple of weeks ago.
I wonder whether the ARC has ordered that, because we did have a look at it, Jamie. You picked it up, and then I saw him running around. He seemed okay.
Yeah, the doctor was looking at it on the bench,
yeah.
And I wonder if there's going to be any repercussions there for Eric Hipwood, who dragged him down by the jumper and threw him backwards off the ball. So it might be one of those that the MRO looks at. But meanwhile, it is a 35-point margin in favour of Brisbane. Back into the middle, off hands. Chad Warner with the clearance. Gets it inside 50. Nicely spoiled there from Darcy Gardner. It spills about 45 from goal. Now it was nicely picked up, but there's again another tackle. Bruce Reville was the man who gathered the ball and did not have a lot of time, and they remonstrate with him, but it's Isaac Heaney. It was a great tackle, and he's going to have a shot at goal. He's just off to the left of centre. Reville stands the mark, 45 from goal.
And that's that new rule in terms of how umpires see holding the ball. If you have a free arm to release the ball, you have to attempt to kick or handball. You cannot allow yourself to get tackled now.
Isaac Heaney launches a nice-looking drop punt from just outside 50, but it peels to the left, one behind. 93 plays 59, 34 points the margin. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom McCartan's emerged again. He's back into the bench. He's ready to go.
Okay, thank you, Zane, which is great news for him as Fletcher strolls out of fullback, takes a bounce but turns over his kick. Curnow in front of Andrews. Poor play there from Jasper Fletcher. Charlie Curnow right half forward, 60 out for Sydney. Uses his right boot, kicks it to the corridor. Wilmot's in the way for Brisbane. Takes the mark in front of McDonald. Plays on with a hand pass to Bailey running through the right back pocket. Kicks the lines to the outer wing. Dunkley takes the grab. Hands it to Reville. It's too low. And Bruce overran it. So Dunkley has to jump on it, try and lock it up, but Heaney extracts. Hands it on to Jordan. Kicks City to full forward, and McDonald marks. 25 from goal.
That's a great grab. That is a fantastic grab. Going back with the fight of the ball. Traffic coming your way.
It was
free
falling
kick.
backwards, and Harris Andrews was in that clatter as well. Well, this is just what the Swans needed to get things going early in this final term. It seems a bridge too far. 42, Brisbane's lead at three-quarter time. They've already kicked 1-2-0 in this term, the Swans. This for 14 points to nothing to start the final quarter. Logan McDonald straight in front, 40 out, kicks the goal. 28, the lead to Brisbane. Swans with the first couple in the final term. First of the night for Logan McDonald. 93 plays 65.
It's funny, you might find that Sydney use this quarter as a bit of a see what the game style looks like under the new coaching of Chris Fagan. Like, Brisbane has tried a different game plan against Sydney tonight to counteract. Kitty Coleman spoke about it in the pre-game interview around Brisbane will try different plans tonight than round one because of the handball chains that Sydney do. So it'll be interesting if Sydney use this quarter as a can we score against a team that's going to play a different style.
So there's the Sydney Swans chant goes up around the Gabba. Thursday night footy, it's been an absolute cracker so far. Back into the middle. Grundy beat Darcy Fort, got it down. Levi Ashcroft got there first. He dived on it, flicked it out behind him. Picked up there by Lloyd. He skies one towards centre half forward. Answorth did well. Slapped it forward. Neil left it for Fort. Fort put the big slipper into it to centre half forward for the Lions. Through the hands of Charlie Cameron. Mills gathered for the Swans. Handball Grundy. Now it gets through there to Bice. Bice to the wing now. Chad Warner pursued by Lohman. Still got the handball away to Goulden. They're looking better, the Swans. Inside 50. Goulden's kick misses Cleary. Just inches away. Skids across the Gabba turf and goes out 45 metres out from the Swans' goal in the right forward pocket.
They're just going for it, aren't they, Pricey? Their handball, they're just going at every opportunity. Handball receive, even if they mark it. Handball receive.
They kicks the next couple. It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
28 the lead to Brisbane. Grundy taps down from the throw-in. 50 from Brisbane, Sydney's goal, but no clearance at the stoppage there. Answorth tackled. Wrapped up by Jordan, so tossed in the air once more. Sydney in attack. Grundy first palm, it came back to him. Hand pass, but straight to Levi Ashcroft. Brisbane clear. He hands it to Berry. Berry's kick to the wing, intercepted by Bice. Plays on quickly. Bice marks, kicks infield to Mills, hands it immediately to Wicks, who runs through the wing. Wicks with a driving right foot kick to full forward. Off hands of the pack. Amati tries to rove. He's got three lines around him tackling though. No prior. Ball up 20 metres from Sydney's goal.
Geez, they're peppering, aren't they? It's like the second quarter when it was going all Brisbane's way.
Umpire throws it up quickly off hands. Jared Berry extracting kick goes to pass right half back. Charlie Cameron got there first. It came off his toes. It's
off his thigh. No, off his thigh.
Off his thigh.
Yeah, the umpires call it.
Nice. Well spotted, Whitey. Your eyes are better than mine. Throw in is going to happen. At left half forward for the Swans, right half back for Brisbane. Gabba crowd sense the Swans are lifting, so they have as well. Throw in Fort versus Grundy. Grundy got in front, slapped it forward. It was Sheldrick who couldn't quite get rid of it. Then he did. Row bottom, his handball forward. Came back to Warner. Warner tries to break the tackle. Holding the ball. That is where the Lions have lifted.
That was right near Chris Fagan, who had his arms out as well. He was helping the umps as well out there, Fags. And now they've changed the eye.
Well, they've had a conference. It came off the Swans' toe anyway over the boundary line.
Okay,
so
that's why his arms are out. He was saying out in the full.
Holding the ball out in the full. Regardless, it's the Lions' ball with Levi Ashcroft. He goes long down the line. Big pack. Hipwood at the front. At the back, Hambling. Roving. Bruce Reville got away from Wicks. Kicks it inside 50. Lohman's got the sit. Used his body. One-handed grab. And goal. Brilliant piece of play from the showman.
And the Lions get one back, 15-9-99, plays 9-11-65. It's back to a 34-point margin.
Going back for the fight of the ball, you check your opponent and then you just stick your mid out. But it was a tumbling kick inside forward 50. It wasn't like it was a drop punt. That was a great grab.
Between the two number ones, they've given us a few decent goal highlights tonight.
Highlights tonight, yeah.
29,700, the official crowd. 29,700. Oh, that was a nice bit of trickery.
But again, Whitey, like we spoke about all night, Brisbane have gone into a really open forward line, while Sydney have gone into a congested forward line. So there's been a very clear shift in the way Brisbane have had their forward structure tonight.
Stems the tide. 34 the lead to Brisbane. Stoppage in the middle. Grundy gets a toe to whip for Sydney, but pinched by Berry of Brisbane on the edge of the centre square. Kicks it to Cameron on the lead at half forward. Has it spoiled away at the last moment by Cunningham. Rove by Wicks. Swans ball. Hands it to Mills. Hands to Rowbottom. Rowbottom back to Wicks. Sydney run to the wing. The run and gun and handball now beyond the wing through Jordan to Sheldrick. 60 out. Kicks to the pocket on the head of McDonald. And Harris Andrews says, nah. He just outmarks him pointlessly. Chips backwards to Wilmot. Wilmot to Ashcroft, Levi wide to Bruce. As impressive as that Swans build-up was, one bloke just stood there and took a mark. It's amazing from Harris.
It was the physical embodiment of nut. You call that beautifully. As it's in dispute in the middle of the ground now. Oh, Sheldrick gathered, tackled there nicely there by Dunkley. He got rid of the ball, kicked off the ground by Goulden. It goes to the arc. Warner picks it up. He's dumped into the ground by Darcy Wilmot. This has been a magnificent game of footy. 11 and a half gone final term, and it is 34 points the margin. The Lions lead. Will get a ball up 45 out from the Swans goal.
Rakeman Sherritt. Kicked off the ground by Levi Ashcroft to reveal. That was fortunate. Hold on. Everyone stopped. There's a free kick to Brisbane and all that. Now, we did see Tom McCartan come back out, but he's on the bike there. He's got the blue highlighter through him on the champion data screen.
But isn't it 15 minutes? If you do that, you have to sit it.
Yeah.
Even if you pass, you have to sit out for 15 minutes.
He's on the bike, so there'll be. I'm just keeping an eye on that as to how long it's been, because we sort of saw it happen at the end of the third quarter, but he stayed out there for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm just not quite sure how long he's got left. Anyway, Brisbane on defensive 50. Darcy Gardner receives a short pass and in turn gives one off to Levi Ashcroft. Marks it at left half back. Brisbane leading by 34 points. No man on the mark, so Levi Ashcroft rolls on 5 metres before kicking high to half forward. Hipwood misread the jump, but it's rowed by Rayner of Brisbane. Hand pass to Lohman. Oh, he's got a taste for it now. Runs to 45, kicks his second. And he opens his arms in celebratory mode as if he's just found the onion bag in the United States. Oh, we love that. That's 2 for Kai Lohman. And Brisbane go beyond the ton at 16-9-105 to 9-11-65.
It was really poor defence from Sydney then. From the original free kick and mark, they didn't number off effectively. Right in front of our commentary box, you've got Eric Hipwood running around as a free in the forward half of the ground. Sydney normally are better in their defence setup, and it's just, if you're going to do that and you're going to have a 2v1, you're going to get scored against. So good from Brisbane to identify that free.
We're just watching that celebration from Kai Lohman. Did have a bit of round ball about it, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. I think he has definitely been watching the World Cup. So there's been a 666 warning.
And McCartan's back on.
There you go.
Yep. Jeff's pointing it. Saw him, yep. Good news.
So it's a warning against Sydney. So thrown up now. Off hands, Rayner gets there first. Heaney got rid of him. The ball picked up by Darcy Fort. Tumbles one forward 10 metres. Off hands, Will Ashcroft. Flying shot from 45. To the right of the goalpost, one behind, 106. Play 65, 41 points the margin. Lions lead the Swans, 14 gone final term.
There's 2 footies on the ground.
I like what Brisbane's done tonight. When they've kicked 1 or 2 goals, they've got a little bit of ascendancy. They've stuck Rayner in the middle just to get that, and he got that clearance just then. So, smart play.
Edwards, that's a booming right foot kick from the kick-in, right to the middle of the ground. Wilmot under it for Brisbane. Cleary spoils, but Brisbane's roved as Rayner hands it out the back to Ford under pressure. Got dumped as he kicked, but still got it to half forward. And the kick is marked by Levi Ashcroft, 60 out. Plays on, no one in the goal mouth, so he kicks deep, but kicks left and kicks a point. 16-11, 107, leads 9-11, 65. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with you.
Up the middle again, Sydney. They're just going to keep attacking, aren't they? They won't hold back.
It's a kick just short of the centre circles. It's a free kick. It'll go to Sydney. It was a bit of an arm chop. Charlie Curnow in front of Darcy Gardner. Curnow plays on, wheels to right half forward and finds Lloyd. Standing the mark, Hipwood, 65 from goal. Lloyd goes back in towards the corridor, finds Hambling. He's just forward of the logo on this Vulture Street side. Lions have got just about every player in defensive area. He kicks it inside 50 and Darcy Fort takes the mark as Peter Adams looks back and said, what was that?
Fort kicks backwards to Answorth in the goal mouth, kicks it to right half back. Gallup takes the mark and plays on despite the pressure of Roses. Gets his boot to it, kicks to the wing, and Loman, he's got the juices flowing now. He rides over Bice and then got in his face and gave him a gobful after taking a mark over him. Chips it short to McKenna and he holds up. Don't know whether the extra was needed, but Kai Loman, he's just got a feel for it in this last quarter. McKenna kicks it to Dunkley, presents and marks 55 out at right half forward.
They've spread really well tonight, Brisbane. That's what they've caught Sydney off guard.
Dunkley kicks it to the goal mouth. Oh, Fort was in the chop. No, Loman comes through, hand past it. McKenna, hold on, he's out of play. No, or was it a throw? Throw from Loman. Free kick taken by, was it Jordan in the back pocket? And now Swans run through centre half back. Blakey receives, has a bounce, draws a man, hand pass to the middle of the ground, puts his man under pressure in Sheldrick. Hand pass to half forward, turned over, Lions with the ball.
Wilmot now. Well, he handballed it more or less to himself. It was cut off by Logan McDonald. Gets the handball away. Warner from 35 skids it through. He's got 4 for the Swans.
He's so quick.
He is just a quality footballer, is Chad Warner. 16-11-107 plays 10-11-71. Back to a 36-point margin. 17 gone, final term.
That was... He cut from nowhere, didn't he?
All of the good teams, all the good final teams have one of those players, right? The low 20 possession getters, but can kick a couple of goals a game and really separate themselves. Like, obviously tonight, Chad hasn't, separated himself in terms of the Sydney win, but, I think of him, I look at Zach Bailey for Brisbane or a Will Ashcroft, or I look at a Adelaide, a Jordan Dawson. Every good team has one of those players.
It's funny, we've got the number here, but I don't need to give it. As far as disposals, I'll just give the 8 clearances, 6 centre bounce clearances and 4 goals. Yeah. How many disposals? It sort of doesn't matter. But it's 24, but you know what I mean? Those key important stats. Clearance Brisbane from the stoppage. Fletcher hand passes to Reville. Reville runs to half forward. Kicks to a one-on-one between Morris and Hamling. Goes beyond them. Rowbottom picked up and dumped in the pocket. Got rid of it. Lloyd's there to help out for the Swans. Hands it back to Hamling. It was Bice kicked it across to the left back pocket. Jordan Marks hands it to Mills, rides a tackle, hand pass to half back, not great. Fletcher first to it for Brisbane, but it's stolen there by Sheldrick of Sydney. Hand pass to Gordon, dragged off his kick, picked up by Levi Ashcroft of Brisbane. Rushed, messy ball. Mills marks defensive 50 for the Swans.
He kicks it to centre half back to find Heaney, who plays on quickly. Blakey, this is the way they like to play. He takes off a couple of bounces straight up the middle. The handball to Wicks put him under enormous pressure from both Draper and Lockneil. Turnover. Now the ball's with Ryan Lester. Handball Charlie Cameron. Handball Will Ashcroft. Handball Lockie Neal. Lowering the eyes. Hits the chest of Logan Morris. And that'll do if you're a Lions fan. Great transition from the turnover, but it was the pressure that caused it. Logan Morris takes the mark. He's just inside the arc of 50, slight angle to the left.
The turnovers through the arcs, Pricey, we spoke about at the start of the game, and that's been the big difference in this contest.
And after that one just before three-quarter time. What's the bet? He kicks more drop punts from now on. Logan Morris. They're 6 goals in front, the Lions. Morris will let go from right on the arc. He is a beautiful kick. The kid is a beautiful, beautiful kick. He's got 3. The Lions extend their lead. 17-11, 1-13. Plays 10-11-71. Back to a 42-point margin, and Zane Bojack is on the boundary.
Well, he's just come back from a 15-week layoff, and poor old Errol Goulden is like a penguin trying to get off the field. He's got massive cramp in both calves. He's going to struggle for the back end of this quarter, but when he gets going, he's going to be brilliant for the Swans a little later on this season.
And tonight, I've been really impressed with how Brisbane have moved the ball, and even on that, like Whitey, you talked about the turnover within the arcs, which is really hard to stop, but Brisbane's ability to put speed on the ball tonight and transition into an open forward line has been extremely impressive. But definitely put out there that they're definitely here for hopefully a three-peat for them.
Very impressive return from the bye for the two-time reigning champs, and another centre stoppage. Will Ashcroft puts it on his left boot for touch 26. Kick inside 50. Somehow Zach Bailey gets it, finds a passage, puts it onto his left boot and kicks a goal. A little one-on-one there for a moment.
And guess who won it out of the centre bounce?
Yeah.
Rayner
to Ashcroft. Inside 50 for Bailey. And he's got 2 goals, Zach Bailey. Brisbane now, well, we thought they were sort of being challenged a bit. Swans kicked the first 2 goals, but now it's a game-high 48 at 18-11-117 to 10-11, 18-11-119, sorry, to 10-11-71.
Shows the power of Zach Bailey, though. He spins out of the tackle, and then he kicks an inside-out tall.
Yeah.
45?
That floats.
Yeah, like dead straight. That
straight
was
through the middle.
Yeah, that's impressive quad and glute strength to be able to get that horribly looking drop punt somehow going forward.
Back into the middle. Draper gets over the top there of Laddams. Flicked forward. Rayner injects himself, toes it off the deck. Then Bailey, a little bit of soccer action, does the same. Kicks it inside 50 barely. Connor McKenna worried off it. The ball spills away. Bice, he's tackled into the ground. Lets loose the ball. It was Rayner with the very aggressive tackle. Gave away the free kick, so Rolly Bice will take it. Rayner stands the mark, 45 out from his defensive goal. Bice chips it just outside defensive 50. It's taken by Sheldrick. And again, the Lions have set up beautifully in front, so Sheldrick has to go long down the line. He's aiming for Laddams, who got separation from Draper and took a very nice mark.
Kicks into the corridor. Rowbottom runs for him. Marks. Hand passes to Cleary on 50. Cleary kicks Sydney deep to the pocket. Roses with 2 to beat. Didn't mark, but wins the crumb. Left foot kick across the face of goal. Out of bounds in the opposite pocket. Did a good job there, Mal Roses, outnumbered to win the footy. Lightning reflexes to get it to his left boot. Just couldn't hit the target. So Sydney next week got the Western Bulldogs at home at the SCG. Brisbane go to Cat Park to play Geelong. What a game that will be.
Well, have they announced themselves back?
That's Thursday night as well next week. Geelong off the bye. It'll be.
Throw in, right forward pocket. Oh, Grundy got it down to Sheldrick. Sheldrick has a ping. Nice kick from 35 as the Lions are appealing. Don't know what for. Good bit of ruck work, great bit of roving. And Angus Sheldrick kicks only his 4th goal for the year, but the 11th for the Swans. 18-11-119 to 11-11-77. So we're back to a 42-point margin. The Lions lead. 23.5 gone final term. Zane.
Joel Amati was sitting on the bench for a long time. I went and inquired. He's got an Achilles problem, guys. That's not good news for the Swannies.
Okay, thank you, Zane.
The Swans, they're so good with their set plays. That was when you're on that side of the ground, hit it away, left footer coming in. They just set it up so well. They've been renowned for doing that all year.
42 points to lead to Sydney. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts, and we'll get into the rooms and sift through things. Remind you of the teams for the weekend once we get to the end of this one. Will Ashcroft again, forward of the bullseye in the centred stoppage. Kicks it to himself, then nudges it inside 50. Can't find a teammate, though. Swans in number arrive. Cunningham's hand pass, though, intercepted by Lohmann. Taps it to the advantage of Morris of Brisbane in the pocket. Hands it out the back to Tunstall from 40. Centering kick looking for Rayner, who's got 3 to beat and can't. Mills for Sydney. Wins the ball. Hands to Grundy. Hands it back to the skipper. Handed it on to Warner. Does well to evade with men around him on defensive 50. Hands through Grundy. Jordan. Hand pass then to Warner. Great gather running through the clattering tackle of Answorth. And he burns Tunstall as well. That's almost as good as his goal. And then he kicks to Rowbottom, mark 60 out. Rowbottom kicks it to the leading Cleary. Chad Warner. Wow, he's done some good things tonight. I mean, the goal was going to take some topping where he pinched Neil's pocket, had 3 bounces and a run and a weave and a goal. But even there, that pickup was amazing. It was Cleary chip short to Heaney. You sort of think of that passage of play last week, where the Bont had the one-handed gather and then snap, but there wasn't any physical presence around the Bont. Warner just did that while buffeting through tackles.
Just drives his legs so
good. Wow. Meanwhile, the other superstar, Isaac Heaney's got it. 45 from goal, man on the mark. Heaney with his right boot. That is a pure strike of the football. And Isaac Heaney's first goal of the night. Sydney keep plucking here, but Brisbane's lead is safe. It's 36. There's 4 minutes to go. 18-11, 119, plays 12-11, 73. Heaney, by the way, 30 disposals.
I was just going to say that.
So he was pretty well locked onto by Josh Dunkley early, but he's got better as the game's got longer. But that being said, as the game's got longer, Brisbane's got
better as well, yeah. I think this is their best four-quarter effort of the year from Brisbane. But that patches, haven't they, Pricey, where they've done first half's been okay, third quarter here, but this would be their best four-quarter performance of the year by far.
You have to agree with you, Jeff White, alongside Jamie Stanton on this Thursday night. And again, it's just been an absolute cracking game of football. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage on ABC Sport. There's a bit of a hold-up here. Umpire throws it back up into the middle of the Gabba. Fort beats Grundy for it. There's a whistle on play.
Again, Grundy, that's the third time he's given away a step over the line.
Yep, stepped over without jumping. So Fort with the free kick. Nobody is on Tunstall at right half forward. Fort finds him. Tunstall inside 50. Lohmann. He's got his mojo back, the showman. He's taken the mark. 45 out. He's a tight angle to the right, but the way he's going at the moment, anything could happen.
Once again, there's that 45 kick cue. Even though it was a free kick, Tunstall needs to make that position. He needs to spread out in the 45 and was able to do that. So
Kai Lohmann traverses the arc. He's from the boundary, launches a right footer across the face of goal. It came off hands. It did. Beside the point post in the left forward pocket. You'll get a throw in late in the final term, and it's the Lions by 36 points.
Still 3.5 minutes of playing time left. Ball thrown in with Brisbane in attack. Zach Bailey's tackled by Blakey. Can't escape that. If you want to get in touch on the SMS, love your thoughts. 0437 774 774. We'll get through them in the post game. Zane in the rooms as well. From the stoppage, it's shunted towards the goal line. Brisbane's attacking. Grundy has to go on hands and knees to see it safely over the boundary line. So Brisbane go to Cardinia Park to play Geelong. Geelong's got the rest this week. And then their next home game is against Essendon. Sydney host the Bulldogs and then go to Perth to play the Dockers. Boundary throw in. Will Ashcroft nudges Heaney off the ball, runs infield, right foot snap. Right to the goal line. Arc required before decision will come through. There was a Sydney defender close to the line. What's the on-field call? On-field call is touched. But it will be reviewed. That's a waste of time. Cunningham touched it a metre before the line, and the goal umpire's in the perfect spot. It's a point. Brisbane by 37.
With the arc, do you think sometimes they use it because we've paid for it?
No, it's the fear of a mistake. It's the fear of ridicule and the fear of failure.
Well, it rules a lot of decisions in life, doesn't it? The fear of failure. Long kick out from Sydney. Goes to the outer wing. Off hands. Roses now. Tries to burn Tunstall off, who manfully chases. Roses still gets a kick away. Inside 50. Charlie Curnow has battled manfully. Couldn't quite drag that one in on the second and third grab. Battles hard at ground level. Got the handball back into Grundy. He's worried off it by Lockneil. The ball dribbles inside 50 for Sydney. On the ground. Oh, well done by Ty Gallup. Got the handball away to Answorth. Gave it to Lockie Neal. And he got absolutely dumped. Big tackle.
Is that a free kick?
Oh, it's a free kick to Neal.
Yeah.
It was the big blonde in Edwards who got him. It was a beautiful tackle until he went too hard and dumped him on his head. He chipped it just short of centre wing to Cam Rayner. Rayner has contributed well tonight, goes backwards.
Just ask Zeno, he mentioned Goulden just coming off with cramp. He's got the black highlight through him on the Champion data computer, so just double check there's nothing else there. I'll take your word for it, Zeno, but with a guy of his stature and importance to Sydney, the last thing they'd want is for him to have picked something up first game back, as Brisbane is literally just playing out time here, playing ringer, Rosie, chip mark in the back line. There's 90 seconds left in the game, and you can probably hear at the moment, more than the kick of the Sharon, is the slap of the plastic seats. Everyone thinking, this is done, I'm getting out of here. 29,700 in the house, and they've been lucky to sing the song a lot here of recent times, and I don't think they want to hang around for it tonight. Want to get home, school day tomorrow. Anyway, Loman's stolen the ball right half forward for Brisbane, puts it on McKenna's head. McKenna marks 30 from goal inside the last minute of the game.
What they have done well on top of everything they've put together, just look at the replay.
Lockie Neal's just been dumped in a tackle by Will Edwards over there.
Oh,
pretty ferocious.
Looked at, and that's out of play too.
Yeah. How was it, Zane, close to you?
Yeah, not good, and plenty of pushing and shoving. Can tell you that Errol Goulden's okay, just not going to be coming back.
Yeah, okay. Connor McKenna, 40 out, tough angle in the right forward pocket. Great drop punt for a man that grew up with a round ball. He's mastered the oval Australian football projectile there with a brilliant drop punt. And Dolores O'Riordan's mob gets to sing for a second time tonight. The Cranberries crown a second goal for Connor and a 43-point margin for Brisbane.
Brisbane have just stamped their authority tonight as one of those teams that at the moment you can't count out. They're going to be at the pointy end of the season. Whether they sit there now or not, I think it's irrelevant. They've just shown that they have a game style that can shift and move depending on who they play, and that's always hard to play in September.
I'll tell you what.
Remember back to round one when they played Sydney, they didn't have Harris Andrews suspended. They had a lot of players out, so different cattle tonight.
So back into the middle, Swans will get this clearance, but once again it's cut off by Lockneil. Ball spills wide though. Chad Warner had a mighty game, picks up, has a bounce, traverses the wing and kicks it to Brodie Grundy, who takes the mark just inside the arc of 50 at the true centre-half forward position. He'll have a shot after the siren, Brodie Grundy. At the moment, the Lions lead this one by 43, regardless of the big ruckman's efforts with this shot. The Brisbane Lions fans stand up as one. But after the final siren, Brodie Grundy comes in. Let's go from right on 50.
Arc.
And it's rejected. Will it be an arc?
It'll be an arc to extend here.
Here we go. No, there is no arc. The ball was rejected on the line, basketball style. There is no score. The back-to-back premiers have taken down the high-flying Swans at the Gabba.
Brisbane now join Hawthorn and Geelong as the only teams to defeat Sydney so far in season 2026. The Swans are 12-3. The Lions now have won 3 games in a row and they're 9 wins and 6 losses and head to a salivating grand final rematch at Cardinia Park against the Cats next week. Brisbane win by 43 points. And because that last kick from Brodie Grundy wasn't a score, it ensured that the Lions won every term. Brisbane by 10 points at quarter time, 27 points at half time, 42 at three-quarter time, and 43 at the end. Lions in the final quarter kicked 5 goals for to Sydney's 5 goals. 5-4 to 5-2.
Correct.
So the final margin was
43
points. Correct. 19-13, 126 to 12-11, 83. Plenty of goal kickers for Brisbane. Logan Morris kicked 3 goals. Cam Rayner kicked 3 goals. 2 goals to Kyle Lohmann, 2 to Charlie Cameron, 2 to Connor McKenna, 2 to Zach Bailey. Single goals to Sam Draper, Jared Berry, Levi Ashcroft, Eric Hipwood and Darcy Fort. For the Swans, Chad Warner kicked 4, and among them, well, one of the early favourites for goal of the year, and a brilliant intercept and burning run down the members' wing and finish on the run from 40. If you haven't seen the highlight, get onto it. It's worth it. It was a ripper. 4 goals for Warner. 3 goals for Charlie Curnow, so collective Charlie's finished with 5. 2 to Charlie Cameron, 3 to Charlie Curnow, if you were playing along. 2 to James Rowbottom. Single goals for Isaac Heaney, Logan McDonald and Angus Sheldrick. So Brisbane has won. We'll get into the rooms with Zane Bojack. Thanks to Anne-Marie from Dandenong enjoying the call. Go Lions. Yep, she's in touch on the text. What have you got to say for us? 0437 774 774 is the number. Both teams coming off the bye. What do we go away thinking? Jeff White and Jamie Stanton.
They just outmuscled them, outworked them. That was a ripping game. That first quarter, that was hot. And for the entire game, the tackling for both sides was unreal, and how clean. Just Brisbane at the end, they just outworked Sydney, especially their 45s. They went through the corridor, but they weren't afraid to go wide as well. And their foot skills were really good. They controlled a lot of the game, and then be able to then not only winning the contest, but also the uncontested running. They're just clean below their knees, and that was a great full quarter effort from the Brisbane Lions tonight. That was an outstanding win.
Yeah, it looked like 2 teams that one had the bye and one didn't a little bit. Brisbane looked like the bye really freshened them up, and that they went to work in some of their areas that needed improvement and tinkered really well. And Sydney were the polar opposite. They looked a bit flat and looked like they sort of came in thinking, the plan we rolled in round one will roll again and we'll be able to take Brisbane at the Gabba. So I think you got to give credit, obviously, to the players to be able to execute the plan. But I think the coaching staff of Brisbane, led obviously by Fags, did a great job tonight in terms of creating a setup and a structure that nullified what Sydney's extremely good at, which is that forward handball game, and then took advantage of the Sydney players who will be all running forward of the football, trying to get onto that forward handball, and they were just able to counter-attack the back the other way. So, I think Brisbane did a great job over their break and fixing some weaknesses, while Sydney probably maybe didn't use the break.
And just energy and balance around the ball as well. Getting their forwards to come up in between the arcs, create a bit of balance. You can have as many numbers in between the arc, but if you're not balanced around the contest, sides like Sydney will tear you apart. And Sydney just weren't able to do that tonight. They had some patches in the last quarter, and they knew they were down. They just took on the game, but for a big portion of the game, they were suffocated. The Brisbane went on one when they had the ball and they were slow play, so a lot of accountability. But then they worked for each other. They were able to have balance. There wasn't many times tonight where it was 2-1. They just really had some good balance around the play.
And I know my friends who are Swan supporters will be again saying, look at the output from the three tall forwards on a night where we play an opponent who's regarded as one of the better teams in the competition. Unfortunately for Joel Amadi, he finished the night with Achilles injury, but he was pretty ineffective to that point. He kicked 2 points from 3 kicks. Logan McDonald had 7 kicks and kicked 1 goal. And you don't expect high numbers from those guys. And Curnow kicked his 3, but, we've spoken about the 3-headed monster at the Adelaide Crows. Well, the trident at the Swans is anything but in that regard.
Yeah, the key forwards at the Swans, I said in the call, they're not contested marking styles. They're all very similar in terms of the way they play. Like, I think a little bit like, I feel like Geelong have had it the best over the previous years and maybe a little bit now, but they've had that Hawkins style, which is the contested marking. I'll own the inside 30, kick it to me and I'll make a contest and it'll fall to the favour of my team. Or you've got the Cameron style that leads up, creates space, finds pockets of space, which is what I think Brisbane had really well tonight with their resting ruckman forward, with Hipwood, with Logan. But Sydney don't have that. Their 3 are very similar. They all want it on the lead. The one that is probably owns that contested marking is the one that we're watching now run laps around the Gabba with nobody here is McLean. And at the moment, he can't get a game, even though he kicks extremely straight. So it'll be interesting to see after this performance if they change. But then also, too, tonight they had Laddams in, which throws another spanner in the works as well.
More from Jamie in a moment. Chris from Carrydale on the text says front-running Swans have been exposed. It was no secret all year. 0437 774 774 to have your say. Brisbane has won by 43 points. Let's get into the victor's room. Zane Bojack to welcome them in.
And I'll tell you what, Ryan Lester's a very proud man. Coming off that calf injury, he was the first person into the rooms, along with Cam Rayner, who's in an outstanding game. He, of course, got 3 goals tonight. Jared Berry puts his arms around Froggy and says, thank you for your performance tonight, mate. Ty Gallup, they're all there. Darcy Wilmot. We're going to have a chat to Kai Lohman a little later on. Keen to find out how much peroxide's in that hair. He's about to get into the huddle as well. Look at those cornrows on Bruce Reville. Whoa! Bruce is looking spectacular, along with Logan Morris, who also kicked 3 tonight. They're coming in dribs and drabs, but there's a lot of happiness here, Q. 3 wins in a row now for the Lions after they were just steadying in the middle of the season. Captain Courageous Harris Andrews comes in. Here we go. Oh, hang on, we're waiting. Oh, there was no Lockie Neal. Here we go. Now we're ready. No, we're still waiting. Here's Charlie. Cameron's in. the season for the Brisbane Lions. A very popular one over the high-flying Swans. Next up, the big Geelong Cats grand final rematch queue down in Cardinia Park.
And we'll stay close to you. Looking forward to hearing from Kai Lohmann as the charge of the Light Brigade takes place on the Gabba. Kick to kick tonight. The famous cricketing pitch square has been cordoned off. And, I reckon there are 15 security guards ensuring there are, plus 2 policemen, 3 policemen, ensuring there's no breaches. And
this is better than the Carrara Stadium. They just let them go through the centre.
And there's a St John's ambulance out there with a wheelchair just in case someone has a tumble.
I saw them, yeah.
Well prepared.
Wow. That's quite the presence to ensure...
That is good presence.
That they're not going to get onto the cricket pitch. G'day team, Phil from Victoria texts, the Swans will sort themselves out. I believe that. They're not done yet. Warner didn't lower his colours tonight. He has picked up. Yep, he was great. I like the choice of songs the ground puts on. Surprising. Thank you, Phil. Mark from Canberra, great win for the Lions. Latham should get 2 or 3 weeks suspension for the tackle on Neil. The AFL have to change the stupid rules on kicks for goal.
Oh.
Yeah, so I
was it? I don't think it was Ladders. Was it Edwards?
No, it was Edwards who smashed Neil into the ground, unless there was another tackle that we didn't see. And what he's referring to there is the scenario where Logan Morris went through what he thought was the right protocol to kick a snapped right foot punt after the 3/4 time siren as the natural arc within the bounds of the rules to kick for goal, but the umpires deemed that it was not the natural arc or beyond or within the rules.
The snap, yeah.
And there was a no score.
Looked like they showed vision of Fags even laughing and saying, hang on, like, we've practiced this.
Oh, there'll be a please explain during the week of, Swanee will come out and say, well, we got it wrong. Lucky it didn't impact the score of the game.
They're
That'll
probably
happen.
asking about him right now.
Exactly what happened with the Nick Watson one. As long as you don't make it any better, it's fine. It'll just be we stuffed up. Sorry.
And mistakes are okay, but I think when it comes to the officiating and the game of Australian football, Jamie and Jeff, which you guys have played at the top level, you can encounter mistakes in live play, but that's as stoic as Australian football gets. That's the thing that I think will really get the fans angry. Either they've got it right, and they might have got it right. We haven't seen replays yet, but you know what I'm saying. Hopefully, I hope that the umpires haven't made a mistake there, because that's as static as the game gets. Let's get back into the Brisbane rooms. The Lions have won by 43 points. Zane.
Thank you very much, Q. I'm down here with a man who kicked 2-2. We call him the showman, Kai Lohmann. What about that? They gave you a bit of a dust-up in round 1 down the SCG, but wow, you turned it around against the Swannies this time.
Yeah, it was nice. They played really well at their home early in the year, and we had a lot of blokes coming back from injuries and a lot of blokes out as well. So, that night was very difficult. But, we played really well tonight as a team, and I think we played with a lot of confidence, and we all played to our weapons, and, our pressure was so good, and I think that's our secret ingredient. So, really proud of the boys, and, really mature performance tonight.
Yeah, I know that he did get 3 in the end, but can you explain to us what happened with Logan Morris? It looked like maybe he went off the mark. Is that why they took it away, because they ruled play on?
Yeah, I think so. They clarified that through the week. So, it's pretty funny, actually. Logs was celebrating after it wasn't called a goal. So, I don't know. The umpires are trying the best that they can. So, it's all good.
And you got Geelong next week. You would go from the 24 grand final rematch to the 25 grand final rematch. You're looking forward to that down at Cardinia Park?
Yeah, absolutely. We love playing these teams, and it's so nice playing against these good teams and good oppositions, because everyone wants to watch it, and you get yourself up for these big games and prime time games, which I love as well. So super excited to go down there next Thursday night and play the Geelong Cats. They're a great side, and play in front of some family and friends, which I always love doing.
There's nothing better for showtime than to be in prime time. That is for sure. Kyle, I'll hand the microphone over to you. We've got Jeff White, Jamie Stanton, Quentin Hull and Michael Price upstairs for you.
Beauty. Thank you.
What did you do on the break, Kai? Quentin here?
Stayed down in Barnbougle with 9 of the boys. So, it was awesome, and played some golf. And, it was a great break. And I didn't get away in the off-season, so So it was actually a really nice and refreshing break to just chill out and get ready for the big second half of the year.
Did you need it? Did the group need it? And we asked that. We're talking about a group that's had to play deep for a lot of seasons in a row now.
Yeah, no, I definitely needed it. Yeah, as I said, I didn't go away in the off-season, so I was a bit fatigued, and I think my form probably said that as well. But yeah, no, we had a lot of fun down there and played some good golf and just chilled out. So it was really good to get away with a few of the boys too and just take the piss out of each other. And this bloke next to me, Logan Morris, took the piss out of him for 4 days. So it was very enjoyable.
Ball movement seemed a little bit different tonight. Can you let us in? What was the tactic?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't obviously looked at the tape, but I felt like as a forward it gave us really good opportunities, and I think Fakes told us to play with confidence before the game and in the lead up to the game. So I think just boys are gaining confidence with their ball movement and getting used to each other, playing with each other as well. So it's really exciting seeing players like Darcy Wilmot. He's having a great year. Jasper Fletcher's getting his stripes now, and hopefully he can have a great second half of the year. And it's really nice for us forwards when they change the angles and see it hit it sort of type of kicking. So it's awesome, and they played really well tonight.
Kai, Jeff White here, mate. Geez, between the arcs, was it a mention during the week about trying to put the pressure on and then slingshot footy, because it was recognisable tonight?
Yeah, pressure is always a really good indicator of how we play. All the finals, all the big games we've won, and especially the final series in the last few years, when our pressure's really good, we seem to play really well and we're really hard to beat. So, and they're obviously a really good handball team, so we need to bring the heat and come forward. We did that really well tonight, and it showed.
Kai, Jamie Stanton here. I just wanted to ask about the way you guys defended tonight. It looked like your high half forwards and your forwards really, lack of a better term, flooded the back half to try and take away the space from Sydney. Was that a tactic that you guys used just for Sydney, or is it something that you guys might look to employ against some of those teams that are playing a more handball happy ratio compared to kicking at the moment?
Yeah, we always want to play like that, I guess. But, more importantly, probably more this week with Sydney. They handball a lot, overlap handball, as I just said before. You've got Blakes like Nick Blakey and types like that who just want to run and carry. So, we had to be red hot today, and Billy diligent with that role, and Connor McKenna was really good tonight as well. So I think we really did that, and it really helped us defensively, and then we could get them back the other way, because obviously they have waves of runners, so we could get them out the back and storm back forward.
A diversion for a moment away from football. I remember we had you on when you fessed up that you went to get a little trim, but that's when the hair went wrong with the big locks last year, and you told us, I tried the trim, it didn't work, so that's why I shaved it. And now with the last couple of weeks, have you gone past Acker's place and borrowed his peroxide from 2002 or something? What's going on?
I just rang him and asked him if I could borrow it. He was fine with it. Whatever comes to the mind, whatever people have, I'll just do it. So, if someone has a haircut in mind, I'll just do it. I don't really mind. It's a bit of fun, and I love the new hairstyles every month at this stage. But I might grow it back, because a few people have been telling me I don't look too good with the short hair. So we'll see what happens next.
And who took the cash down at Barnbougle?
Dara Joyce, actually. He played the lights out. Yeah, I wasn't counting his scores, but he took it home. He played unbelievably.
He played with Logan Morris as well. So handicaps, please. What's Dara off?
I think he's off 7 or 8.
Yeah,
Logan Morris is off 57. Seriously, I think he's in the 20s somewhere. He had the Hozzleshanks pretty bad.
Yep. And you?
I'm off 11 at the moment, but down there didn't really play that well. I found the fescue way too many times. It was just a magnet for my balls.
Yeah, I know it's sort of a long way past, and you go that way, but the coach of the opposition next week, he and his brother famously played a lot during the previous glory era when they lived out at Brookwater.
Yep.
So the Scott boys they own a bit of the golfing legacy, and I know Zorks and the boys, are they still playing at Brisbane Golf Club?
Yeah, I think they are. Zorks and the mob down there. I'm not down there, but they seem to have a bit of fun down there, and there's a huge golf culture. And we have a jacket every now and then, so it's good fun, and it's always funny on a Thursday morning after a day off on the Wednesday, looking at the boys' scores and, having a bit of lip and stirring each other up. It's good fun.
Well, we thought with that second goal celebration you've been watching too much of the World Cup, but you'd obviously you've been watching Wyndham Clark at the Hamptons.
Yeah, I get super excited when I kick a goal, as you know, and it's had to let it all out. I didn't get it to the last quarter, so it was all building up until the last quarter.
Well, good on you, Kai. Nice to have a chat. Well played.
Thanks so much. Thanks. Great to hear from you guys.
Yeah, Kai Lohmann, a couple of goals tonight.
I love that guy.
He talks like he plays.
Yeah.
Fast, entertaining, and, happy to shoot from the hip.
Yep. And he showed, and then great mark out in the wing, and then give a little bit of.
I was going to ask him.
A little bit of a bit of voice to Bice. And then the running back and shoulder to shoulder. So,
well, you sort of look at him now. 24 goals for this season. He kicked only 20 goals last year. That ankle injury really hampered him until later in the season when he got going. So his high water mark, he kicked 36 in 2024. So what are we? 24 after 15 games. He's on course to go higher. Zane's been sort of floating around in the rooms. I did see Zano. By the way, can you turn and wave because you're in the back shot of the Host TV broadcast picture? We saw you and Kai Lohmann and your next guest in the back of the shot.
Yes, well, he's a very happy chairman of this club, I can tell you. The president of the Brisbane Lions in Andrew Wellington. Andrew, you've already been Brian Taylored, roaming Brian, so I thought I'd get roaming Zane in. What a win for you guys tonight. I mean, you haven't really got any big scalps this year, but it doesn't come much bigger than the second-ranked Sydney.
Yeah, it was a good win. As you say, I mean, we've struggled a bit this year so far against the really good sides and, just managed to string a couple of wins together. But to get a win, I think, going into the bye and then come out of the bye and get another win against a good team, that's good. Build a bit of momentum, hopefully, albeit we play another very good team next Thursday night down in Geelong.
Absolutely, and you'll get another litmus test as to where the side's at. Prior to the game tonight, our experts in Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, less Jeff because he's on your payroll, we're talking about some of the rotation that might need to happen in the side and the resistance from Chris Fagan to do that because he likes to stick fat with his team. Is tonight a reward for that, or do you think you do need to have some regeneration despite the fact that you've got some players, obviously a lot of serious injuries as well?
Yeah, look, I don't think you need to have regeneration for the sake of it. The reality is we've actually had quite a few players missing footy for various reasons early in the year, a couple of suspensions and then more recently injuries. So probably tonight was more about just getting a few players back and, players like Ryan Lester and Noah Answorth and having a bit of continuity, I think, which we haven't really had in our back line. So there was probably a few more familiar faces in our defence tonight, and I'm pretty sure when Fags speaks about the game, he'd be happy with the way the defence went. I must say, everything I know, I learned off Jeff White. I just, at all the AFLW games, I make sure I sit near Jeff on the bus and just listen.
Everyone in the competition's been waiting for the Lions to re-emerge, so to speak. We've seen what you've done at the back end of the last two seasons. Is there confidence amongst not only the playing and coaching groups, but amongst the whole board that it can happen again, that Lightning can strike 3 times?
Well, I think it gives you cause for optimism. I mean, we're not so arrogant to sort of think, though, that we'll deliberately, leave our run till late in the year and suddenly strike form. This year, it's probably, as I said earlier, it's really been injuries and a little bit of, a few players being a little bit out of form. But certainly to start to build some momentum now, I think, if you look at the last few years, not just the last couple of years with us, this is a really important time of the year to start building momentum. It's hard for teams, it seems, to be at their best for all 23 rounds of the season.
Well, you definitely know how to time your run, and I'll time my run and hand it up to the panel: Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton.
Thank you.
How was your break, boss? I know you had a couple of weeks off.
Oh, I did have a couple of weeks off. I got to do a bit of a tour of North Queensland, the Northern Territory. In fact, the last game I saw, I very much enjoyed, was at the Catherine Showgrounds. I saw the Northern Wilpiri Mozzies play the Catherine Saints. So I got in a bit of footy and I really enjoyed it. My son was umpiring the game, which is why I was there.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I know you had a sort of a mid-year hiatus. Now, we're going to plug the foundation in a sec, but I've got a curly one for you because I know, that's footy department stuff, but you know everything that's going on. Can you give us some type of word on Zach Bailey and Lachie Neale? Are they going to stick around? What do you know?
Well, I know that I hope they do. And that's about as much as I can tell you. I mean, we'll put our best foot forward, and I genuinely believe that both those players would love to stay with the club, but as is footy these days, they'll have other things that they need to consider. But yeah, I'm certainly optimistic that they love the club and they'll do everything they can to stay.
Andrew, Jeff White here. Not only a great result on the field, but off the field. Just talk about the foundation, because what a great night for the club. $20,000 for each goal, $380,000 raised. Just gives the listeners a little bit of insight on the foundation, because Drakey does such a wonderful job at the club. Yeah, he does, and it's and actually he was the most relieved man around tonight, because I think in the previous 3 games where we've had $20,000 a goal, we've kicked something like 30 goals, 60 behinds. So he was glad to see that trend reverse tonight. But the foundation plays a really important role in supporting a whole range of things within the club. Probably the most important is our academy. And you saw that tonight, with players like Harris Andrews and Eric Itwood, and young players like Ty Gallup out there. And obviously that doesn't happen if we don't have people who can travel around and watch junior football in Queensland and identify talent, and then work really hard to develop that talent, because that's a big part of the reason that these players, and you've seen it, Jeff, firsthand with the academy, it's a big part of the reason that these players can come in and play AFL football is because the development that we're able to put into them, and that comes from the support that people provide us through the academy, through the foundation.
Yeah, 4 legitimate academies plus the 3 father-sons, which we know had their parts of their footy upbringing in this part of the world. And for Sydney tonight, they had 7 Swans academies and 1 Giants academy. So there was quite a few of them there. And it feeds through the AFLW too, Q. So it's a wonderful program.
And we talk about there's going to be a team from Tasmania come in the next couple of years, and we talk about making sure there's sufficient talent pool. We wouldn't have the talent pool that we have across the league if we didn't have those players that have come out of the academies in our system.
Are you going to Geelong?
I am going to Geelong.
It's tasty, isn't it? I know you, as much as you've got your job running the board of the footy club, what's the fan in you? How does that stir in you? You're so composed, Andrew. Surely that gets the blood going a bit.
Oh, well, yeah, look, it does get the blood going, but I managed to exercise a reasonable degree of self-control. But it's why we do what we do, because we have a passion for the game and have a passion for the club. And when you get to test yourself against the best sides in the competition, that's always exciting, and it's always, Geelong's a really passionate football place, as we all know, and so it's always good fun to go down there and see how we can go.
And I will let you know your deputy was doing a very good job today, Sarah Kelly, who's the vice chair. I was lucky enough to be at a lunch today. The Australian Sports Commission and Kieran Perkins, the great Olympian and chief executive. So Sarah was there waving the Lions flag today, speaking all big issues of governance and sports. So you and your team, your tentacles are everywhere.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Quinton, Sarah does a great job, and it's like the team on the field. A good board needs to have plenty of depth, and Sarah gives us that.
Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Andrew Wellington from the Victor's Rooms down there with Zane Bojack. Brisbane winning here by 43 points. And, well, Jeff, you've entered the building in the last couple of months in a professional capacity, working as an assistant coach to Craig Starcevich for the Lions. And look, footy, you've been around plenty of footy clubs, and, you've got your boy at Melbourne as well. There is something pretty special about what they've built at Springfield over the last 5-6 years. Yeah, look, I see it firsthand. I remember my first travel down to Adelaide for AFLW last year, and I was sitting in the room with a debrief, and there was Andrew Wellington, and there was
Sam Graham, who's the CEO, sitting in there in our meeting, and they just come from the boys' game the previous day, so they're very, very passionate. But it starts at the top. They're a wonderful organisation, and Andrew he runs a good ship there, and everyone's passionate about it. But they're all good human beings, so that's what you need. You need not only the good footy people, but also good human beings, and that's what it's all about at the Brisbane Lions.
Get your heads together, Jeff and Jamie. We'll get your votes in just a moment. Brisbane has beaten Sydney by 43 points. The Lions 19-13, 126 to Sydney's 12-11. 83. 3 goals for Logan Morris, 3 goals for Cam Rayner, leading the way for the Lions. Chad Warner kicked 4 for Sydney. Charlie Curnow kicked 3. Joel Amati injured his Achilles at the back end of the game. And of note, Errol Goulden, who sort of had severe cramp at the end of the game. To the best of our knowledge, it was severe cramp and nothing worse. 18 disposals on return for the two-time All-Australian who's had his last 2 seasons ravaged by injury. So let's go down the board for Brisbane. Will Ashcroft led the way, 30 disposals. Lockie Neal with 27. Josh Dunkley had 26. 24 for Levi Ashcroft and Jasper Fletcher with 21. So there you go. 3 of the father-sons in the top 5 there. The 2 Ashcrofts plus Jasper Fletcher. Clearances, 8 clearances as well as his 30 disposals for Ashcroft, 7 clearances for Neal. So the Ashcrofts had 16 clearances between them. Levi had 8 as well. Wow. Cal Mills, the skipper for the Swans, led the way with 32 disposals. 30 for Heaney, 28 for Sheldrick, 28 for Chad Warner. So 28 disposals, 8 clearances, 6 of those from the centre ball up for 4 goals, 1. 8 inside 50s and 9 score involvements. That is the archetype impact game. Chad Warner. What a night he had. James Rowbottom and Riley Bice both had 23 touches. Overall possession, Sydney plus 15. But Brisbane had almost 70 more kicks than the Swans. 251 to 185 and 81 more handballs for the Swans.
So I think a lot of their handballs tonight didn't get them forward. They got them into trouble.
We expected that, but
we knew that was going to happen. But
damn licensed statistics, Whitey.
Oh well, and more so in the last quarter where they just went for it, didn't they?
Brisbane had 40 more marks, so Sydney had 80 more handballs, 81 to be precise, and Brisbane had 40 more marks. Talk about opposing dogmas going head to head there.
Yeah, but the Brisbane Lions got their game back in relation to pressure, but also when they got the ball, there was moments where there was a little bit in the last little bit of the first quarter. They just slowed it up. They got the ball possession, and that's where they got their chip mark going.
But they got the season high, 31 points from transition from defensive 50. That was the best transition game they've had all year, and the Swans got 6 points.
Yeah, and they scored
their worst.
And the Lions scored 4 goals. It was definitely 3, but 4 goals from forward stoppages.
And that's against the number 1 offence and the number 2 defence in the comp.
Brisbane won the clearances plus 13, which when you think, that was strong for them, and inside 50s plus 8 for Brisbane at 62 to 56. Where did the tackles go from this?
I was looking at that too.
We've lost the tackles.
I used to have them on the default screen. It must have been someone
62 to 60 in favour of Brisbane.
Well, and I've still got that minus 37 in my head from that day at the showground when the Giants embarrassed them. Zane's wandering across the ground and he's still got more broadcasting to do. Like, you're standing there at half forward, Zano. What do you got?
Well, I can tell you that the men just walking down in front of you ahead of his press conference, Chris Fagan, along with Danny Daly, who's the football manager of the Brisbane Lions, Kobe Moore and also Nick Brown, the 2 media managers, they have just formed basically a huddle in front of where the goal square is and then walked out to where Logan Morris had that goal disallowed. And Fakes has just said, we've got to protest this. It's not good enough. So I hope I haven't told tales out of school for the great man, but he is still going off about that decision. And I think this is not the last that we've heard of that umpiring decision before three-quarter time to not award that goal.
I've got visions going back to the COVID season where we had to have the players come out from the rooms on the telephones to do the interview. Zane, I was literally walking back across the hallowed turf of the Gabba, and you're right, Chris Fagan was there, and then that's the end where Logan Morris had that snap, which was on the three-quarter time siren, which was disallowed.
Yeah, it's funny, watching some of the replays from some other broadcasts, it looks like the umpire has called play on because he hasn't kicked directly over the mark. So as Whitey spoke to us off air a little bit earlier, he was saying that Morris actually made his angle harder by not kicking over the man on the mark and actually kicking a step back from that mark. But when you are on that line that they put you on at that, dead play at a quarter time, they do say to you, you need to kick on your line. So what they're saying is they've been very pedantic, which actually goes against what they ruled with the Nick Watson one, which was, we're happy for you to make your angle worse as long as you don't make it better. Logan actually made his angle worse by not kicking it over the man on the mark.
It's giving me a bit of a migraine, but that's very well explained, Jamie, for someone who, of course, is currently a player. And I'll use again the layman's terms of the long jump marker. So what you're saying is your foot has to be basically on the plank, but not on the rubber over the mark. But if you jump from behind the plank, that's also a foul. So not like in long jump speak, if you're over, it's a foul. You can be as far back as you want, but not in the case of an AFL goal kicker, dead play, end of quarter.
Well, prior to the Nick
You've got to be
Watson,
right on it.
Yeah, so prior to the Nick Watson one a couple of weeks ago, yes, that is the exact ruling. They came out, though, the AFL came out post the Nick Watson one and said, if you want to make your angle worse, we will let you go off the mark slightly. Because you know how when Nick took his set shot, he veered to the right, which was actually a harder kick for a right footer.
From the right half forward
Correct.
flank.
They actually came out and said, if you are going to make your angle worse, we are not going to call it play on. In this situation tonight, for a right footer to snap the ball like Logan did, he snapped it on the right side of his opponent, which makes the angle closer to that left boundary, which makes the angle harder to kick the goal from. He made his angle. So technically under the old ruling pre-Watson, yes. Under the new one post-Watson, when they came out and said you could do this, no.
We need the vision that they have at the World Cup for an offside.
The VAR. Absolutely.
That would make it really hard for you, wouldn't it?
Oh. Just imagine the VAR and the ARC together.
That was very well explained, and I hope you could follow, but I think, once again, haven't we made the game really tricky and a lightning rod for controversy?
It's hard enough for the umpires with the rules as they are. To keep tweaking them it just makes their job even harder. And just imagine the spectators. So anyway,
we better get the votes.
Can I just quickly ask, what about Rayner redemption after that game?
Well, I'll let Whitey take the votes away, and I think you might get your answer.
Well, Fran asks on the text, she enjoyed the exciting pre-game discussion about Rayner. Thoughts now?
He was listening in, was he?
Fran, yeah.
No, Rayner was listening in, just tongue-in-cheek. One vote to Cam Rayner. There you go.
There you go.
So 3 goals.
They're very impactful and kicked 3 goals. Had, 13 possessions, but I love what he did in the centre bounce. When they kicked 2 in a row, he would go in the centre bounce. Even when they kicked 1 in a row, he was the one that got out of the middle. 2 votes in a losing game. Chad Warner, what an outstanding performance. 4 goals, 608 metres gained. And, of course, if you get a chance, see his goal of the year contender because it's a ripper. And 3 votes to Will Ashcroft. Now, very impactful That's what I'm going to say. We tend to, both Jamie and I, don't go to leading possessions, but 8 clearances, and he was just so impactful, so clean below his knees, won a lot of balls, but he's consistent for the 4 quarters, and it was an outstanding performance. And he backed it up from his previous game, which he had 38 possessions to kick 2 against Richmond down in Tassie.
Yeah, 3 to Will Ashcroft, 2 to Chad Warner, 1 to Cam Rayner. And he seems to have bounced out of by his standards, a little bit of a slump.
Yep.
Will Ashcroft. He got banged up with his elbow earlier in the season and playing hurt for a few weeks.
And he's come good. He's got it much better, but he had 15 and a half times, so just a great 4-quarter performance from him. He could have kicked 2, had a few shots there.
Okay. By the way, Jeff, while you're driving back down the coast, a bit more sport for you. When we get, what is now, almost 11 o'clock Eastern time, in a half an hour, our coverage of the Women's T20 World Cup continues on ABC Listen. Look for the white ABC cricket button. So tonight's fare, India versus Bangladesh. And then in the middle of the night, South Africa versus the Netherlands. So World Cups all over the place, but we've got the World Cup where, tongue-in-cheek, Australia's a chance of actually winning. Over in the UK, India versus Bangladesh coming your way in about half an hour. And, of course, as far as the footy's concerned, tomorrow night, Hawthorn versus Greater Western Sydney from the MCG. Really looking forward to that game. Perez, Deer and Dalton into the team for the Hawks. Impey, hamstrung, Weddle suspended, Nan dropped. And for Greater Western Sydney, Grzyewski and Oliver come in with Laverty hamstrung and Hogan out with a finger injury. Thanks to everyone for your company at the Gabba tonight.
Great little piece of tap down from Ryan Lester. Got it to Harris Andrews. Handball to Connor McKenna. Chips it into the pocket looking for Charlie. That's the Cameron variety. Takes it 40 metres out, a very tight angle to the right. Takes a few deep breaths. Curls it around with the left foot, and he strikes it beautifully. It came off hands, though. Jasper Fletcher got involved and tried to palm it off. Should have been pinged for holding the ball, but it's turned over anyway. Chad Warner has it. 55 out. Launches one and sneaks it in. The Swans get their first goal, and Chad Warner celebrates accordingly.
Gets it to his boot from 30. Perch is not great, but it's dropped in the pocket, and Hipwood takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Preferred side for left-footed Eric Hipwood. The Gabba fans haven't felt this for a while. The nerves of a set shot from Hipwood. It's become a big part of this fan favourite's career. How's Hippie go? Hippie shake. Welcome back to the Gabba. Left foot hook from the right forward pocket. And it's a goal for Brisbane. They lead by 10 points. His kick is smothered brilliantly by Warner. Left with his left hand. Tapped it to his own advantage. 2 bounces the half forward. Weaves around Gallup. Has another bounce on 50. Kicks a goal of the year contender. Chad Warner. Oh, love for Chad at the Gabba. That was magnificent. What a goal. And he started it all by pinching the pocket of a 2-time Brownlow medalist. Rayner. Oh, he bullets his way through the stoppage, gets a left boot onto it from 30 and kicks his third goal. 3 steps, 60 out, doesn't go for goal. He hits Curnow in the pocket. That was nice from Sydney. Charlie Curnow, left forward pocket. Opens up the angle and kicks the goal. Third goal for Charlie Curnow. Hipwood misread the jump, but it's rode by Rayner at Brisbane. Hand pass to Lohman. Oh, he's got a taste for it now. Runs to 45, kicks his second. And he opens his arms in celebratory mode, as if he's just found the onion bag in the United States. Which Will Ashcroft puts it on his left boot for touch 26. Kick inside 50. Somehow Zach Bailey gets it. Finds a passage, puts it onto his left boot and kicks a goal.
The back-to-back premiers have taken down the high-flying Swans at the Gabba.